Chapter 686. Book 6. Heavenrind, are you really not going to take anyone with you? Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Yang Yi as they stood outside ancient domain city. Xiao Yushi and Nanjing, Su Qingshi, and the others were standing by her side. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, I'm not going there to sightsee, nor am I going there to kill. So, the fewer the better. Moreover, you'll only be at ease if all of you stay in the Southern Territory and are protected by Elder Mu, Senior Liu, and the others. Why exactly are you going to the hallowed grounds? Asked Ding Xiaoyao in a low voice. Yang Yi replied, to get something. So, all of you don't have to worry. How can we not? Qin Xie spoke abruptly, your character is too extreme, and you fight in the face of even the slightest conflict. You'll definitely cause a huge commotion upon arriving there. Ding Xiaoyao spoke as well, you have to change your character. There are many occasions where being slightly flexible wouldn't make you lose anything, especially when you are in the hallowed grounds. There are countless experts there, so you can't just do as you please. Understand? Do it for our sake. Think about us and think about Nianxue before you do anything, said Su Qingshi. Even though the others didn't say anything, their gazes told him that they were of the same mind. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, all of you make it seem like I love causing trouble. Good God, I've always kept a low profile, and I never offend anyone if they don't offend me first. Yang Yi's words made them glare at him, and he hurriedly guaranteed that he wouldn't cause trouble. Ding Xiaoyao flipped her palm, and a ring appeared there. She said, there are 100 Dao rank swords within here. We got them from our search of the exalted Han Empire's treasury. Even though you shouldn't cause trouble in the hallowed grounds, don't be bullied by others as well. Otherwise, there are many here who would die of pain and sorrow. Herbie, won't you feel sad as well? Qin Xie glanced at Yang Yi and said, in any case, this fellow has a few wives now, so it wouldn't make a huge difference even if you joined us. In my opinion, both of you should make it official before he heads to the hallowed grounds. Ding Xiaoyao glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, go on and indulge him. You'll regret it sooner or later. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched a little, and then he glared fiercely at Qin Xie before he took the ring. After that, he walked over to Qin Xie, took her in his arms, kissed her on the forehead, and said, listen to Xiaoyao and Bairu after I leave the continent. Don't oppose their decisions, all right? Do I seem so ignorant to you? Qin Xie rolled her eyes at him. Yang Yi glanced at Su Qingshi, Xiao Yushi, and Bairu, and in Nanjing before he said, don't worry about me. I have the stone of suppression, so even if I'm unable to fight half-saints, they'll still be able to escape. I'm not a fool, so I won't fight a fight that I know I can't win. We'll be waiting for your return, said Su Qingshi. And Bairu hesitated slightly before she said, be careful and remember not to act on impulse. Xiao Yushi stared Yang Yi in the eyes and said, if you don't return, then I'll travel to the hallowed grounds to look for you. If you died in the hallowed grounds, then I'll accompany you as well. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Nanjing. She remained silent for a moment before she said, I'll avenge you if you don't return. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He walked over to Nanjing and pulled her into his arms. Her delicate figure stiffened slightly, and it was like she'd been petrified. Yang Yi brushed her ponytail lightly and said, I'll definitely be at the Monarch Realm when I return. I hope that you'll be at the Monarch Realm as well. As soon as he finished speaking, he released her from his embrace, and then he turned around and transformed into a ray of black light that vanished before their eyes. A long time passed before they finally turned around. Yang Yi stood on a sword as he shot towards the southern sea at an extremely swift speed. The violet mink was on his shoulder, while Lei Lin, who held a spirit fruit with both hands, was standing in front of him. He didn't want to take them with him as well. However, he had no other choice because they were adamant on coming, especially the violet mink. He was utterly helpless if she insisted on coming, because her eyes instantly teared moist when he tried to refuse, so he had no choice but to bring her along. As for Lei Lin, Yang Yi noticed that Lei Lin wasn't close to anyone else besides him and the violet mink. To be more precise, she was extremely hostile to humans. So, he had no other choice but to bring her along because she would listen to no one but him and the violet mink. Moreover, she would only restrain herself and not zap others at will if they were by her side. Yang Yi rubbed Lei Lin's head, and then his eyes suddenly narrowed a little as he said, "Why hide if you're here?" As soon as he finished speaking, an arc of light appeared over 30 m away on his right, and it flew by his side. "You really intend to head to the hallowed grounds?" Qin Bufan's voice resounded from within the arc of light. "What do you think?" Yang Yi replied with a question. Qin Bufan said, "The half-saints of the hallowed grounds will immediately notice you once you enter the hallowed grounds." Wait. I'm actually unable to sense your aura. An expert helped you conceal your aura. Yang Yi naturally wasn't stupid enough to just swagger off into the hallowed grounds. What a joke. Even though he had the stone of suppression, and his strength had improved greatly, he didn't think that he could fight the entire hallowed grounds by himself. Not to mention anything else, just a single half-saint would be a headache for him. So, had specially sought guidance from Lu Yin. Fortunately, Lu Yin was able to conceal his aura, and it allowed him to save a huge amount of trouble. Even though your aura has been concealed, you should be aware that the entire world would be your enemy once you're exposed in the hallowed grounds. At that time, you'll die a graveless death, said Qin Bufan in a low voice. Yang Yi glanced at Qin Bufan and said, "If I'm like you and can't be killed, then I would have attacked the hallowed grounds a long time ago. Actually, I'm really quite puzzled. You defiant profounders possessed such formidable strengths all those years ago, and all of you can't even be killed. But why did all of you lose so miserably? Our arrogance was the cause of our defeat." Qin Bufan spoke in a deep voice. "A very long time ago, we were still considerably united while traveling through space. But once we arrived in this region, we started to scheme against each other and kill each other for the sake of our own interests. Of course, we severely underestimated the experts of this region as well. Even though the experts here were inferior to the experts of our world, they couldn't be considered as weak, coupled with the fact that they gathered all the forces they could muster, and we were killing each other. We lost in the end." Yang Yi said, "If all the defiant profounders escaped from the seal, then would their forces be sufficient to destroy the entire continent?" "No," Qin Bufan explained. "We've been sealed for 100,000 years, and coupled with the lack of violet energy, our strengths have declined greatly. Besides that, the hallowed grounds has definitely been preparing throughout the last 100,000 years, and that's also the reason why they aren't anxious even when they're clearly aware that we're about to emerge from the seal. I'm most worried about those fellows from the outer heavens. The reason the hallowed grounds is able to stay so calm and confident is probably because they've received assistance from the outer heavens. Can the experts of the outer heavens descend to this world?" Yang Yi frowned. "If the experts of the outer heavens came here, then even the joint forces of the continent and the defiant profounders wouldn't be sufficient to deal with them. After all, the gap between Saint Realm experts and half-Saint Realm experts wasn't small. No, and they wouldn't dare to as well." Qin Bufan explained. "They'll be able to instantly ascend into the Saint Realm if another Saint Realm expert descends into this world. Moreover, at least 20+ defiant profounders that are sealed in the hallowed grounds are capable of instantly attaining the Saint Realm as well. Once all of us attain the Saint Realm, then we would be capable of joining forces to annihilate the heaven path of this world. At that time, since they can't send Saint Realm experts down here, then how will they help the hallowed grounds?" Yang Yi frowned. "I don't know," Qin Bufan said, "but if they don't receive assistance from the outer heavens, then just the hallowed ground strength is definitely insufficient to stop us. In short, there'll definitely be a war between us and the hallowed grounds in the future. Hey, which side will you take when that time comes?" Presently, the strength of the forces on Profounder Continent couldn't be underestimated at all, because it had 4 half-saints, and there were even 2 who could fight many half-saints on their own. So, the continent's stand was very important. Yang Yi rubbed Lei Lin's head and said, "Firstly, the enmity between me and the hallowed grounds is definitely irreconcilable. So, there'll definitely be a fight between us. As for you, defiant profounders, I have no intention to become enemies with all of you. However, I've witnessed how arrogant and conceited all of you are. Thus, even if I don't act against all of you, it doesn't represent that all of the defiant profounders wouldn't act against me. So, there might be a fight between me and the defiant profounders as well. Qin Bufan fell silent for a short while and said, needless to say, the possibility of that is very high. Some of those sealed fellows are complete madmen. They'll definitely intend to destroy this world to vent the resentment they've been accumulating for 100,000 years. In other words, they might just kill anyone they see here. Yang Yi said flatly, it doesn't matter to me. In any case, I can kill them. Qin Bufan was speechless. A short moment of silence ensued before Qin Bufan asked, I'm really curious. What exactly did you do to that black-clothed fellow from before? He was quite doubtful that Yang Yi had killed that defiant profounder, because it was truly impossible. Why would I lie to you? Yang Yi spoke flatly. Let's get back on topic. Will you be starting a slaughter or hiding after we arrive at the hallowed grounds? Hiding, of course. Qin Bufan replied. My strength is sufficient to kill numerous experts of the hallowed grounds, but it wouldn't take long before I'm the one who's slaughtered. So, I have no choice but to hide myself and plan things out slowly. What about you? Don't tell me that you intend to start a slaughter upon arriving there. If it's like that, they'll bury your corpse and write words of admiration on your grave. Only an idiot would do that, said Yang Yi. Ha ha. Qin Bufan roared with laughter, and then he suddenly said, We're here. Take care of yourself later. Are there experts of the hallowed grounds guarding the entrance? Asked Yang Yi. No, but there are guards on the hallowed grounds side. How strong? Not very. It's just a half-saint. Chapter 687. A half-saint. Yang Yi took a long glance at Qin Bufan, who was within the arc of light. He knew that Qin Bufan hadn't said that because he was trying to put on a show of strength, and it was because half-saints really were nothing to Qin Bufan. Of course, it didn't mean that Qin Bufan had the strength to kill half-saints. It merely meant that Qin Bufan was confident that half-saints couldn't harm him. What? Are you afraid? Qin Bufan's resounded abruptly when Yang Yi remained silent. Yang Yi patted the violet mink and Lei Lin. Both of them understood his intentions and hid within the primordial pagoda. After that, he said, I wouldn't have come if I was. Qin Bufan smiled. You're the one person in this world who I feel is agreeable. I hope we don't become enemies in the future, because I will feel quite regretful if I kill you. Yang Yi said, You look a little bit like me when you act so confidently. Ha ha, I have a slight urge to kill you right now. Qin Bufan's roaring laughter resounded from within the arc of light. Yang Yi paid no further attention to Qin Bufan and just sped up. Qin Bufan didn't waste his breath anymore and sped forward at full speed as well. After flying for almost a day, both of them finally arrived at an island. Bang! They just arrived on the island when an enormous pillar of water suddenly shot into the sky from the ocean. Who are you? How dare you trespass upon my territory? Are you tired of living? A voice resounded before its owner even arrived. As soon as it finished resounding, a bearded man who wore a dark blue robe and held a trident appeared before Yang Yi and Qin Bufan. A monarch realm expert. Yang Yi sensed the aura of a monarch realm expert from the bearded man. Moreover, he was at the 5th rank of the monarch realm, at least. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and gazed at Qin Bufan while the latter said, Don't look at me. I have no idea as well. I never saw this fellow when I arrived here that day. How presumptuous! The bearded man shouted furiously, and he pointed his trident at Qin Bufan and said, Where are the two of you from? Don't you know that this is the territory of Hongman? When did this place ever belong to someone? Asked Qin Bufan. Hongman laughed coldly and said, Looks like both of you came here from somewhere else. The ocean in an area of a few tens of thousands of kilometers belongs to Saint Xing Yun, and am the tended guardian under Saint Xing Yun's command and the master of this island. Out of consideration that it's your first offense, I'll let the two of you go. But don't blame me for being merciless if you dare to step foot into my territory again. Hongman's eyes were fixed on Qin Bufan while he spoke because he sensed that Qin Bufan was a monarch realm expert. Moreover, he even felt an aura of danger coming from Qin Bufan. Saint Xing Yun? Both Yang Yi and Qin Bufan were stunned when they heard all of this. Saint Xingyun? A Saint Realm expert? What a joke. Not to mention a Saint Realm expert, there aren't even any half-saints left on the continent besides the half-saints of the Southern Territory. Yang Yi said, Saint Xingyun? Who's that? Hong Man moved his gaze away from Qin Bufan and looked at Yang Yi as he said, Why is an ant at the Exalt Realm like you interfering in a conversation between two Monarch Realm experts? Yang Yi was speechless. Ha ha ha. Qin Bufan roared wildly with laughter. Yang Yi shook his head and said, Can you just talk normally with me? I promised my wives that I would keep a low profile when I left. I must keep a low profile. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Hong Man's mouth, and he said, An ant at the Exalt Realm is talking about keeping a low profile? Why don't you show me how arrogant you can be? All right, I will. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, Head already appeared before Hong Man, and then a string of explosions resounded as a fist blasted through the air and smashed down towards Hong Man's head. Hong Man's expression changed drastically because the speed of this ant had completely exceeded his imaginations. He didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest, and he placed his trident horizontally before him to block Yang Yi's punch. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as the trident broke apart, and then Hong Man was blasted over 1 kilometer away before he could finally stop himself. Pooh! Head just stopped his figure when a mouthful of blood sprayed from between his lips, and then he gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment and said, You. He was quite dazed from being blasted flying by a single punch from an Exalt Realm Profounder. Yang Yi said flatly, Can we talk properly now? You. Hong Man glared angrily at Yang Yi. He wanted to attack, but he didn't. In the end, he glanced at Qin Bufan, and then shot a glance at Yang Yi before he said, You. Just you wait. Don't leave if you dare. Just you wait. As he spoke, Head transformed into a ray of light that vanished from Yang Yi and Qin Bufan's fields of vision. He fled just like that? Both of them were stunned because a Monarch Realm expert had immediately turned around and fled. Do you think Saint Xingyun is a half-saint? Qin Bufan spoke abruptly. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short moment and said, It's not very probable. My Southern Territory would have definitely found out if there are more half-saints on the continent. I'm quite curious as well. I wonder who that fellow, Saint Xingyun, is to actually dare to call himself a saint. Qin Bufan spoke abruptly. What do you plan to do if he's really a half-saint? Yang Yi said, He hasn't offended us, so do we have to do anything? Moreover, what can we do? Even if I use the stone of suppression to suppress his cultivation, do you think our joint forces are sufficient to kill a half-saint? It isn't, said Qin Bufan. The reason Yang Yi and him were able to kill a half-saint that day was mainly because that half-saint of the hallowed grounds was already heavily injured. Their current strengths were utterly insufficient to kill a half-saint who was completely unharmed, and it was even to the extent that the slightest mistake might cost them their lives. Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion resounded from afar, and then over 30 rays of light appeared within their fields of vision. It wasn't long before those rays of light arrived before them. The person in the lead was an old man in a gray robe. His aura surged like a powerful river, but he wasn't a half-saint and was merely a 9th-rank Monarch Realm expert at most. Amongst the 30-plus figures by the gray-robed old man's side, there were actually 10 Monarch Realm experts if Hong Man was included. Moreover, the rest were 9th-rank Exalt Realm experts. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. He hadn't expected that there would actually be such a force in this distant ocean in the south. Saint Xingyun, they trespassed upon my island and threatened to teach you a lesson. Hong Man pointed at Yang Yi, while resentment filled his eyes. The old man grunted coldly, and then his gaze swept past Qin Bufan and descended onto Yang Yi in the end. He was stunned when he saw Yang Yi, and he took another careful look. In the end, he seemed to have confirmed something, and he revealed astonishment from his eyes while his hands couldn't help but tremble. Kill them. They actually dared to attack someone from our alliance? They're really courting death. TSK, a Monarch Realm expert and an Exalt Realm expert, yet they actually dared to trespass on our territory. They really don't know what's good for them. Hong man, you're such a failure. You actually weren't even able to deal with a single monarch realm expert and an exalt realm profounder. Wait. I think that fellow in that arc of light should be quite strong. Why don't we let him join us? In any case, our alliance doesn't have sufficient forces yet. Right. As for that fellow at the exalt realm, we have no need for him. Someone has to die when our Starcloud alliance is offended. Otherwise, it will probably be difficult for us to deter those oceanic clans and independent cultivators. The other profounders behind the old man hadn't noticed the state he was in right now, and they were speaking successively. Moreover, some had even started circulating their profound energy and were prepared to attack. Hong Man was filled with confidence when he heard them, and he gazed at Yang Yi with a ferocious expression as he said, "Kid, weren't you very haughty just now? Didn't you want to act arrogantly? Fucking do it again right now. Come on, let me see." Slap. The old man suddenly turned around and slapped Hong Man, causing the latter to be blasted flying. All the others were stunned by this sudden scene. The old man gazed at Yang Yi as he forced out a smile that was even more unsightly than a weeping face. Are you Yang Yi? Yang Yi. The countenances of all the other profounders behind the old man instantly turned ghastly pale, and terror arose in their eyes. Yang Yi frowned and said, "You recognize me?" The old man's smile grew even more unsightly when he heard this. He suddenly bowed to Yang Yi and said, "Supreme Elder of the Starcloud sect, Lu He, greets the Sword Master." Sword Master. All the others behind the old man hurriedly bowed and spoke respectfully. The Starcloud sect? Yang Yi frowned as he hadn't heard of such a sect. Lu He explained, "My Starcloud sect is an 8th-rank sect from the Central Territory. We pledged our allegiance to the Southern Territory while you were cultivating behind closed doors. After that, Miss Ding sent us here to pay attention to the Oceanic clans at all times. The Oceanic clans yielded 2 days ago, so you occupied this place as your own, right?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. The old man's figure trembled. Right at this moment, a distant expanse of the ocean started to ripple violently, and then a few thousand men and women with the upper body of a human, the lower body of a fish, and held tridents in their hands shot out from the ocean there. The countenances of Lu He and the others turned even paler when they witnessed this scene. "Shameless human. Hand over my younger sister, or we'll fight you to the death, even if that fellow, Demon Yang, comes here from the Central Territory." An extremely handsome man led the group. At this moment, his face was covered in rage, and so were the other mermaids and mermen behind him. "What's going on?" Yang Yi frowned as he asked this question. The old man's lips twitched, but not a single word escaped his lips. Chapter 688. How presumptuous! Lu He turned around to face those members of the mermaid clan as he suddenly shouted, "You members of the Oceanic clans have yielded to my Southern Territory, yet you actually dare to openly attack us. You're courting death." As he spoke, Head slapped his right palm towards them, and an enormous palm print flashed forward, but it wasn't long before a ray of light blasted it apart. The expressions of Lu He and the others changed, and they gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. After all, he hadn't held back at all just now, but it had still been blasted apart by Yang Yi. He's only at the Exalt realm. How could he be so strong? The mermaids and mermen there gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment as well. They hadn't imagined that the Exalt realm human whom they disregarded just now would actually possess such terrifying strength. "Are you trying to kill them to keep them quiet?" Yang Yi gazed at Lu He as he spoke, and his voice was slightly icy cold. Lu He's heart shook a little, and he hurriedly said, "I dare not do such a thing. I'm afraid Swordmaster is unaware that while these Oceanic clans have yielded, many clans are very hostile to us humans. So, profounders of our Southern Territory are frequently killed in this area. Moreover, the Mermaid clan is extremely hostile to our Southern Territory, and the profounders of our Southern Territory are frequently killed by them in secret." "Lu He, you're lying." The man who led the group of mermaids and mermen spoke furiously. "My clan is hostile to the human race, but we did as we were told. and we sent Monarch Realm experts to the Southern Territory after the royal family of our oceanic clans yielded. We didn't resist all of you. However, you shameless and greedy humans treated us as slaves. Not only did all of you plunder our treasures, you even kidnapped our women to satisfy your lust. At least 10,000 women from our oceanic clans have died at the hands of you shameless humans. What nonsense! It'll destroy all of you rebels. Luhi's face was livid. He circulated his profound energy to his hands and was about to attack. However, a strand of sword intent suddenly enveloped him. Even though it was very strong, the sword intent wasn't much to him. But he still didn't dare attack, because the sword intent came from Yang Yi. Sword Master. Luhi's lips twitched while his countenance turned slightly pale. However, he didn't disperse the profound energy in his hands, and it grew even stronger instead. Yang Yi glanced coldly at Lu He, and then he gazed at the man from the mermaid clan. He said, "Is everything you just said true?" Even though Yang Yi was just an Exalt Realm Profounder, that merman didn't dare look down upon Yang Yi at all. He glanced at Lu He, and then spoke ferociously, "It isn't just true. What they've done is 10 times worse. They take everything they take a liking to. Regardless of whether it's a treasure or a person, they take it all, and they kill anyone who dares to resist. Countless clans have been annihilated by them throughout this time." Yang Yi glanced at Lu He's group, and then his gaze descended onto Hong Man. Is he telling the truth? Hong Man glanced at Lu He, while hesitance filled his eyes. A ray of light flashed, and then Hong Man's right arm flew into the air. Lu He's eyelids twitched while a ferocious glow flashed through the depths of his eyes. The others who stood behind him revealed astonished expressions as well. They rarely spend their time in the Southern Territory and Central Territory recently, but Yang Yi's reputation had still spread here. When they witnessed his strength now, they realized that Yang Yi was much more terrifying than the rumors said. At this moment, the members of the Mermaid clan were shocked by Yang Yi's actions as well. They hadn't expected that this Profounder who was only at the Exalt realm had actually severed the arm of a Monarch realm expert with a single strike. Moreover, Lu He, who was a 9th rank Monarch realm expert, didn't dare make a sound. Who exactly is this human? Hong Man didn't dare hesitate in the slightest when he lost an arm, and he said, what he said is quite correct. However, most of the treasures and women we took were sent to the Southern Territory. The Southern Territory? Yang Yi frowned and said, I think that it was definitely not sent to Miss Ding, right? Hong Man didn't dare speak another word. The others behind Lu He remained silent as well. All of you aren't afraid of death, huh? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while the ancient sheath trembled a little, causing sword howls to resound incessantly. Meanwhile, Lu He said, Sword Master, we admit that those fellows from the Mermaid clan are telling the truth, but I guarantee that we didn't do anything that harmed the Southern Territory or you, Sword Master. It's good that you are benevolent, but the Oceanic clans aren't part of the human race, and those of another race will definitely carry ill intent. Why make trouble for your own for the sake of a single Oceanic clan? Our loyalty to you is beyond any doubt. The others behind Lu He spoke hurriedly. You that Yang Yi who's called the Sword Demon? Meanwhile, that merman from the Mermaid clan spoke abruptly with astonishment. He wasn't a fool. Lu He and many of the others were Monarch Realm experts, but they were so fearful of an Exalt Realm Profounder. Moreover, that Exalt Realm Profounder was a sword cultivator. So, he didn't have to give it much thought to realize that no one from the Southern Territory besides the Sword Demon, Yang Yi, could make them act like that while at the Exalt Realm. The expressions of the others changed drastically when they heard this, and they gazed vigilantly at Yang Yi, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Yang Yi's reputation was clearly bad. He was said to be bloodthirsty, cruel, and loved to spare no one. So, the mermaids and the mermen turned pale when they thought of it, and it was like they'd witnessed their entire clan being annihilated. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, I've never considered myself to be a good person, but I don't think I'm bad either. Moreover, I'm not an idiot. It would have nothing to do with me if all of you didn't do it in the name of the Southern Territory, and it would just be between all of you and the Oceanic clans. However, You used my name and the name of the Southern Territory to act as tyrants. All of you gained the benefits from this, yet made me and the Southern Territory suffer all the infamy. Awesome. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi glanced at Lu He's group and said, besides that, the Oceanic clans can be considered to be a part of the Southern Territory now, so who gave all of you the authority to bully them? At this moment, he realized that everything Ding Xiaoyao said made sense. The Southern Territory's foundation was too weak, and there were countless parasites in the Southern Territory. If these parasites weren't eliminated, then huge problems might arise between the human race, Oceanic clans, devil race, and demon race. At that time, there would be no need for the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders to attack because the entire continent would fall into chaos on its own. Internal strife wasn't something that just strength could resolve. So, he had to resolve this incident well. The mermaids and mermen heaved sighs of relief when they heard Yang Yi, but their faces were still covered with vigilance. On the other hand, Lu Ha and the others revealed unsightly expressions because Yang Yi's actions were equivalent to denouncing their crimes. Lu He's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, Sword Master, even if we haven't performed anything meritorious, we've still done hard work. Do you really intend to make things difficult for us just for the sake of some lowly mermaids and mermen? Yang Yi gazed at Lu Ha and said, I wouldn't blame all of you if you really did it for the sake of the Southern Territory, but you didn't. Everything you did was for your own selves. Haha, the Starcloud Alliance? If I didn't come here, I'm afraid the Southern Territory would still be unaware that there was actually such an alliance in the Southern Ocean. Moreover, the members of this alliance are actually under the Southern Territory's command. I'm really curious. Where did all of you get the gall to form an alliance on your own and brazenly bully the Oceanic clans? Lu He's brows knit together while his eyes drooped, and he said, Do you really want to know? Tisk, tsk. Meanwhile, Qin Bufan Hood remained silent until now spoke abruptly. Yang Yi, he has actually aroused killing intent towards you. Ha ha ha. Yang Yi paid no attention to Qin Bufan. He gazed at Lu Ha and said, I really do want to know, and I'm very curious about which power amongst the allies of my Southern Territory dared to allow all of you to do such things. Lu Ha glanced at Qin Bufan, and then a wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed within his eyes. After that, he looked at Yang Yi and said, Sword Master, you are forcing us to our deaths. Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at the others behind Lu Ha and said, What about all of you? Are all of you not going to tell me as well? Haha. Lu Ha suddenly chuckled and said, Since you want to know so badly, then I'll tell you. We send everything to the Ding clan. Yes, you didn't hear me wrong. It's the Ding clan which Miss Ding is from. Xiaoyao wouldn't do that, said Yang Yi in an icy cold tone. Lu Ha explained, Miss Ding wouldn't indeed, but what about her clansmen? The Ding clan can be considered to be the #1 power in the Southern Territory because of Miss Ding, coupled with the fact that you've once proclaimed that the Ding clan will never be destroyed so long as you are alive. So, would anyone dare to go against the Ding clan? Yang Yi closed his eyes slightly for a short while, and then he said, I'll deal with the Ding clan. So what about all of you? You've plundered the Oceanic clans and formed an alliance of your own. Don't tell me that the Ding clan was behind all of that. The Ding clan gets the main course, so can't we have some leftovers? Said Lu Ha. Bastard. Meanwhile, that merman roared furiously, You damnable old bastard. How many women of my mermaid clan have you killed? All of them were tortured to death by you. Yet you actually speak in such an upright and dignified manner? You're really worse than an animal. Lu Ha glanced indifferently at the merman and said, Don't worry, they'll take good care of your younger sister and all the women of your clan. Yang Yi chuckled and said, Looks like you don't even respect me. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Lu He's eyes as he said, Who do you think you are without your master? Do you really think you can surmount your realm of cultivation and fight us? All of those experts were merely afraid of your master who's a half-saint. But the Southern Territory is over 100,000 kilometers away. I refuse to believe that your master's divine sense can cover such a distance. Yang Yi, if you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for not being sensible, because it's the cause of your death. Aren't you afraid of my master's wrath if you kill me? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. If worse comes to worse, they'll just conceal my identity and go into hiding. Lu He spoke with a savage expression on his face. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at the others behind Lu He and said, "What about all of you?" All of them were hesitant. Meanwhile, Lu He spoke abruptly, "Everyone. He clearly intends to act against us. With the way he does things, do you think we'll have a chance to survive? Let's do it." All of them stopped hesitating when they heard Lu He, and their figures flashed and instantly surrounded Yang Yi and Qin Bufan from all directions. There were 10 Monarch Realm experts. I was quite hesitant before this, but there's no need for that now. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone of suppression appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. Chapter 689. Their cultivations were instantly suppressed by the stone of suppression, and all the Monarch Realm experts here became Exalt Realm Profounders. They were astounded. The reason they dared to take such a risk was because they were relying on the fact that they had a huge group and 10 Monarch Realm experts amongst them. Yet now, all they were left with was their advantage in numbers over Yang Yi. Lu He's expression turned unsightly for a moment before he spoke fiercely. "Everyone, there's only 2 of them, but there are many of us. Do we even have to fear him? Let's kill him and seize that treasure of his. Then we would even be able to protect ourselves when facing half-saints." Lu He took the lead and charged towards Yang Yi while he spoke. The others felt that Lu He made sense, and they charged towards Yang Yi. Of course, most importantly, they had no way out of the situation now. "Hey, this is between you and them. It's none of my business." Qin Bufan flashed over to the side and seemed to be unwilling to interfere. No one paid any attention to Qin Bufan as well. All of their gazes had descended onto Yang Yi, because so long as Yang Yi was still alive, then it might be they who died. Kill them. Protect that human. The merman who led the mermaid clan's forces hesitated for a moment before he made his decision. He was very clearly aware that the mermaid clan would definitely be annihilated if they killed Yang Yi. Moreover, it wouldn't just be the mermaid clan. Even the other oceanic clans in the surroundings might be annihilated as well. They only had hope of survival if Yang Yi was alive. However, they were just about to act when a sword howl resounded. Sword chi shot out horizontally and vertically, and then corpse after corpse crashed down from midair. Less than a few breaths of time passed before only 5 experts remained, and they were the 5 strongest experts in the group. As for the rest, every single one of them had been killed by a strand of sword chi. The mermaids and mermen were stunned. Is he really at the Exalt realm? At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying the famous Yang Yi was. The 5 remaining experts didn't attack. They just gazed at Yang Yi as if they were looking at a monster, and their faces were covered in terror. Because Lu He, who was at the 9th rank of the Monarch realm, had actually been unable to defend himself against Yang Yi's attack and had lost his head just now. Even though Lu He had been suppressed to the Exalt realm, he was still an extraordinary expert at the 9th rank of the Monarch realm. However, such an expert had actually been unable to resist just a single swing of Yang Yi's sword. All of them had been extremely shocked by that scene. One of them shrieked as he transformed into a ray of light that fled towards the distance. However, a ray of light that was even faster than him shot out from Yang Yi's sword and instantly pierced through his chest, and then a Monarch Realm Profounder like him exploded apart and transformed into a rain of blood. The other 4 Monarch Realm experts intended to flee as well, but such a scene instantly made their bodies stiffen on the spot. One of them suddenly bowed to Yang Yi and said, "Sword Master, we realize our mistakes. Please spare us." The others hurriedly said, "We realize our mistakes. Please spare us." They couldn't fight him nor escape him, so they had no choice but to yield, because only then would they have a chance at survival. Yang Yi put the stone of suppression away, and then he withdrew over a dozen extreme-grade energy stones and started to absorb the energy within them. The stone of suppression was a formidable treasure, but it consumed a huge amount of profound energy. A quarter of his profound energy would be consumed every single time he utilized it. Moreover, such consumption would continue as he kept it active. In other words, if he couldn't kill his enemy swiftly, then it would only take 15 minutes for his profound energy to be completely exhausted. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "If all of you acted in this way just now, then I would have definitely spared all of you. Yet now, acting like this for the sake of survival is a bit too late." Yang Yi, since you refuse to spare us, then we'll take you down with us. When they realized it was impossible for them to be spared, one of them rose his speed to its limits and charged at Yang Yi. Moreover, his stomach instantly started expanding as if he was 10 months pregnant. The other 3 Monarch Realm experts hesitated for a moment before they charged towards Yang Yi as well. All of them had chosen to detonate themselves. Unfortunately, a ray of light flashed by at a speed which exceeded the ability of their eyes, and then their heads instantly flew up into the air before they could even explode. The mermaids and mermen in the surroundings were astounded as they watched those heads fly into the air. How were they killed? Yang Yi had utilized light speed in this attack, so not to mention those mermaids and mermen. Even those Monarch Realm experts didn't know how they were killed when his sword chi speed was 5 times faster, because it was too swift. It was swift to the point they weren't able to notice its movement at all. How quick! Qin Bufan spoke abruptly while a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. After he dealt with Lu He's group, Yang Yi and Qin Bufan were led to an island by the members of the Mermaid Clan. There was a palace on the island, and the killing intent in Yang Yi's eyes grew even stronger when he saw it, because it was so luxurious to the point it was merely inferior to the imperial palace of the exalted Han Empire. After they entered the palace, he noticed that there were many iron cages placed all around the hall, and women who didn't have a strand of clothing on them were within those cages. Some of the women were still alive, but most were dead. "I should have fucking killed a few just now." Qin Bufan's voice was filled with killing intent as he glanced at the situation here. Yang Yi's eyes were filled with killing intent as well. Even though he wasn't a good person, he was absolutely incapable of doing such a thing. At this moment, he realized how severe the problem was. Presently, the human race held a dominant position on the continent, so the inherent greed of humans would definitely emerge. Once that happened, it was very likely that many members of the human race would bully and oppress the members of the other races. The slightest mistake might really cause internal strife to arise throughout the continent. After they rescued the women who were still alive, they went deeper into the palace, and they were shocked again when they arrived within a hall. The hall was filled with all sorts of treasures like enormous pearls which took numerous men who held each other's hands to full embrace, a blood-red coral that was over 100 m long and wide. "Did they plunder all the treasures of the oceanic clans?" asked Qin Bufan. The merman said, "They take everything they see, and we even have to offer up a certain amount of treasures and women every single month. If any clan doesn't provide good treasures or sufficiently beautiful women, then they'll use all sorts of excuses to annihilate that clan. Even though your oceanic clans lost its half-saint, there would be no lack of monarch rank experts, right?" Qin Bufan said, "Why would all of you endure it when they bullied all of you like this?" The merman glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Presently, the human race has gained a dominant position, and it possesses numerous half-saints and 9th-rank monarch realm experts. What can my oceanic clans do? What if it offends the human race? Wouldn't we be annihilated? Coupled with the fact that the Swordmaster once said that he would annihilate us, we didn't dare offend the Southern Territory at all. We were afraid they would use it as an excuse and then—" Qin Bufan chuckled, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "These crimes were your doing." Yang Yi nodded and said, "I really should reflect on all of this. Send these treasures back to your oceanic clans and return them to their rightful owner. As for the oceanic clans, no, not just the oceanic clans. We'll get a system created for the oceanic clans, devil race, and demon race. Regardless of whether it's the oceanic clans, devil race, or demon race, all the races on the continent will be treated as equals. I guarantee that such an incident will never happen again." "Really?" The merman was extremely excited, and his voice even trembled slightly. After the oceanic clans yielded to the human race, their future felt bleak to them. Because humans were inherently greedy, so they would absolutely not obtain peace and stability from yielding to the human race. The facts prove that it was exactly so. However, Yang Yi promised that all the races would be equals in the future. That was undoubtedly tremendously good news for the oceanic clans. They would definitely not believe it if this promise came from anyone else. But they had reason to believe it when it was Yang Yi who gave the promise, because they had no doubt that Yang Yi was the person who possessed the greatest authority on the continent. "I keep my promises," said Yang Yi. "Thank you." Meanwhile, a weak voice suddenly sounded out from the side, and then an enormous seashell suddenly opened up. A woman with the body of a human and tail of a fish appeared before them. The woman was extremely beautiful. She had an inverted triangle face, curved eyes, dark blue pupils, and dark blue hair. The most striking feature she possessed was her waist. It was extremely fine to the point one could wrap one's arm around it with ease. "Sister." The merman who led the group from the mermaid clan was shocked, and he hurriedly ran over to the woman and sized her up. He said, They didn't." She shook her head and said, "For some unknown reason, all of them left after I was captured." When she spoke up to this point, the woman gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Now, it would seem like it was probably because of you. Thank you. My fate might have been completely different if you were a step too late." Yang Yi nodded and said, "It's good that you're fine." She glanced at Yang Yi, and then she said, "I presume the sword master wouldn't take a liking to any of these treasures. Big brother, get the water soul." The water soul. The expressions of the other mermen and mermaid changed, and the merman who led the group even revealed anger on his face. "Qianlan, you?" The water soul was the ultimate treasure of the mermaid clan, but his younger sister had actually spoken of it in Yang Ye's presence. The woman called Qianlan said, "It isn't just our mermaid clan that owes young Master Yang a huge debt. Even all the other oceanic clans do as well. Even though the water soul is extremely precious, we can still condense another while our clan exists. Bring it here." As she finished speaking, her delicate voice became slightly stern. The merman hesitated for a long time. When he saw Qianlan suddenly seem slightly angry, he didn't dare hesitate any longer. He sighed softly, turned around, and vanished. Meanwhile, Qin Bufan suddenly said, "You're quite intelligent to use that water soul to gain a favor from this fellow. From today onward, no one would dare to bully the mermaid clan. In the end, your mermaid clan gained more out of this exchange." The woman glanced at Qin Bufan and said, "The mermaid clan is weak, and there's nothing that can be done about that. Please excuse our weakness, young master." "That isn't necessary." Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "I keep every promise I make." The woman grinned and said, "The water soul is condensed from the tears of the patriarchs of my mermaid clan for generations, and it contains unimaginable energy. I noticed that young Master Yang is still at the Exalt realm, and the water soul would be able to help you break through into the monarch realm." Meanwhile, the merman returned, and he said, "Even an Exalt realm profounder with mediocre natural talent would be able to attain the monarch realm by consuming the water soul. With young Master Yang's natural talent and strength, you'll definitely obtain unexpected benefits when you consume it in the future." As he spoke, he passed over a fist-sized, translucent, and crystalline ball of water to Yang Yi. "It can help me break through into the monarch realm?" Yang Yi's voice carried a trace of surprise. "Of course," replied the merman. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "Then thank you." He put it away as he spoke. He was very clearly aware of the energy needed when breaking through into the monarch realm. Head utilized the blood essence of the divine beasts and the dragon ancestor to attempt his breakthrough that day. Yet now, he didn't have all of that. So, the water soul was definitely timely assistance to him. He'll get someone to deal with the matters related to the oceanic clans. Don't worry, Shed resolve it well. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi and Qin Bufan turned around and left. As she gazed at the spot Yang Yi vanished from, the mermaid called Qianlan seemed to be lost in thought, and then red lips parted slightly as she spoke softly. "The 9th pavilion of the 10 Nether Pavilions, Ice Maiden. Thanks you for this pleasure." Chapter 690. That woman isn't ordinary. Qin Bufan spoke abruptly after they left the hall. I sensed a trace of faint coldness coming from her. "My instincts tell me that she isn't a weakling." "Then why didn't you kill her?" asked Yang Yi. Qin Bufan replied, "Do I seem like I have nothing better to do?" Yang Yi said, "Right? Regardless of whether she's ordinary or not, it doesn't make much difference to us. The important matter at hand for us is to head to the hallowed grounds." Qin Bufan asked, "Actually, I still haven't figured out why you intend to head to the hallowed grounds. You're clearly not going there to kill, because how many can you kill even if you try? But if you aren't going to kill, then why?" "To get something and kill some people on the way," answered Yang Yi. The arc of light dispersed, and then Qin Bufan gave Yang Yi a thumbs up and said, "Even though it sounds like you're putting on airs a little, I still like it. Out of consideration for that, they'll definitely bury you if you are killed in the hallowed grounds. They'll bury you if you're killed as well. I can't die, haha." Yang Yi was speechless. Yang Yi wrote a letter and asked the mermaid clan to send it to Ding Xiaoyao. The incident here really stirred him up. He didn't look down upon any race. Conversely, he even had a good impression of some demon beasts from the demon race. However, he was very clearly aware that it was impossible for others to feel the same. The human race, demon race, devil race, and oceanic clans were very hostile against each other. Even though the human race's current strength had made the other three races submit before them, the slightest mistake would cause internal strife to arise in the continent. It was even to the extent that it might cause huge problems to arise within the human race as well. He wasn't skilled at dealing with such matters, but he believed that Ding Xiaoyao would be able to manage it well. As for the Ding clan's link to this incident, Head mentioned it as well. As for how the matter would be dealt with, Head left it to Ding Xiaoyao to decide. However, he believed that she wouldn't disappoint him. In next to no time, Yang Yi and Qin Bufan arrived before a circular platform on an island. The circular platform was over 60 m tall and 300 m wide, and there was a blue circle of light on it. Yang Yi recognized the blue circle of light. It was a teleportation formation. We'll immediately arrive at the hallowed grounds upon going up there. That's a world which is completely different from Profounder Continent. There is abundant spirit energy, numerous geniuses, and countless experts there. It's easy for us to head over there now, but it'll be very difficult for us to return. Because once they notice us, they'll definitely dispatch numerous experts to guard the exit," said Qin Bufan. Yang Yi replied, "What? You don't dare to head over now? Don't try to egg me on," Qin Bufan said. "I'm just trying to tell you about the situation we might face once we head over there." Yang Yi said, "If we stay on the continent, then we'll always be in a passive position, and only by heading to the hallowed grounds would we be able to turn the situation around. Moreover, those other defiant profounders are about to emerge. Don't you want to join the battle?" "It would definitely be a terrifying battle," said Qin Bufan. "You can't die, so what's so terrifying about it?" asked Yang Yi. Qin Bufan said, "You don't understand. Even though we can't die, we will grow weaker and fall into deep sleep. All those years ago, we were heavily injured to the point of falling into deep sleep, and that was why they were able to seal us. This time, I wonder how many of us will fall once more into deep sleep. Moreover, if we fall into deep sleep once more, we might be unable to wake up again." "Why?" asked Yang Yi. Qin Bufan answered, "This world is on the verge of destruction. If the world collapses, then its laws would fall into chaos. At that time, even our undying bodies would be useless. The reason those fellows from the outer heavens sealed us here and extracted the violet energy from this world was because they want this world to be destroyed. In that way, the world would take us down with it." "What a tragic fate," said Yang Yi. Qin Bufan grunted coldly and said, "Do you think your fate isn't tragic? All of you were locked in a prison at birth, and all of you might even die along with this prison." Yang Yi replied, "Right. All our fates are tragic. Countless experts of the past could have gone a step further and innumerable others wouldn't have had to die, but there's no violet energy left in this world, and the only other source of violet energy is being guarded by those fellows from the outer heavens." Yang Yi recalled Daoist Zue of the Sword Sect. Even though he felt that Daoist Zue's strength was nothing worth mentioning now, Daoist Zue had still died at the hands of the outer heavens. Besides Daoist Zue, there was Elder Mu and many others who should have had the chance to advance into the Saint Realm, but the outer heavens had caused them to have no choice but to watch helplessly as their lifespans slowly vanished. "Those fellows from the hallowed grounds and outer heavens deserve death," said Qin Bufan in a low voice. Yang Yi replied, "It's not they who deserve death. It's the weak who deserve death." As he spoke, Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and withdrew over a dozen extreme-grade energy stones before starting to absorb the energy within them. "What are you doing?" asked Qin Bufan. Yang Yi glanced at him. "Didn't you say that there's a half-saint on the other side? So, shouldn't we recover to our best states before heading over, or are we going to give our lives away?" Qin Bufan was stunned, and then he nodded and said, "That does make some sense." When he spoke up to this point, he sat down cross-legged, but a moment passed before he continued, "Hey, air, give me 2 of those rocks." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. "You don't even have energy stones?" "I forgot to seize some," Qin Bufan said. "Don't worry, it's just a few lousy stones. They'll seize a few hundred and give them to you in the future." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched again, and then he casually tossed over a few dozen energy stones to Qin Bufan while he said, "Remember, it's a few hundred. They'll look down on you if you don't keep your word." Qin Bufan was at a loss for words. For hours later, both of them had recovered to their peaks. "Let's go." Yang Yi's figure flashed onto the circular platform, and Qin Bufan arrived right after him. A ray of dazzling blue light suddenly erupted from the platform, and then both of them vanished on the spot. An unknown period of time passed before Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, and a ray of dazzling light shot towards him. Yang Yi couldn't help but frown, shake his head, and kept his eyes closed for another short moment before opening them. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically when he witnessed the scene before him. There were 5 gray-robed old men standing around him and Qin Bufan, and every single one of them was a half-saint. Besides that, there were almost 100 blue-robed middle-aged men standing around the 5 old men. All of them were Monarch Realm experts. It was an ambush. "We've been waiting for you." One of the old men spoke indifferently. Yang Yi said, "Qin Bufan, didn't you say that there's only one half-saint here?" Qin Bufan was stunned, and then he said, "Fuck, wasn't it only one?" Chapter 691. Yang Yi recognized the half-saint who led the group. It was Xian Ming who'd fled from the continent that day. Merely an instant passed before Yang Yi figured out what was going on. Since they knew that he was coming, it meant that there were members of the hallowed grounds on Profounder continent, and that person's strength was definitely not weak. "Who is it?" Yang Yi's brows knit together tightly because only a few knew that he was coming to the hallowed grounds, and practically all of them were people whom he trusted. "I thought that only you would be arriving. I never expected that Qin Bufan would actually be coming with you." "Perfect. We can deal with both of you at once." Xian Ming gestured with both his hands, and then an invisible spatial cage surrounded Yang Yi and Qin Bufan. The space around them became strong as steel, and even air couldn't flow within it. Meanwhile, the Monarch Realm experts behind Xian Ming's group advanced and formed a circle that completely sealed off Yang Yi and Qin Bufan's paths. Xian Ming was clearly aware of the strengths that Yang Yi and Qin Bufan possessed. They absolutely couldn't be compared to ordinary people. It was especially so when Yang Yi possessed the Stone of Suppression, because the slightest mistake might even cause all 5 of them, who were half-saints, to be unable to kill Yang Yi and Qin Bufan. So, the first thing they did wasn't to besiege Yang Yi and Qin Bufan, but to cut off their paths of retreat. They intend to set up a net and catch their prey. "I was young and too impulsive. I shouldn't have listened to a few words from someone with bad luck like you and came here." Qin Bufan glanced at the surroundings while light blue flames gradually appeared on his hands, and the profound energy within him surged like an ocean. "They'll leave the half-saints to you. Leave the Monarch Realm experts to me." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he sheathed the intense sword while his profound energy surged madly into the ancient sheath. "How shameless are you?" Qin Bufan cursed. "You're at the Monarch Realm while I'm only at the Exalt Realm. How could you ask me to face 5 half-saints?" asked Yang Yi. "Cut the crap, or both of us are going to be killed here." Qin Bufan continued, "We're definitely unable to fight them, so fleeing is our main objective." "Damn it. I'm really so fucking unlucky." I finally escaped after overcoming great difficulty, yet came right back in here because of a few words from you. Tell me the truth. Have you joined forces with the hallowed grounds to trick me? Cut the crap. Well, join forces and concentrate our attacks to black open one of these spatial walls. As he spoke, Yang Yes' intense sword suddenly left its sheath, and a beam of sword energy instantly smashed against one of the spatial walls around them. Qin Bufan wasn't any slower. Two rays of white light formed a cross that followed right behind Yang Yes' sword energy. Bang! The entire spatial wall trembled violently, but it was actually completely unharmed when the sword energy and white light dispersed. How much of your strength did you utilize just now? Asked Qin Bufan. 40%. The corners of Qin Bufan's lips twitched, and he said, Stop underestimating our enemy. There are 5 half-saints before you, and none of them attained their current strength through the help of external forces. Even a half-saint wouldn't be able to easily destroy a spatial wall that they created together. Stop playing around. How much strength did you use? Yang Yi replied with a question. Qin Bufan's face twitched, and then he said, I think it was 40% as well. I used 40% of my strength because I wasn't aware of their strength. But you knew yet still used just 40%. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, All right, I know you're being vigilant against me, and so am I. However, the situation before us is very clear. If we still continue being vigilant against each other, then we'll definitely lose our lives to them. Qin Bufan pondered deeply for a moment and said, I hope you were being sincere. If you dare to deceive me, then I'll even reincarnate 1,000,000 times just to take revenge on you. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Kill. Meanwhile, Xin Ming suddenly shouted. All 5 half-saints attacked in unison, and their energy formed 5 palms that passed through the spatial barriers and smashed down towards Yang Yi and Qin Bufan. Yang Yi's expression changed as he said, They can still attack even when these spatial walls are there? As he spoke, he swiftly drew his intense sword, and a beam of sword energy shot towards one of the palms. An enormous explosion resounded upon their collision, and the sword energy dispersed amidst resounding rumbling while the palm continued swiftly towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched while he flipped his right palm, and the Mage Force shield appeared before him. He pointed it towards the palm. Bang! The shield shook violently before it started to absorb the energy within the palm. Yang Yi was delighted by this while he spoke to himself, what a formidable shield. However, it wasn't long before 2 more palms struck against the shield. In an instant, the impact blasted both Yang Yi and the shield 300 m away. In the end, they crashed against the spatial wall. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at his right hand which was holding the Mage Force shield earlier. At this moment, his right hand had cracked apart while threads of blood were seeping out incessantly. Half-saints are actually that strong. Just a casual attack actually broke through my physical defenses. Yang Yi didn't dare underestimate them in the slightest any longer. Bang! Bang! Meanwhile, 2 explosions resounded from the side. Yang Yi looked over towards the source of the explosions and saw that Qin Bufan had actually forcefully blasted the last 2 palms apart. Yang Yi thought, looks like he's much stronger than I imagined. Qin Bufan had a solemn expression on his face as he said, Half-saints have obtained a thorough understanding of spatial energy, so these spatial walls are only capable of obstructing us, but it's impossible to obstruct them. Use the stone of suppression, or it'll be crippled while you'll die. Yang Yi nodded. He flipped his right palm, and the stone of suppression appeared in his grasp. The expressions of those half-saints changed when they saw the stone of suppression. After all, their cultivations had descended from the half-saint realm to the monarch realm, while the monarch realm experts behind them were exalt realm experts now. The stone of suppression. Xin Ming revealed an unsightly expression. After all of them had almost suffered severe punishment for losing the stone of suppression during their trip to Profounder Continent. If the defiant Profounders weren't about to escape from the seal and the hallowed grounds needed half-saints, they would have probably been sentenced to death. Yang Yi's profound energy surged madly into the ancient sheath as he said, The stone of suppression exhausts too much profound energy. I won't be able to hold on for too long. Let's join forces and attack the spatial barrier in front of us. If you dare to hold back again, then I'll definitely give you my final attack. Let's do it. Qin Bufan roared furiously as he flashed into the air, and then he swiftly slapped his palms forward. Sky Crusher. As soon as he spoke, a ball of green flames flashed out from his palms. The spatial walls immediately trembled violently, and then they started to ripple. Crush. Qin Bufan roared furiously. The green flames transformed into a green flame dragon that smashed forcefully against the spatial wall. Oem! A sword howl shot into the sky, and then a ray of violet sword energy appeared behind the green flame dragon. This time, Yang Yi didn't dare hold back as well, and his attack consisted of 7 overlapped heaven rends and the 3 rodstage of the critical strike technique. The formidable energy contained within the sword energy caused cracks to appear on the spatial walls before it even arrived before that spatial wall. Attack. Xian Ming and the others would naturally not just watch as Yang Yi and Qin Bufan attacked the spatial wall. The 5 of them immediately attacked. Even though their cultivations had been suppressed to the monarch realm, their mastery of space and their techniques was still at the level of a half-saint. So, 5 palms which were formed from energy had smashed against the green flames and sword energy before they could even come into contact with the spatial wall. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded. The sword energy and green flames were dispersed, and a palm tore through the air as it smashed down towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while he held the Mage Force shield in front of him. The shield trembled violently on impact, and then the palm's energy was completely absorbed by it. Strengthen the spatial walls. Xian Ming's voice resounded once more, and then the cracks which had been created on the spatial walls instantly vanished. Yang Yi and Qin Bufan's faces turned grim. Kill. Along with this order from Xian Ming, all 5 of them attacked once more. This time, they utilized their respective techniques. Every single one of them was different, but they were all extremely formidable techniques, and they smashed down towards Yang Yi and Qin Bufan. Yang Yi and Qin Bufan immediately fell into a disadvantaged state when facing 5 half-saints. However, to the surprise of the Hallowed Grounds experts, while they'd fallen into a disadvantaged state, both Yang Yi and Qin Bufan were still able to persist. Moreover, even though they were both injured, they were still able to hold on. After all, it was the joint forces of 5 half-saints. Even though they were just at the monarch realm now, they were still half-saints. But what about Yang Yi and Qin Bufan? One of them was at the monarch realm while the other was even weaker. He was only an exalt realm profounder. In short, while the 2 of them were enemies of the Hallowed Grounds, the experts in the surroundings had no choice but to admit that they were very monstrous. Especially Yang Yi. Some of the experts from the Hallowed Grounds even aroused detest towards Jian Kuang and the others. After all, if the Hallowed Grounds hadn't dispatched people who were too haughty, then the Hallowed Grounds might have been able to recruit a genius like Yang Yi. At that time, the Hallowed Grounds wouldn't just avoid facing another existence like the Sword Sect's founding ancestor, it would possess an extraordinary genius who could compare to the Sword Sect's founding ancestor in the future. In short, a single mistake had caused irreconcilable enmity to form between the Hallowed Grounds and Yang Yi. So unless the Hallowed Grounds was willing to abandon its pride and take the initiative to seek reconciliation with Yang Yi. However, that was clearly impossible, especially now that the Southern Territory had actually joined forces with the defiant Profounders. So, Yang Yi had to die. Qin Bufan smashed one of their attacks into pieces as he gazed at Yang Yi. Hey, we'll be exhausted to death if this continues. Didn't you escape from 10 half-saints that day? Quickly utilize your trump card. My profound energy is on the verge of being exhausted by the stone of suppression. You won't have another chance if you don't use it now. Yang Yi swung his intense sword without stopping for a moment, and ray after ray of violet light flashed from it and collided with all sorts of attacks that descended towards him. I took them by surprise that day. It's not the same when they came prepared. Qin Bufan spoke angrily. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Do I really have no other choice but to utilize intent ignition and temporarily attain the monarch realm? Chapter 692. If he utilized intent ignition and attained the monarch realm, then his overall strength would be greatly improved. At that time, he would be in the same realm of cultivation as these half-saints, and his chances of escaping would be much greater. However, the side effects of using it were, both his sword intent and cultivation would decline. At that time, it would be impossible to know how long more it would take for him to attain the monarch realm for real. But if he didn't do that, then how would he escape the encirclement of these 5 half-saints and over 100 monarch realm experts? Yang Yi suffered a dilemma. In next to no time, Yang Yi stopped hesitating because the situation was growing worse. Right when he was about to ignite his sword intent, Qin Bufan suddenly said, "Hey, why are we being such idiots and clashing head-on against them by attacking the spatial walls?" Yang Yi was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. Right? Both of them exchanged glances, and then they suddenly joined forces and launched their strongest attacks against the ground. Sky Crusher, Heaven Rend. As soon as their voices resounded, a ball of blue flames and a ray of sword energy blasted against the ground. Even though there was a spatial wall on the ground was close to them, and Xin Ming's group weren't able to stop them in time. Bang! A bottomless hole exploded open on the ground. Both of them didn't hesitate at all to leap down into the hole. In the beginning, the others could still hear some explosions resounding, but it wasn't long before no more sounds could be heard. Xin Ming and the others were stunned on the spot. They just fled like that right under our noses? 5 half-saints and 100 monarch realm experts weren't even able to kill a monarch realm and exalt realm profounder? All of their expressions grew unsightly to the extreme when they thought up to this point. Pursue them. Xin Ming didn't hesitate at all to charge into the hole. One of you stay behind and report this to the hallowed halls. The rest of you pursue them from above ground. Don't fight them if you find them. Use your transmission talismans to notify the rest of us instead. One of the half-saints spoke these words before he entered the hold with the other half-saints. The monarch realm experts who remained on the ground immediately transformed into rays of light that flashed towards the surroundings. Beneath the ground, Yang Yi and Qin Bufan attacked the ground madly as they fled deeper beneath the ground. Both of them were very clearly aware that they would immediately face a hopeless situation if those half-saints were able to catch up. Even though they were very confident, they weren't confident to the point of fighting 5 half-saints, especially when all 5 of these half-saints had attained such cultivations on their own without relying on any external forces. "Hey, why don't we split up?" Qin Bufan spoke abruptly. Yang Yi waved his sword swiftly as he said, "Are you sure? You'll have the benefit of the Stone of Suppression if you stay with me, and we would still be able to fight them. But if we split up, then you'll be finished once they catch up to you. We can split them up if we split up. In that way, we'll have a better chance at escaping," said Qin Bufan. Yang Yi glanced at him, and then he said, "Good luck." "Good luck." Qin Bufan's figure swiftly turned around and started blasting open a hole on the right. In next to no time, a passageway opened up on Yang Ye's right, and it wasn't long before Qin Bufan vanished from Yang Ye's field of vision. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, issued a command in his heart, and then 100 swords appeared before him. They immediately transformed into rays of light that madly attacked the ground before him. Bang! Around 15 minutes passed before the entire ground trembled violently, and Yang Yi faintly heard an explosion resound from far away on the right. His heart shook as he knew that Qin Bufan had definitely encountered a half-saint there. Qin Bufan was able to escape 10 half-saints that day, so I presume he'll definitely be able to escape this time. I have to be extremely careful. It'll be really bad if I'm pinned down by a half-saint. Yang Yi flipped his left hand and withdrew a few dozen extreme-grade energy stones, and he placed them in his pocket. After that, he absorbed the energy within them while he continued blasting open a path. Around 15 minutes passed again before Yang Ye's expression suddenly changed because a beam of light was surging towards him. Yang Yi stopped moving, and then he swiftly drew his intense sword, causing a beam of violet sword energy to slash forcefully against the beam of light. Bang! Both of them exploded apart, and the powerful aftershock from the collision caused the ground and the surroundings to collapse incessantly. Yang Yi seized this opportunity to turn around and transform into a ray of light that shot away at full speed. Yang Yi, you can't escape us. A furious roar resounded from behind him. Yang Yi was able to recognize it as Xian Ming's voice. Moreover, he even sensed that two more people were behind Xian Ming. In other words, there were at least 3 half-saints pursuing him. That fucking dog really thinks highly of me, huh? Yang Yi cursed in his heart. He knew that the reason Xian Ming was chasing him was probably closely related to the incident on the continent. At that time, Xian Kong had died from a surprise attack that had launched, and it was obvious that Xian Ming had a very good relationship with Xian Kong. Moreover, he has the Stone of Suppression in his possession, so it would truly be weird if Xian Ming didn't target him. Yang Yi's cultivation was lower than the 3 of them, so his speed was naturally much more inferior. Only a short period passed before they were just over 100 m away from him. Yang Yi's brows couldn't help but knit together when he noticed that they were getting closed, and he thought, they'll definitely catch up if this continues. This won't do. I have to think of a way out. Yang Yi, hand over the Stone of Suppression and it'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, it'll make living worse than death for you. Xian Ming's ferocious voice resounded from behind him. Xian Ming hated Yang Yi to the bone. After all, his senior brother, Xian Kong, could have avoided death that day, but it was Yang Yi who'd launched that surprise attack which caused Xian Kong's death. Moreover, it was also Yang Yi's fault that they'd lost the Stone of Suppression. So, when compared with Qin Bufan, he had a greater desire to kill Yang Yi. Moreover, the ambush against Yang Yi was an order from the hallowed grounds as well, so he couldn't fail no matter what. If he did, then he would definitely be punished this time. Yang Yi paid no attention to Xian Ming. His brows were knit tightly together. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as head thought of a possibility. The primordial pagoda. Even though it was dangerous to hide within it, the precondition to that was that his enemies knew the primordial pagoda was there and attacked it. But what if they weren't able to notice it? He didn't have the time to hesitate and give it more thought because he was in a hopeless situation. He decided that he had to give it a try. Once he made up his mind, Yang Yi stopped fleeing in a straight line, and he started to make twists and turns. In next to no time, Yang Yi's figure vanished from their fields of vision. It wasn't long before Xian Ming's group stopped, because there was no path in front of them, but Yang Yi had vanished. Where did he go? One of the half-saints frowned. Could he have merged with the ground? As he spoke, that half-saint who just spoke smashed his fist forward, and a huge hole instantly appeared on the rock wall in front of him. However, Yang Yi was nowhere to be found. He's definitely still here. Xian Ming spoke in a low voice. Right at this moment, their expressions changed drastically because an invisible and powerful pressure suddenly descended upon them. Chapter 693. As soon as Xian Ming spoke, Yang Yi became very clearly aware that he would definitely die if he didn't stop hiding. So, he attacked decisively. Had intended to attack Xian Ming. Unfortunately, there was another half-saint standing between him and Xian Ming. So, he had no other choice but to attack that half-saint who was closest to him. They were half-saints, so Yang Yi didn't hold back at all. He first utilized the Stone of Suppression to suppress them to the Monarch realm, and then he utilized the Sword Domain and Sword Intent to suppress them further. After that, 7 overlapped Heaven Rends that were enhanced by the 3 Rod Stage of Critical Strike and the 1 stage of Light Speed shot forward. At this moment, Yang Yi had utilized all his trump cards and hadn't held back at all. The 3 of them had instantly noticed him when he suddenly appeared there, and the hairs of that half-saint who stood before Yang Yi had instantly stood on end. Head just started to turn around. But 2 types of invisible pressure smashed down upon him like 2 mountains, and it caused his movement to slow down. It was exactly within this instant that his neck suddenly felt cold. After that, his figure stiffened on the spot before strands of blood instantly dyed his neck red. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. However, all the emotions in his eyes were frozen. A half-saint perished just like that. How dare you? In an instant, Xian Ming and the other half-saint had reacted, and their hearts were filled with shock and rage when they sensed that their companion was dead. They immediately attacked Yang Yi. Yang Yi had immediately executed Horizon Wrap and shot towards the distance once his surprise attack succeeded, but he was still a little too slow, and two energy palms had arrived behind him. Fortunately, had expected this and placed the Mage Force shield behind him. However, it was a simultaneous attack from two half-saints, and it was at such a short distance, so even the Mage Force shield couldn't stop it. Bang! Bang! The two palms practically instantly collided with the Mage Force shield, and the powerful impact caused it to smash against Yang Yi's back. Yang Yi felt like he was struck by a mountain, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. However, the impact of their attack caused his speed to instantly multiply as well. In just an instant, Yang Yi vanished from their fields of vision, but there was a string of blood on the ground that continued on until the end of their fields of vision. Can he be saved? Xianming spoke in a low voice. The old man by Xianming's side shook his head and said, "His neck has been severed, and tuned level heaven rank sword intent is raging about and destroying the vitality within him. How ruthless of that kid." His voice was filled with shock and rage. He was shocked that Yang Yi was actually able to kill one of them while the three of them had joined forces, and he was furious because three dignified half-saints had actually lost one of their companions at the hands of an ant at the Exalt realm. It was a humiliation. "He's quite mysterious." Xianming spoke furiously. "He was hiding behind us, yet we didn't notice at all. If he wasn't too close to Third Brother and took us by surprise, then it would be impossible for him to kill Third Brother even if he had the Stone of Suppression and the Sword Domain." Xianming, does our hallowed grounds possess such a movement technique that can even deceive half-saints? The old man gazed at Xianming as he asked in a low voice. Xianming fell silent for a long time before he shook his head and said, "Even Nether Maiden isn't able to conceal her aura completely. Moreover, he disappeared into thin air just now, and then his right hand suddenly appeared out of thin air as well. I suspect that it isn't a movement technique at all. As for what it really is, even I don't know the answer. In short, he's extremely mysterious, and we have to be careful. He's injured, and his strength has definitely declined greatly. So, his speed is definitely much slower than before. Let's pursue him immediately so he doesn't have the chance to recover." As soon as Xianming's voice resounded, both of them had vanished on the spot. At this moment, Yang Yi was in quite a terrible state. His draconified back had completely cracked apart, and blood covered his entire back. Moreover, utilizing Heaven Rend, the Sword Domain, Critical Strike, Light Speed, and the Stone of Suppression just now had caused his profound energy to instantly fall to rock bottom. In short, he was suffering from both internal and external injuries while two half-saints were chasing after him. The situation was very bad. At this moment, he didn't dare to utilize techniques which wasted his profound energy in order to open up a path. Now, he was only relying on his physical strength. After around half an hour passed, the two half-saints behind him grew closer and closer, and Yang Yi's brows were knit even more tightly together. At the same time, Yang Yi felt the temperature around him growing. It wasn't long before Yang Yi thought of a possibility. "I'm at least 30 kilometers beneath the ground, and the temperature is growing higher. In other words, there might be lava ahead. I have the Nether Ghost Flame with me, so I don't have to fear it at all. I just have to enter the lava and I can open up a path without wasting any profound energy. Moreover, the natural barrier created by the lava might help me shake them off." Yang Yi didn't hesitate to utilize the last remaining profound energy in his body to suddenly speed up. Around 10 minutes later, the temperature was still growing higher to the point that even his body felt quite hot. However, he didn't stop and even started moving faster. "Yang Yi, die!" Right at this moment, Xianming's furious roar resounded from behind him, and then a translucent and crystalline energy palm left a string of afterimages behind it as it smashed against the Mage Force shield which he carried on his back. Bang! An enormous bang resounded as Yang Yi and the shield were blasted flying while the gap between them was lengthened a little. However, it was something Yang Yi gained by suffering another injury. After the Mage Force shield finished absorbing the energy from the palm, Yang Yi suddenly stopped moving, and it only took less than 2 breaths of time for Xianming and the other half-saint to appear within his field of vision. "Have a taste of mine as well." Yang Yi wiped off the blood that was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and then he slapped the Mage Force shield. In an instant, a dark blue beam of light suddenly erupted from it, and it merely took an instant for the beam of light to arrive before Xian Ming and the other half-saint. The Mage Force shield had absorbed the attacks of many half-saints just now. So, the might of the dark blue beam of light was extremely formidable, and the pressure from the energy within it instantly caused the earth in the surroundings to collapse. If they were ordinary people, then it would definitely be impossible for them to survive when such an underground tunnel collapsed. However, Yang Yi, Xian Ming, and the other half-saint weren't ordinary at all. The collapsing dirt wasn't able to harm them at all. Xian Ming's expression changed slightly when he saw the dark blue beam that erupted from the Mage Force shield. He hadn't imagined that the shield could actually launch such a terrifying attack, because it wasn't inferior to the attack of an ordinary half-saint. Xian Ming and the other half-saint didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest, and they slapped their palms forward in unison. The beam of energy was instantly slapped apart and dispersed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had vanished from their fields of vision. Let's go. They didn't stop at all, and they transformed into rays of light that vanished on the spot. Yang Yi stopped moving because he sensed that he might arrive in that area filled with lava once he pierced through the earth wall before him. It was hot, very hot. The temperature here even caused his body to feel quite uncomfortable. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to flip his left palm, and the nether ghost flame appeared before him and instantly enveloped him. After that, he flicked his wrist slightly, and a strand of sword chi shot forward and blasted open the earth wall in front of him. Bang! A wave of heat assaulted his face before lava surged towards him like a torrent. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. If he had a choice, he would absolutely not jump into the lava, but he had no other choice now. He swiftly stomped the ground with his right foot, and he transformed into a ball of flame that shot towards the lava, and it wasn't long before he was submerged beneath it. Yang Yi had just charged into the lava when Xian Ming and the other half-saint appeared where Yang Yi stood just moments ago. At this moment, both of them had golden energy barriers around them, and the lava wasn't able to harm them at all. Why is there lava here? Xian Ming frowned as he gazed at the lava, and his voice carried a rare trace of solemnness. We're probably 100 kilometers beneath the ground right now. The old man by his side spoke in a deep voice. Xian Ming's eyelids twitched as he said, "You're saying that we've arrived at the Fire Spirit Clan? There weren't just humans in the hallowed grounds, and there were demon beasts and various other beings which didn't exist on Profounder Continent. Of course, all of them had moved from Profounder Continent to the hallowed grounds all those years ago, and it was naturally for the sake of suppressing the defiant Profounders. It could be said that these clans and races were allies of the hallowed grounds. However, they only acted as allies when the defiant Profounders emerged from the seal. At any other ordinary time, these clans and races were extremely hostile towards the human race. It was none other than because humans were inherently greedy and loved to scheme against each other. So in the opinion of some races, associating with humans was even more terrifying than associating with demon beasts. Because those humans might be your friend today, but they might stab you in the back tomorrow. So, besides a few races, most of the others usually prohibited their people from having any contact with humans, and they forbade humans from entering their territory. The Fire Spirit race was one of these races that were extremely hostile to the human race. If we rashly enter the Fire Spirit race's territory, then it'll probably cause a huge amount of trouble. You should be aware that the Fire Spirit races has many stubborn old fellows who are extremely hostile to us humans. We'll definitely be at a disadvantage if we fight in their territory. Yang Yi will definitely die if he's noticed within the Fire Spirit race's territory. The old man by Xian Ming's side spoke in a low voice. Xian Ming stood silently on the spot for a while before he said, "No, the stone of suppression can't fall into the hands of the Fire Spirit race. Moreover, Yang Yi is quite capable. The Fire Spirit race might not be able to kill him. It'll definitely be a huge problem for us if he's able to flee successfully. Besides that, we'll definitely suffer extremely severe punishments." The old man by Xian Ming's side spoke with shock. "You intend to trespass into their territory? Yang Yi is heavily injured right now. If we don't kill him now, then even we will be helpless against him if he's able to advance into the monarch realm. We can't let such an opportunity slip by. As for the fire spirit race, I refuse to believe that they'll dare to go against our hallowed grounds. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Ming's figure charged forward. The old man hesitated for an instant before he hurriedly followed behind Xian Ming. Chapter 694. Yang Yi, who was enveloped by the nether ghost flame, was completely red as he moved through the lava. It was like he was cooked, and it was an extremely shocking sight. At this moment, Yang Yi was in quite a bad state. The temperature rose incessantly as he moved deeper into the lava. At this point, he was on the verge of being unable to endure the high temperatures here, even with the nether ghost flame covering him. Fortunately, he had the nether ghost flame, and that was the only reason he had been able to hold on until now. Otherwise, he would have probably been unable to persist a long time ago, even if his body wasn't in a heavily injured state now. Besides the threat that came from the temperature of the lava, Yang Yi even sensed Xian Ming and the other half-saint had entered the lava. Moreover, they were swiftly closing the distance between him and them. Luckily, his aura and tracks wouldn't be left behind in the lava. So, had been able to constantly avoid them when they were about to catch up to him. However, Yang Yi's current state was growing progressively worse. At this moment, he felt like his internal organs were on the verge of bursting into flames, and both his neck and face started to become covered in boils before his skin started to fall off. The nether ghost flame was a natural treasure, and it was a type of flame as well. So, unless it was a natural treasure of even higher rank than it, other flames could only dream of devouring it. However, the nether ghost flame was merely able to protect itself right now, while Yang Yi was shocked. Why is the lava here so hot? Even my body, which is comparable to a half-saint's body, is actually unable to endure its temperature. I can't allow this to continue, or I'll be roasted alive even if Xian Ming doesn't catch me. It's impossible to head back. My only way out is to speed up and see if I can get through the lava. When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi stopped holding back in the slightest. He circulated the small amount of profound energy within him that had gathered through constantly absorbing extreme-grade energy stones, and his speed suddenly rose explosively. Around an hour passed. Yang Yi's situation was growing even worse. At this moment, his face and neck were densely covered in boils. It wasn't that he refused to draconify himself, but it exhausted too much profound energy, and he lacked profound energy the most right now. However, even draconification would merely be able to help him resist the heat for a while longer. But it wouldn't take long for even his dragon scales to be unable to resist the temperature here. Actually, besides the sword precursor, Yang Yi had also come to the hallowed grounds to train and temper himself. He had Elder Mu and Lu Yin to protect him on the continent. Even though that would allow him to do as he pleased and no one could harm him, he was very clearly aware that it would do more harm than good. After all, it was impossible to foster an expert in favorable conditions. Only by tempering oneself through life and death could one grow stronger. No matter how strong Elder Mu and Lu Yin were, it wasn't his own strength. His true strength was merely at the Exalt realm. Even though he could surmount his realm of cultivation to kill Monarch realm experts and even exchange a few blows with half-saints, he was still an Exalt realm profounder in the end. He wasn't a match for a half-saint at all if he didn't utilize external sources of strength. A very long time ago, Head realized that he could only rely on himself. So, Head traveled to the hallowed grounds, but he hadn't imagined that he would face such a hopeless situation upon arriving here. Persistence. Yang Yi was relying on his persistence right now, because his mind was starting to become blurry from the heart. As for the burning pain from his body, Head completely disregarded it. Xian Ming and the other half-saint were in a much better state when compared to Yang Yi. They were both half-saints, and the lava was utterly incapable of being a threat to them. At the very most, it was only slightly troublesome to them. The reason they still hadn't caught up to Yang Yi wasn't because their speed was inferior to his. It was because Yang Yi didn't emanate even a trace of his aura. In other words, Xian Ming and the other half-saint weren't able to search for him with their divine senses. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi was moving randomly through the lava, They still hadn't been able to catch up to him until now. Suddenly, the lava around them stopped moving as it had been frozen. Their expressions changed, and their profound energy instantly surged while they revealed vigilant expressions. 3 figures that were covered in flames appeared before Xian Ming and the other half-saint. Their expressions changed because it was 3 half-saints. The flaming figure in the lead held a ball of flames in his hand as he shouted furiously, "Human half-saints, don't you know the rules of my fire spirit race? Are you looking for death by trespassing into our territory?" Xian Ming and the other half-saint's expression changed slightly while a cold glow flashed through their eyes. However, they didn't flare up and forcefully restrain themselves. "I presume you're an elder of the fire spirit race, right?" That flaming figure spoke furiously. "Imchihua, human half-saint, cut the crap and answer me. Otherwise, both of you can dream of leaving." Xian Ming forcefully restrained the flames of rage within him and said, "We have no intention to offend the fire spirit race. The reason we've entered your territory is because we're pursuing a human who has colluded with the defiant profounders. He has entered the fire spirit race's territory, so we followed him in. I hope Elder Qi can make a compromise. We'll leave immediately once we've captured him." Colluding with the defiant profounders? Qihua's voice carried a trace of solemnness and rage. After all, colluding with the defiant profounders was undoubtedly like betraying all the clans and races in the hallowed grounds. If such a person had really fled into their territory, then the fire spirit race had to lend a hand no matter what. Xian Ming was delighted when he heard Qihua, because Yang Yi would definitely have no chance to survive if the fire spirit race helped them. Qihua raised his right hand, and then the ball of fire revolved swiftly while threads of flames swept out like a net. A short while passed before the threads returned to the ball of fire on his palm. He said in a low voice, "I wasn't able to find that fellow's tracks. Damn it. Such a formidable half-saint from your human race actually colluded with the defiant profounders." If even he was unable to locate someone in this world of lava, then there was only a single explanation. That person's strength far surpassed his own. At the very least, that's what he thought. Xian Ming's expression grew slightly strange. He hesitated for a short while before he said, "Elder Qi, it isn't a half-saint, but a 9th-rank Exalt Realm Profounder." Xian Ming felt his face burn with shame once he finished speaking. Chu Hua was stunned, and then he said, "An Exalt Realm Profounder? Human, are you trying to play tricks on me?" "He really is an Exalt Realm Profounder, but he's slightly special," Xian Ming explained. "Special? Special my ass." Chu Hua suddenly roared furiously. An Exalt Realm Profounder was actually able to escape the joint forces of 2 half-saints like you, and was even able to enter the core territory of my fire spirit race? Human, do you think we're idiots? Xian Ming was at a loss for words. It seems like they'd come to our territory with some ulterior motives. One of the other flaming figures by Qihua's side spoke in a low voice. The ball of flames on Qihua's palm started revolving swiftly as he said, "Human, out of consideration that the defiant profounders are about to emerge, just get the fuck out of our territory. We'll be magnanimous and not make a fuss about it. Otherwise, it'll burn you to ashes today." Xian Ming and the other half-saints' expressions became unsightly to the extreme. Chapter 695. Xian Ming's eyes were filled with rage. After all, when had members of the hallowed halls suffered such humiliation? However, he knew that they didn't have even the slightest chance of winning if they fought here. Moreover, once they caused conflict between the hallowed halls and the fire spirit race, then the consequences weren't something that a guardian of the hallowed halls like him could bear. When he thought up to this point, Xian Ming spoke in a low voice, "Qihua, even though that fellow, Yang Yi, is merely an Exalt Realm Profounder, his strength far surpasses the Exalt Realm. If you allow him to stay in your territory, then your fire spirit race will definitely suffer the consequences in the future." "Fuck you." Qihua roared furiously and said, "An Exalt Realm Profounder can threaten my fire spirit race? Is there something wrong with you in the head? It looks to me like you have ill intent towards my fire spirit race. I'll give you one last chance. Fuck off right now, or he'll even incinerate your ashes into nothingness." Xian Ming felt suffocated, and he was almost angered to the point his internal organs exploded apart. "You'll regret this." Xian Ming glanced coldly at them, and then he turned around and vanished with the other old man. After Xian Ming left, an old man by Qihua's side spoke in a low voice. "Qihua, I think that it's best for us to send some of our forces to stand on guard. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know if those humans trespass into our territory." Qihua spoke coldly. "The humans have been acting more and more arrogantly lately. Moreover, more and more humans have been sneaking into the lava here in order to obtain the fire crystals of our fire spirit race. Looks like we were too kind in the past. From today onward, there's no need to drive away any human who tries to steal our fire crystals. Just kill them. We should have done that from the beginning." The old man by Qihua's side spoke with agreement. At this moment, Yang Yi felt extremely dizzy, and his mind was extremely heavy as if it was filled with lead. Besides that, the skin on his body and face had started to drop off, causing him to seem as if he was made of blood. It was an extremely terrifying and hideous sight. If it was any other ordinary person, even if that person's body could persist, the mind wouldn't be able to, because the blazing temperatures here were truly too terrifying. Now, he was merely relying on his willpower. His willpower allowed him to walk forward instinctively. Yes, he wasn't flying forward any longer, and he was just walking. Time passed before Yang Yi's body finally collapsed. Not long after Head just collapsed, a woman suddenly walked over from afar through the lava. The woman was around the age of 20. She had slanted and sharp brows, apricot eyes, and skin that was white as jade. She wore fiery red leather armor that wrapped tightly around her fine figure, and it vividly displayed her curves, causing her to seem truly hot. Besides that, she was holding a pair of red iron hammers that really didn't match her figure. The hammers were like the size of an adult's head, yet they were held in her fine and delicate hands. It was simply quite a strange scene. The woman walked over to Yang Yi, and her brows raised when she saw the nether ghost flame that covered him. She said, "A natural treasure?" As she spoke, her gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and they instantly knit together slightly. The Exalt realm? Just like that, she stood on the spot and gazed silently at Yang Yi for a short while. Hesitance flashed through her eyes for a long time before she finally said, "Never mind, you'll do." She waved her right hand as she spoke, and the nether ghost flame instantly transformed into a small ball of flames that flew into her grasp. It tried to resist in the beginning, but she somehow made it fall silent in next to no time. Even though she had taken the nether ghost flame, Yang Yi was still fine because the lava had actually flowed around Yang Yi for some unknown reason, and the space around him was completely devoid of lava. After she put the nether ghost flame away, her gaze descended onto Yang Yi's spatial ring, and she didn't hesitate to gesture with her right hand. The spatial ring instantly flew off Yang Yi's finger and fell onto her outstretched palm. She took a glance at it and frowned. What a poor fellow. All he has is this lousy trash. Looks like he was a lucky bastard to even obtain that natural treasure. As she spoke, her gaze suddenly descended onto the ancient sheath in Yang Yi's left hand, and a wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes. She stretched out her hand and gestured, and it flew into her grasp. She sized it up for a moment, yet the surprise within her eyes didn't fade but grew stronger instead. She said, "It looks quite good, but why doesn't it have a sword? Forget it." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "All of these are mine now. I'll treat them as my dowry. I'll count to 3 now. If you don't object, then I'll consider it as your approval. 1, 2, 3. She revealed a smile. "All right, you don't object. I'll take it as you've agreed. Right, I'm Xiao Man, and you'll be my husband from now on." The woman carried Yang Yi with her as she vanished on the spot. An unknown amount of time passed before Yang Yi recovered consciousness, and he heard some voices. "Xiao Man, this is the man you found? Why is he only at the Exalt realm? Moreover, he seems to be on the verge of death. It's obvious that his body isn't up to the task. Xiao Man, you have to be more careful when you look for a man, or the happiness you should enjoy for the rest of your life will cease to exist." "Exactly. Even though our fire spirit race lacks males, you can't ill-treat yourself. Look, his figure is so thin, and his strength is so weak. Not to mention giving you happiness. Even giving Elder Chi Hua a grandchild might be a huge problem. Xiaoman, even though Big Sister's strength is inferior to you, even 10 of you can't compare to my ability in finding men. Not to mention the men I was with in the past. Just look at my current man. Look at his body and appearance. TSK. Moreover, he's already a Monarch Realm expert at such a young age. He might even be able to rise into the top 10 of the Hallowed rankings if he entered the Hallowed halls. Bang! Yang Yi heard something heavy smashed against the ground, and then the voice of a woman resounded by his ears. Is your body getting itchy? Do you need me to fucking hammer it a little? As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Yi didn't hear another sound. Meanwhile, exhaustion assaulted his mind, and Yang Yi fell unconscious. A few days later, Yang Yi's mind finally became much clearer. Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, and had just done so when a voice came from his side. You're awake? Yang Yi looked over towards the source of the voice and saw a woman seated by the side of his bed, and a pair of enormous red hammers were by her side. Obviously, Shed saved him. Yang Yi had just intended to stand up, but tearing pain instantly assaulted his entire body, causing him to be unable to help but gasp. Meanwhile, a pair of fair hands pressed down on his chest, and the woman frowned. Your injuries are very severe. Not only are your internal organs damaged, the vitality of the external area of your body was almost completely destroyed. It's best that you don't move for now, or even a saint won't be able to save you. Yang Yi hurriedly inspected his body when he heard her, and he noticed that it was just as Shed said. His internal organs were severely damaged, and his body seemed as if it had shed its skin. Just touching any part of his body felt like blades cutting through him. You came for fire crystals? Meanwhile, the woman spoke abruptly. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. Fire crystals? What's that? She glanced at him and noticed that he didn't seem to be feigning ignorance, so she said, Since you didn't come for fire crystals, then what were you doing in the territory of my fire spirit race? Fire spirit race? Yang Yi frowned and said, What sort of race is that? She stretched out her hand and tapped his forehead as she said, Could your brain have been damaged from the heat? Yang Yi was speechless. A short while passed before the woman explained, and Yang Yi finally understood where he was. Presently, he was over 100 kilometers beneath the surface. A race of beings lived underground here, and it was the fire spirit race. To put it simply, it was an underground world. As for the lava, it was a barrier that the fire spirit race used to stop other races from trespassing. The world of the fire spirit race resided behind the barrier, and it was actually not much different from the world outside. The woman suddenly said, Don't think too much about it. Just stay here from now on. I won't treat you badly. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, Thank you for saving my life. I, Yang, will definitely repay this kindness one day. As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment before he said, Miss, did you see my spirit treasure and an ancient sheath? After his mind fully cleared up, he noticed that the nether ghost flame, the ancient sheath, and his spatial ring were gone. He didn't mind the spatial ring because all his true treasures were within the primordial pagoda. The most important was the ancient sheath because he couldn't lose it. It was the same for the nether ghost flame because it had been with him for so long. Even though it wasn't very useful to him anymore, it was still something that Elder Mu had given him. Yi Yang, she nodded and said, All those 3 things are with me. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. However, the next words she said caused his relief to be completely undone. They're mine now. Yang Yi was stunned and asked, Why? She replied, Because I'm going to marry you, so I'm taking them as my dowry. Of course, I won't treat you unjustly. I'll make that old geezer prepare betrothal gifts, and he'll give you the best treasures I have. In short, you won't lose anything. Marry me? Dowry? Yang Yi's eyes opened wide, and he wasn't able to wrap his head around this. The woman nodded and said, Our fire spirit race has an abundance of women, yet very few men. For the sake of preventing our extinction, our race decided to unite our race with other races. However, those other races have to marry into our fire spirit race. So, the women of our race frequently head up to the surface to capture men for ourselves. I was about to do the same, but I encountered you. So, you'll do just fine. Yang Yi was stunned for a short while before he laughed bitterly. Miss, I appreciate your kind intentions. Oh no. I mean, I have wives already.
So,
Suddenly, Yang Yi's voice stopped abruptly because the slightly quiet woman seated before him had suddenly flared up. She picked up one of her hammers and brought it just 3 centimeters away from Yang Yi, and the pressure from it caused the bed beneath him to instantly crack apart. So you intend to refuse me, right? Her voice was freezing cold. Chapter 696. You have no choice. She just spoke these words and left, leaving Yang Yi behind with an astounded expression on his face. A short while passed before Yang Yi shook his head. Even though her actions were quite strange, she didn't have any ill intent towards him. After all, Shed saved him. However, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry because he was being forced to get married to her. Had never imagined that something like this would happen to him. As for the nether ghost flame and ancient sheath, he wasn't completely against giving the nether ghost flame to her, but he was determined to take the ancient sheath back from her. Of course, recuperating was more important to him right now. At this moment, there was quite a bit of violet profound energy within him, and he slowly urged them to flow through his meridians. The recuperative powers of the violet profound energy allowed his injuries to gradually recover. Based on this speed, it will take me 3 days at most to recover 50% of my strength. Only his strength was capable of making him feel safe while at an unknown place. So, the important matter at hand was to recover his strength and find a chance to leave the fire spirit race's territory. Even though he was saved by them, it was still part of the hallowed grounds. So, the situation would turn very bad if they found out about his true identity. The woman had frequently visited while he recuperated, and she gave him all sorts of healing treasures. Moreover, he gained a huge amount of information about the fire spirit race from his conversations with her. Her name was Xiaoman, and she was the granddaughter of an elder of the fire spirit race. Their race had very few males, and it could be considered to be at a ratio of 3 to 7. So, the fire spirit race had no choice but to make its women marry other races in order to protect their race from extinction. Of course, it didn't mean that the fire spirit race intended for their women to be married off. They wanted men of the other races to marry into their race instead. The status of these men was quite low, because, to a certain extent, they were only reproductive tools for the fire spirit race. Moreover, when a man from the outside joined the fire spirit race, that man couldn't leave the fire spirit race's territory without his wife's permission. As for those who intend to flee, such incidents had occurred in the past. But it wasn't long before at least 5 half-saints would pursue such a person. The warning in Xiaoman's tone was very obvious when she told Yang Yi about this. In the room, Yang Yi recuperated as he asked Xiaoman, "Why did you choose me?" Xiaoman withdrew a translucent spirit fruit and walked over to Yang Yi, and then she placed it before his mouth. Yang Yi had no choice but to eat it because she would force it down his throat if he refused. Xiaoman nodded with satisfaction when she saw him eating obediently, and she said, "Once women of the fire spirit race turn 18, it's time for them to get married. But When she spoke up to this point, she glanced at him and said, "I heard that you humans like gentle women, right?" Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment and said, "That's not necessarily the case. In any case, there's no need for you to change yourself for someone else. Just be who you want to be." Slap. Xiaoman suddenly patted him on the shoulder while a slight smile appeared on her face. "Even though your strength is quite weak, I think you're really not bad. Just stay here and marry me. Don't worry, even if you're weak, no one will dare to bully you while I'm here." Yang Yi was speechless. Xiaoman continued, "As for why I chose you, I don't know. In any case, I encountered you and felt that you weren't unpleasant to the eye. So I chose you." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "Miss Xiaoman, forcefully uniting 2 people will never bring happiness to anyone. Only if you love someone and be together with that person would you find true happiness. Understand?" Shed saved his life, and he intended to repay that debt. but had never thought of giving himself to her. Love? Xiaoman frowned and said, "What's that? Can I eat it?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She patted him on the shoulder and said, "In our race, women just have to take a liking to a man and drag him back here. Now, I think you're not bad. So, let's make do for now. Otherwise, that old geezer will definitely force me to find someone. As for everything else, just forget about it. In any case, it's pointless. After all, it's your fault for being so weak. I can smack you to the ground with a single strike." Yang Yi didn't know how to respond to her. Xiaoman paid no attention to his reaction. She pinched his body, and then a wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes as she said, "It's surprising that such a weak body actually possesses such a formidable recuperative power. ID thought that it would take another 15 days before you would be able to move freely. But it seems like you should be able to accomplish that in a day from now. All right, we'll be able to get married even earlier." Yang Yi watched helplessly as she carried her iron hammers and walked out of the room. He continued recuperating, but it wasn't long before he suddenly opened his eyes again. A woman walked into the room at the exact same moment. If Xiaoman was like a young green apple, then she was like a completely ripe peach. Her delicate body wasn't slim but curvaceous, extremely curvaceous. Her dressing was quite revealing as she was only wearing a very short leather top, and it merely covered the important parts on her chest. As for the other parts of her upper body, it was completely exposed. Coupled with the pair of watermelons she had, it seemed like they would explode out from the leather top at any moment. The woman's lower body was extremely exposed as well. She was merely wearing a sheer and transparent skirt. Beneath the skirt was a clearly visible piece of red cloth. The cloth was very small and short. Most importantly, it was quite transparent as well. So, if one looked carefully at that spot, one would be able to lay eyes upon a completely different scene. After she walked in, her gaze had instantly descended onto Yang Yi, and then she revealed an alluring smile before walking slowly towards him. The watermelons on her chest instantly started shaking as she started walking, and it was like they would break free of her leather top's restraints at any moment. As she walked slowly, her eyes glowed brilliantly while she revealed natural allure. Coupled with her mature and curvaceous body, it was sufficient to make any man go mad. However, Yang Yi merely took a glance at her before he withdrew his gaze. He possessed the enlightened sword heart, so he wouldn't be affected by any allure or charm if he didn't want to. A wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes when she noticed that she hadn't been able to charm him, but it wasn't long before the allure on her face grew even greater. She walked over to Yang Yi and sat where Xiaoman sat earlier. It was impossible to tell if she'd done it on purpose, but her legs were spread slightly apart, and Yang Yi would be able to lay eyes upon the scene between them if he raised his eyes and looked. Haha. The woman suddenly laughed coquettishly and said, "Young brother, you looked quite bad a few days ago. I never expected that your appearance would actually be not bad once you recovered. But I wonder how you were in that other aspect. Oh my, how embarrassing." Yang Yi's brows knit together because he felt a strange energy envelop him, and it actually caused him to feel quite restless. He realized that she was executing a technique of seduction. If it were in the past, he would have swung his sword a long time ago. However, he couldn't right now, because she was a monarch realm expert. As Xiaoman said, she could smack him to the ground with a single strike. The surprise in her eyes grew greater when she noticed that Yang Yi's eyes were still closed. She suddenly moved closer to him, and it caused a wave of fragrance to assault him. There's something wrong with this fragrance, because the restlessness that had forcefully suppressed had instantly appeared again. Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at her, and she was slightly stunned because she didn't see any lust in Yang Yi's eyes. His eyes were completely clear. The woman was stunned for a moment before she revealed a charming smile and said, "Young brother, you truly surprised big sister." As she spoke, she moved even closer to Yang Yi, and only less than a centimeter was left between them. Both of them could clearly sense each other's breathing. She gazed at him and spoke in a charming voice. "Xiaoman is a virgin without any experience. Such a woman can't make you happy. She isn't like me. I've experienced countless battles, so I guarantee that you'll never have to leave your bed again if I'm by your side. Don't you want to experience that? Suddenly, Yang Ye's right hand formed a claw that grabbed at her neck, but it wasn't long before a fair hand grabbed his hand. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly. His strength was only at 30% of what it was now, and both his internal and external injuries hadn't healed completely. So he wasn't a match for a Monarch Realm expert at all. Of course, he could choose to have that experience with her. But Yang Yi firmly believed that if he did make such a choice, then he would definitely die before he even realized it. After all, a beautiful woman was coming onto him for no reason. Yang Yi was no fool. He was very clearly aware that she was definitely here with an agenda. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to charm him since she entered the room. Even though Shed grabbed his hand, a wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes again, because Yang Ye's speed and strength was quite surprising her. After all, it was absolutely not something that an Exalt Realm Profounder could possess. Moreover, Yang Yi was still heavily injured right now. She glanced at Yang Yi, and then cracked a smile as she said, "Looks like I underestimated you a little. I presume you're not an ordinary person on the surface, but that's even better. Big Sister loves those people with extraordinary natural talent and strength. I hope you don't disappoint me in that aspect." Hee. As she spoke, her other hand pressed down upon his chest, and then it continued down before finally arriving between his legs. Author's note: I'm a pure guy. Chapter 697. Yang Yi wasn't a man with no desire, so he naturally reacted. But while his body reacted, his consciousness remained completely clear. The woman's smile and allure grew even greater when she noticed Yang Ye's reaction. However, while Yang Ye's heart remained tranquil, his expression had changed slightly. Meanwhile, the woman's face started blushing a little. She seemed like a blooming peach blossom. Moreover, her eyes were even filled with the glow of desire. The atmosphere here became quite unusual. Her hands moved faster and faster, and their breathing grew heavier and heavier. Fu Jingxian, you're courting death. Right at this moment, a furious shout suddenly resounded from outside, and then an enormous red hammer tore through the air and instantly arrived behind the woman. Her expression changed slightly, and the allure in her eyes instantly transformed into icy coldness. At the same time, her hand stopped moving. She turned around and stretched out her fair hand, and a pink silk ribbon shot forward like a bolt of lightning and collided with the hammer. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded, and then both the ribbon and the hammer were blasted backward. In next to no time, Xiaoman arrived within the room. The woman glanced at Xiaoman, and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. But it wasn't long before she cracked a smile and said, "So it's Xiaoman. Big Sister has no ill intent. I just wanted to see how long this man of yours is able to last." Hee. It isn't bad. He was actually able to persist for so long. He's much better than those other men of mine. Xiaoman, you're really quite blessed. Xiaoman tightened her grip on her hammers while killing intent surged through her eyes. On the other hand, the woman revealed vigilance in her eyes while her profound energy circulated within her. The atmosphere was quite tense. A short moment passed before Xiaoman suddenly took a deep breath, and she said, "Fu Jingxian, he's mine. You're not allowed to target him, or he'll definitely smash your head apart." Fu Jingxian laughed coldly and said, "Don't blame me if you can't keep him protected." Fu Jin Xian. Xiaoman stared fixedly at her and said, "He'll smash those melons of yours into pieces if you dare to say another fucking word." At this moment, Xiaoman's entire body surged with fiery red flames, and the hammers in her hands were even spinning swiftly. The corners of Fu Jingxian's mouth moved a little when she saw Xiaoman on the verge of going berserk, but she didn't dare say anything in the end. She just glanced coldly at Xiaoman, and then she took a glance at Yang Yi before turning around and leaving. Xiaoman finally calmed down a short while after Fu Jingxian left, and then she gazed at Yang Yi, who was still on the bed. You would be dead if I arrived a little later." "Why?" Yang Ye's voice was very calm. She replied, "She loves to wait until a man is at his happiest moment, and then..." When she spoke up to this point, she made a cutting motion with her hand and said, "And cut it off." Yang Yi couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. because if she really did that in his current state, then he wouldn't be able to resist at all. Yang Yi calmed himself before he asked, "There's no enmity between us, so why did she target me?" This was what puzzled him the most, because it was the first time that Head met her, and there was no enmity between them at all. However, she actually wanted to end his line. Xiaoman pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "She does that to every human man." Yang Yi didn't want to inquire further, and he immediately said, "I'll kill her." He didn't know why she hated humans, and he didn't want to know as well. All he knew was that Shed almost made him a eunuch. Xiaoman suddenly said, "She's my cousin's sister." Yang Yi was stunned, but it wasn't long before he said, "I'll still kill her." Xiaoman glanced at him before she said, "She's a pitiable person. She once went up to the surface with her husband and son to sightsee, but they encountered members of the human race. Those fellows killed her husband and son before her, and then humiliated her. Since that day, she has been living solely for the sake of revenge, and she killed every human she met since then. In the end, my grandfather was afraid that she would encounter an expert from the human race, so he forbade her from leaving our territory." Yang Yi fell silent. Xiaoman waved her hammers and said, "She's at the 5th rank of the monarch realm, and so am I. However, she can't defeat me, and I don't want to fight her, because she was very good to me in the past. Most importantly, you can't defeat her at all, and going to seek revenge is no different than giving your life away. So, just let it go, all right? In any case, you didn't lose anything, and I won't make a fuss about it." Yang Yi was very speechless. He could be said to be completely defeated by her strange thought process. "I'll take your silence as your agreement," said Xiaoman. Yang Yi fell silent for a while before he said, "What if she intends to act against me again?" Xiaoman patted him on the shoulder and spoke while putting on a heroic air. "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Yang Yi was speechless. Xiaoman continued, "However, you're still too weak, and I can't be by your side at all times to protect you. So, I've decided to provide you with guidance once you've recovered, and then I'll ask grandfather for a few thousand fire crystals to help you attain the monarch realm. Once you attain the monarch realm, then it wouldn't be that easy for Fu Jingxian to kill you." Yang Yi glanced at her when he heard this, and he said, "Miss Xiaoman, no matter what, I'll remember this kindness. If you say that I shouldn't kill Fu Jingxian, then I won't." Xiaoman suddenly walked over to him and slapped his shoulder forcefully. "What are you talking about? You'll be my man in the future. If I don't be nice to my own man, then should I be nice to other men? Moreover, as you humans say, that's like treating me like an outsider. I don't like it when you do that. So, don't say such things to me in the future, or I'll hammer you." Yang Yi laughed bitterly while he said to himself, "You'll probably really hammer me if you found out about my true identity." After all, while there was no enmity between him and the fire spirit race, the fire spirit race was allied with his enemy, the Hallowed Halls. So, if he were to enter into battle with the experts of the Hallowed Halls, then the fire spirit race would probably help the Hallowed Halls. He felt that it was a problem, because he didn't want to do anything which would hurt Xiaoman. Meanwhile, Xiaoman suddenly started to remove Yang Yi's clothes. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he spoke with shock. "What are you doing? You intend to complete the wedding night ceremony now? You can't be serious, right?" Xiaoman removed his clothes as she said, "You should be able to walk now. So, we'll get married tonight. Now, let me help you change. Don't be shy. I won't take advantage of you until we're married." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 698. It wasn't long before Yang Yi was stripped down to his last piece of clothing which covered his privates. Fortunately, Xiaoman didn't intend to pull that off as well, and it allowed him to heave a huge sigh of relief. It was the first time he'd been treated like this by a woman. A large red robe was placed over him, and then he left the room under Xiaoman's lead. Even though the fire spirit race lived beneath the ground, the air here was extremely clear, and it wasn't inferior to the surface at all. Moreover, the underground wasn't completely dark as Head imagined. For some unknown reason, it was extremely bright even if there was no sun here. It was like a form of daylight beneath the ground. The fire spirit race had a patriarch, and beneath the patriarch was its 10 elders. But the patriarch was cultivating behind closed doors all year long, so the elders managed the affairs of their race. Xiaoman's grandfather was one of the 10 elders, so her status in the race was extremely high. Hey, isn't that Xiaoman? Yang Yi and Xiaoman had just left the room when a beautiful and curvaceous woman had her arms wrapped around a man's arm as she walked over slowly. Yang Yi sized her up. She was quite attractive, and she could be considered a beauty. However, the smile on her face made him feel quite uncomfortable because it was too forced and fake. The man by her side was extremely handsome. He wore a white robe while a sword hung on his waist, and he walked slowly in a composed and extremely elegant manner. Of course, the most important aspect was that they were both at the monarch realm. Yang Yi suffered quite a blow to his confidence when he arrived at the hallowed grounds, because young monarch realm experts could simply be seen everywhere. However, it wasn't hard for him to understand because he noticed that the abundance of spirit energy here was countless times greater than the continent. If the geniuses of the continent were to be able to come here, then any one of them would definitely be able to attain the monarch realm around the age of 20. Xiaoman glanced at the man before she said, "Qian Mei, you changed to another man again. I remember that you just got a new one a few days ago, right?" The woman called Qian Mei chuckled and said, "Men are like clothes. They have to be changed when they aren't comfortable anymore. Even if they are, they still have to be changed after some time passes." Yang Yi couldn't help but give her a thumbs up in his heart when he heard this, because he felt that the women of the fire spirit race were truly formidable. On the other hand, Yang Yi was quite surprised because the man by her side actually didn't reveal any aversion to what she said. Meanwhile, her gaze suddenly descended onto Yang Yi. She sized him up carefully before she shook her head and said, "Xiaoman, this man of yours is nothing great. He doesn't have a good figure, a good appearance, or strength. It's quite a sad and disgraceful sight to take him out with you. It's fine if you just want to have some fun, but you actually intend to get married with him. Xiaoman, I have to say that your mind is getting more and more abnormal." Bang! Bang! Xiaoman smashed her hammers against the ground and said, "Qian Mei, was the last beating not enough?" Qian Mei's face instantly turned cold, and she said, "Xiaoman, your grandfather is an elder, and my grandfather is one as well. Do you think that I would be afraid of you?" Xiaoman replied, "Then why don't you give it a try?" Qian Mei was infuriated to the point her face was livid, because besides the patriarch's daughter, no one in the younger generation of the fire spirit race was stronger than Xiaoman. She had fought Xiaoman on numerous occasions, but she was beaten up every single time. She forcefully restrained the rage in her heart and laughed coldly. "Xiaoman, go on and be arrogant. Let me see how you'll continue being so arrogant once your grandfather perishes." Bang! The red hammer in Xiaoman's hand flew out of her grasp, and it transformed into a ray of red light that smashed towards Qian Mei. Swish! Meanwhile, a ray of sword chi flashed before an explosion resounded, and then Xiaoman's hammer was instantly blasted back towards her. 10th level sword intent. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he gazed at the man by Qian Mei's side, because besides Dengfeng, this man's sword intent was the strongest head encountered. Xiaoman's gaze descended onto the man and said, "10th level sword intent." Her voice carried a trace of solemnness. "Ha ha ha." Qian Mei started laughing as she said, "Xiaoman, you never expected that, right? My Bai Chan is a genius in the sword Dao, a true genius in the sword Dao. He attained the monarch realm at the age of 20 and even possesses 10th level sword intent. Besides that fellow, Dengfeng, who Yang Yi killed, my Bai Chan is the greatest genius in the sword Dao within the hallowed halls." The man grinned and said, "I intended to challenge Dengfeng. Unfortunately, he actually died at the hands of a sword cultivator from that abandoned world. What a humiliation. A dignified expert on the hallowed rankings actually died at the hands of a sword cultivation on profounder continent. But it's fine because it'll wash away this shame that the sword cultivators of the hallowed grounds suffer." Yang Yi, who was standing silently at the side until now, was stunned when he heard them, and then he couldn't help but ask, "All of you know Yang Yi?" Qian Mei and Bai Qin glanced at Yang Yi, and they revealed a wisp of disdain yet didn't answer him. "Why do all of you always have to act like this?" Yang Yi was quite speechless when it came to how they acted. All of them were extremely proud and arrogant. He felt that the members of the fire spirit race were just like the hallowed halls. All of them were haughty and arrogant. The man glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, "A person, especially one who is weak, should keep a low profile. You should know your limits, or you might lose your head at any moment." Qianmei said, "Bei-chun, there's no need to waste your breath on that trash." As she spoke, she glanced at Xiaoman and continued, "Xiaoman, go on and be arrogant for the next few days. Once your grandfather is dead and you lose your backing, let's see how you survive then. Do you want me to kill you right now?" Xiaoman's hammer started spinning in her grasp. Yang Yi knew that she was on the verge of going berserk. Qianmei laughed coldly, and then she wrapped her arms around the man's arm and left. Besides the patriarch's daughter, no one else amongst the fire spirit race's younger generation dared to offend Xiaoman before her grandfather fell, because Xiaoman was one who disregarded everything when she flared up. Yang Yi asked after they left, "There's enmity between the two of you?" Xiaoman remained silent for a short while before she said, "My grandfather doesn't have a good temper and I don't as well. During the competitions amongst our race, their grandfathers were always beaten up by my grandfather, and they were always beaten up by me. So, many people carry resentment towards me and my grandfather. It's really not my fault. They should blame themselves and their grandfathers for being too weak, right?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, "Actually, what you said makes sense as well." He wasn't trying to flatter her, and he really felt that what she said made sense. But it felt quite strange to him. Xiaoman smiled and said, "I'm liking you more and more. Come, let's get married." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. While they were on the way, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he asked, "Your fire spirit race is aware of Yang Yi as well?" He was quite curious because they'd spoken his name just now. Suddenly, a hammer arrived right before Yang Yi's nose, and then it moved away before Xiaoman's face appeared right beside his own. She spoke seriously, "In the future, it's our fire spirit race. Understand?" Yang Yi was utterly speechless. Xiaoman grabbed his arm and continued forward, and then he said, "How can anyone in the hallowed grounds be unaware of that demon? Yang Yi? Numerous experts on the hallowed rankings perished at his hands, so it's impossible for him to not be infamous. In my opinion, it's those fellows who were too weak. If I were in their place, I would have hammered him into a sheet of meat by now." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched as he said, "Why?" "Because I would be indirectly slapping the hallowed hall's face." Xiaoman explained, "After all, I killed someone that the hallowed halls couldn't kill. So doesn't that mean that the hallowed halls is inferior to my fire spirit race? Right, that fellow, Yang Yi, is probably not ordinary at all. You have to work hard in the future. Once you attain the monarch realm, then even 10 Yang Yes wouldn't be a match for our joint forces." "I agree that even 10 Yang Yes wouldn't be our match." Yang Yi agreed. Xiaoman nodded, and then she glanced at Yang Yi and said, "You're too weak right now, but your foundation isn't bad at all. We'll go steal some 1,000-year-old fire crystals from the old geezer once you get better. At that time, you should be able to advance into the monarch realm." "Steal? Of course. The old geezer doesn't have a good impression of humans at all after what happened to my cousin's sister. If I said that it was for a human, then he would rather take his wealth to his grave than give them to you," said Xiaoman. "Does your fire spirit race have no males?" asked Yang Yi. "It does." "Then why did you choose me?" Yang Yi was very puzzled by this. Even though she seemed to be quite carefree and unrestrained, she was absolutely not mad. So it was really weird for her to have grabbed him with the intention of marrying him. He refused to believe that Shed grabbed him and intended to marry him just because Shed encountered him by chance. Xiaoman stopped moving. She remained silent for a short while and hesitated for quite some time before she said, "It's the first time I'm doing something like this as well. In short, I'll tell you everything once we're married. Don't ask about it for now. Otherwise, you should be aware of how bad my temper is, and I might instinctively swing my hammer towards you if try to press me for an answer." Yang Yi was at an utter loss for words. He really had nothing to say to her anymore, because she actually said she would hit him instinctively. She was truly beyond anything had ever seen. It wasn't long before they arrived in front of a pavilion. Xiaoman walked over to the entrance and spoke loudly. Old geezer, you said that you wouldn't see me again if I didn't find a man to get married to. I found one now, and I've even brought a treasure for you. You might not have to die anymore, so quickly open up. At this moment, Yang Yi finally had a slight understanding of why Xiaoman wanted to marry him. He wasn't sure of the real reason, but he knew that it was definitely related to the old man in the pavilion. Chapter 699. An old man with fiery red hair appeared before them. Yang Yi's heart shook. A half-saint. The old man before him was a half-saint, and the danger he sensed from the old man was even stronger than Xin Ming. The old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and his gaze was like an arrow that seemed to intend to pierce through Yang Yi. Fortunately, Yang Yi's will was extremely strong, and he possessed tuned-level heaven-rank sword intent. So, the pressure the old man exerted upon him was merely able to make him feel slightly uncomfortable before quickly recovering his composure. A human? The old man frowned. Yang Yi instantly felt the pressure grow slightly stronger. Meanwhile, Xiaoman stepped in front of Yang Yi and said, Old geezer, it's great that I even brought a man back. Even him not being picky, so why are you? Moreover, I feel that he's pleasing to the eye, so I've decided to choose him. The old man took another glance at Yang Yi and said, He's too weak. I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to protect himself here. It's fine so long as his foundation isn't weak, said Xiaoman. The old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi again, and Yang Yi's heart shook once more because it would be bad if the old man saw through his strength. After all, tuned-level heaven-rank sword intent was extremely rare. Fortunately, the old man withdrew his gaze quickly. In other words, he hadn't seen through Yang Yi's true strength. This allowed Yang Yi to heave a sigh of relief. The old man said, He isn't a piece of trash since he's able to stay so calm and composed before me. Since you've made up your mind, then hell do. The marriage has to be completed before I meet my end, or I won't be able to die in peace. As he spoke, the old man stretched out his hand and grabbed. A member of the fire spirit race who was over 1 kilometer away appeared before him, and he said, Notify everyone that the granddaughter of I, Tong Fan, is about to marry a man. In next to no time, the news of Xiaoman's marriage had spread throughout the fire spirit race. What? That tigress is going to marry someone? My God, who's that unlucky to actually get married to her? He's finished. Only darkness awaits him. He really is finished. That tigress and her grandfather have offended countless people amongst our race. Once he passes and that tigress loses her backing, I wonder how many would step forward to take revenge on her. But what if she gets pregnant? After all, it's a severe crime to attack a pregnant woman. Even if she's pregnant, can that guy get pregnant as well? So, he's dead. Not only is he dead, she'll have a terrible life as well. Let's stop talking and head over quickly. We'll miss that tigress marriage if we're late. Heavenly Fire Pavilion. Heavenly Fire Pavilion belonged to Xiaoman's grandfather, Tong Fan. At this moment, it was covered in the symbol for double happiness and red silk ribbons. It was covered in an aura of celebration. People were ceaselessly entering the hall, and some even brought gifts, but many came empty-handed. After all, he was a half-saint who was on the verge of death, and he was also one who made enemies of everyone. So, many didn't want to attend it. However, Tong Fan was still alive in the end. If they didn't attend, then it represented that they refused to give him face at all. Besides a few people, no one else dared to act in that way, because a dying half-saint was still a half-saint, and he wasn't someone who they could rival. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't have the strength to resist at all. It didn't matter if it was Xiaoman's grandfather or Xiaoman. He wasn't able to resist any one of them right now. Even if he fled now, he would absolutely be unable to escape the fire spirit race's territory. Moreover, his injuries hadn't been fully healed, and he didn't have the nether ghost flame with him anymore. So entering the lava in such a state was no different than courting death. Moreover, the ancient sheath was still in Xiaoman's possession. If he didn't have the ancient sheath, then how would he take the sword precursor upon returning to the surface? There was another thing that truly puzzled Yang Yi. The ancient sheath had a will of its own, and it could have automatically returned to his side. However, the sword spirit didn't do that, and that truly made him feel puzzled. In short, he had no other choice right now. Xiao Man and Yang Yi stood at the center of the hall, and Tong Fan, who sat on an ancient wooden armchair, was right in front of them. Xiao Man had changed into a bright red ceremonial robe with a phoenix coronet, but her dressing wasn't able to conceal the heroic and mighty bearing she possessed. Yang Yi, who stood by her side, wore a red robe, and it made him seem much better looking than before. Of course, the main reason was Yang Yi's bearing. Yang Yi couldn't be said to be handsome, but he was absolutely not ugly. As his ramrod straight figure stood by Xiao Man's side, he was like a sharp sword that had hidden its blade. Even though he didn't emanate an oppressive and arrogant aura, he had an indescribably unique bearing. This made the gazes of many women of the fire spirit race to descend upon him from time to time. More and more people were arriving in the hall, and it wasn't long before Yang Yi saw 3 familiar faces. One of them was Fu Jingxian, who wanted to make him a eunuch. Fu Jingxian changed into a different set of clothes, but it wasn't inferior to her previous clothes in terms of being revealing and sexy. This made the gazes of many men from both the human race and fire spirit race to descend upon her repeatedly. She seemed to have noticed Yang Yi's gaze and shot an alluring smile at him. Moreover, she even stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, and the lusty expression on her face caused the desires of many men to be aroused. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at the other 2 people. It was naturally Qian Mei and that man who possessed 10th level sword intent. Both of them didn't look at Yang Yi. Their gazes had descended onto Xiao Man, and there were cold smiles on the corners of their mouths. There were 2 other pairs of men and women who had their gazes on Xiao Man right now, and besides ridicule, there was also coldness in their eyes. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and glanced at Xiao Man before he sighed softly in his heart. It's completely normal for her to have so many enemies with that temper of hers. Yang Yi decided in his heart that he would definitely help her once he was fully recovered, because the conversation between Xiao Man and her grandfather had allowed him to realize that Xiao Man's grandfather seemed to have suffered some sort of injury, and that was the reason why he was on the verge of death. Once her grandfather fell, then Xiao Man would fall into a very bad situation. The Grand Elder has arrived. The 2 Indie Elder has arrived. The 4th Elder has arrived. Right at this moment, announcements resounded abruptly. As soon as the voice finished resounded, 3 old men walked into the hall. 3 half-saints. Yang Yi's heart sank. At this moment, he finally realized why the members of the hallowed halls were so haughty when they arrived at Profounder Continent. Not to mention any other power, just the number of half-saints from the hallowed halls and fire spirit race was a few times greater than the number of half-saints on Profounder Continent. So how many would there be if all the other races here were included? The Profounder Continent was truly too weak when compared to the hallowed grounds. Elders. Everyone within the hall bowed respectfully to those elders. Today is Xiao Man's wedding day, so there's no need for such formalities. Just be at ease. The Grand Elder who led the group waved his hands, and then he walked over to Tong Fan while accompanied by the other 2 elders. The Grand Elder glanced at Tong Fan, and he couldn't help but sigh. He didn't say anything else and just sat on Tong Fan's left. Meanwhile, the 2 Indie elders suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You're the one who spoke insolently to my granddaughter?" Yang Yi was stunned, but it wasn't long before he came to an understanding. He realized that the old fellow's granddaughter was Qian Mei. Yang Yi recalled the conversation with Qian Mei earlier, and then he shook his head and said, "I didn't." He really hadn't, because Head merely asked a single question. "You still intend to argue?" The 2 Indie elders spoke angrily. "My granddaughter said that you spoke insolently to her, so you definitely have." Yang Yi glanced at him and said, "I understand now. You're trying to look for trouble with me. Come on, you're a half-saint at any rate. If you want to act against Xiao Man's grandfather, then just target him directly. He's right in front of you. Isn't it an embarrassment for a half-saint to look for trouble with an Exalt Realm Profounder like me?" Everyone here was stunned. Isn't he a little too gutsy? Even though they knew that the 2 Indie Elder was using this opportunity to create trouble, they felt that it couldn't be exposed so bluntly. After all, wasn't that no different than slapping the face of a half-saint? He's courting death. What an idiot. Such a brainless fool. All the others here had all sorts of views towards Yang Yi, because Xiaoman's grandfather would definitely step forward and help him if he kept quiet, and that was what the two indie elder wanted. But now, had drawn the rage of a half-saint onto himself. All of them felt that he was courting death. The grand elder glanced at Yang Yi as he thought to himself, he's either extraordinarily brave or a complete fool. Tongfen glanced at Yang Yi while a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. The two indie elder was stunned for a moment, because he hadn't expected that an ant at the Exalt realm would actually dare to insult him in public. As soon as he recovered from his shock, a wisp of gloominess flashed through his eyes as he said, "No matter what your identity in the human race was before this, you have to abide by the rules of my fire spirit race since you've come here. It doesn't matter if you don't know the rules because I can teach them to you right now." As he spoke, a formidable pressure surged out from his body and pressed down upon Yang Yi like a mountain. The floor beneath Yang Yi's feet instantly cracked apart when the pressure descended. But right when it was about to touch Yang Yi, another pressure had suddenly appeared and collided with it. A moment of silence ensued after their collision, and then they vanished on the spot as if they'd never appeared here. "Qin Yin, that human is right. Just come at me if you have a problem. Even if you don't think it's embarrassing for a half-saint like you to act against a human at the Exalt realm, I still feel embarrassed for you." Tongfen spoke indifferently. "Huh." Qin Yin chuckled lightly and said, "Two and the elder. Oh right, you're the 3RD elder now. What are you saying, 3RD elder? How could I possibly act against you? I merely felt that your granddaughter's fiancé doesn't know the rules of our race, so I intended to teach them to him. It's fine if you're unwilling to let me do that. However, people who don't abide by the rules usually die prematurely. What if he's killed by accident one day? Xiaoman would have to become a widow." "You old bastard." Meanwhile, Xiaoman had remained silent until now spoke abruptly. "Aren't you just acting so brazenly because you think my grandfather is about to die? Let me tell you that my grandfather's fire poison can be eliminated." Xiaoman flipped her palm as she spoke, and then a thumb-sized ball of flames appeared on her palm. A natural treasure. Countless people cried out involuntarily when they saw it. Chapter 700. The fire spirit race worshipped fire. Of course, they didn't just worship ordinary flames. They worshipped flames that were natural treasures, or came from outer space. The fire spirit race had flames that were natural treasures too, and they had quite a few as well. However, such flames were extremely precious to them because every single flame that was a natural treasure could create a half-saint for them. So, they were naturally shocked when they saw one now, because it represented that the fire spirit race could have another half-saint. One extra half-saint represented that the fire spirit race would have one extra expert to protect their race during the upcoming battle with the defiant Profounders. When they saw the ball of flames in her hand, a wisp of greed hadn't just flashed through the two indie elders' eyes. Even the grand elder and the four-tit elder who'd been silent until now were the same. After all, while it could create another half-saint, it was also sufficient to improve the strength of a half-saint by 20% to 30%. On the other hand, the men and women of the fire spirit race revealed even more unsightly appearances. The greedy in their eyes weren't concealed in the slightest, and they would have probably charged forward and tried to seize it if those half-saints weren't here. "How did you get that?" The two indie elders stretched out his hand and grabbed while he spoke. He was just about to grab the nether ghost flame when another hand grabbed the nether ghost flame before him. The two indie elders' expression changed, and he swiftly turned his head and glared angrily at Tongfen, who'd taken the nether ghost flame. "What are you doing?" Tongfen laughed coldly and said, "Qin Yin, you're really getting more and more shameless as you age. It belongs to my granddaughter, yet you actually intended to seize it from her. You're really beyond shameless." "You." Qin Yin was furious, and the profound energy within him surged. He seemed as if he intended to attack Tongfen. "Stop." Meanwhile, the Grand Elder spoke out. Qin Yin grunted coldly when he heard the Grand Elder, and the profound energy within him fell silent. However, his gaze was still fixed on the nether ghost flame which rested on Tongfen's palm. The Grand Elder gazed at Xiao Man and said, Xiao Man, where did you get it? Qian Yan, Tong Fon, and the 4th Elder gazed at Xiao Man because even they were extremely curious after they saw her suddenly produce a natural treasure. Xiao Man gazed at Yang Yi and said, It's the dowry that he gave me. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Did I give it to you? You took advantage of me when I was injured, all right? But he didn't say anything because he owed her his life. So not to mention the nether ghost flame, he would even give her 10 if she wanted it. The gazes of everyone here descended onto Yang Yi. Him? Qian Mei suddenly said, How could that be possible? He's just an ant at the Exalt realm. How could he possibly possess a natural treasure? Xiao Man, there's no need to create such a lie just to improve your husband's status in our fire spirit race, right? Xiao Man, this matter carries great implications. Tell us the truth. The Grand Elder frowned, and his voice was slightly heavy, because it was utterly impossible for an Exalt realm profounder to subdue a flame which was a natural treasure. It was even difficult for a Monarch realm expert. So, even he felt that Xiao Man was lying. Xiao Man said, It's your choice if you want to believe me or not. In any case, it has nothing to do with all of you. Old geezer, the fire poison within you can be eliminated with that, right? Tongfen shook his head and said, Little girl, I was wondering what treasure you obtained. So it was this natural treasure. Since it's a natural treasure, then why did you reveal it in public? Don't you know that some people are shameless to the point of completely disregarding their honor? They'll try to take it from you if you reveal it. The expressions of the Grand Elder and the others became slightly unsightly, while Qian Yan's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Because even an idiot would know that Tong Fon was talking about him. Xiao Man thought for a while, and then she gazed at Qian Yan and said, Elder Qian, it belongs to my grandfather. You wouldn't really be shameless to the point of trying to seize it from him, right? Yang Yi couldn't help but start laughing when he heard her. Needless to say, her words were truly amusing. Qian Yan's face had instantly blushed red and darkened when he heard Xiao Man, and the rage within his heart seemed to have found a place to be vented when he heard that Yang Yi had actually started laughing. He roared furiously at Yang Yi, You lowly human! They'll slap you into mush. Yang Yi was instantly infuriated, and he said, Are you really at the half-saint realm and not the mortal realm? If you are a half-saint, then could it be that you only know how to bully the weak? Qian Yan's face twitched, but he didn't attack in the end, because he would really be bullying the weak if he did. Moreover, Tong Fon was right beside him, so it was probably pointless as well. He immediately grunted coldly and said, Little bastard, why would I need to do that to deal with you? Just my granddaughter is enough. Meanwhile, Qian Mei spoke coldly. Exactly. Why would my grandfather need to act against a tiny human ant at the Exalt realm? More than enough. Yang Yi said, as expected, like grandfather, like granddaughter. You're at the Monarch realm while I'm at the Exalt realm. Of course you're more than enough. You can't blame anyone for your own weakness. Qian Mei spoke coldly. Then what about me? Xiao Man spoke abruptly. Our cultivations are at around the same level. Why don't we exchange a few blows? Qian Mei's face twitched, and it was beyond unsightly. Even though her cultivation was similar to Xiao Man, her strength was much weaker. So, her intention to agree had almost left her mouth, yet she forcefully swallowed her words every single time. Why don't? Meanwhile, the man who stood by Qian Mei's side suddenly stepped forward, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, Why don't I exchange a few blows with this brother? Of course, my strength is greater, so for fairness' sake, you only have to resist 3 swings of my sword. It's my loss if you can accomplish that, all right? When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly smiled indifferently and said, Of course, out of consideration for your cultivation, they'll only utilize 30% of my strength, all right? It's Bai Chan. Someone exclaimed. I heard of his reputation on the surface. I heard that he's the most monstrous genius in the sword Dao within the hallowed halls after Zhuodangfeng. I never expected that he would have come to our fire spirit race and even became Qian Mei's partner. Don't they say that sword cultivators are extremely proud? Why would he marry into our fire spirit race? Sword cultivators aren't eunuchs. Any man would have needs in that aspect. So, I presume he fell for Qian Mei, and that's why he didn't hesitate to marry into our race. No matter what the reason is. In any case, it's a good thing for our race. He, a monarch realm expert who's only a little over 20, and he even possesses peak Earth rank sword intent. Even if he marries into our race, the elders will definitely not ill-treat such a genius. I'm really curious about Xiaoman's partner's reaction. I wonder if he'll agree. If he doesn't, then Xiaoman wouldn't be able to hold her head up high in public anymore. Haha. He definitely won't agree. Why? Isn't it obvious? Wouldn't agreeing be equal to giving his life away? The gazes of everyone here descended onto Yang Yi. Yang Yi was just about to speak when Xiaoman suddenly took his hand and shook her head. Yang Yi's heart felt slightly warm, even though Shed saved him and forced him to marry her, and it was even to the extent that Shed taken the nether ghost flame. However, she wasn't a bad person at all. Yang Yi smiled to her, and then he gazed at him and said, "What would you do if I succeed? I'll give you a 1,000-year-old fire crystal." It wasn't the man who spoke these words, but Qian Yan, and the reason had spoken these words was naturally because he was afraid that Yang Yi would refuse. A 1,000-year-old fire crystal. Countless people in the surroundings gasped when they heard him. Obviously, they knew how valuable it was. Tongfen glanced at Qian Yan. He hadn't expected that Qian Yan would be willing to do that. His head even intended to bet a 1,000-year-old fire crystal. Even a half-saint didn't have many of those, and even he only had one last piece. A 1,000-year-old fire crystal? Yang Yi gazed at Xiaoman with a questioning gaze because he didn't know what it was. The others couldn't help but laugh with ridicule when they witnessed this scene, and Yang Yi had undoubtedly become an ignorant bumpkin in their eyes. Xiaoman replied, "Fire crystals are born from within the lava. They are treasures of my fire spirit race because they can improve one's cultivation and repair one's injuries. The older they are, the better their effects are. If you consume a 1,000-year-old fire crystal once you've completely recovered, then it's very likely for you to break through into the monarch realm. What if I consume one now? How long would it take for my injuries to recover?" asked Yang Yi. She glanced at him and said, 3 days at most. You'll be able to recover to your peak by then." Amazing! Yang Yi's voice carried a trace of excitement, and then he gazed at Qian Yan and said, "Hey, old geezer. I'll agree to the battle if you're willing to bet 2 more fire crystals." The corners of Qian Yan's eyes twitched as he spoke with fury. "Do you think they're rocks that can be produced at will? You don't have them?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Then fine, I won't fight him. Just do what you should be doing. Don't bother us while we're getting married." The corners of Qian Yan's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and spoke indifferently. "Since you want to make a big gamble, then let's just make it huge. I have 5 of them, but what would you do if you can't resist his attacks?" Yang Yi shrugged and said, "Then I deserve death." "Dream on." Qian Yan spoke furiously. "Your lowly life isn't even worth a single 1,000-year-old fire crystal, yet you intend to use it to bet for 5? Yang Yi frowned, and then he gazed at Xiaoman. Xiaoman gazed at Tongfen instead. Tongfen shook his head and said, "I don't have that many. Moreover, I don't think that he can succeed." Xiaoman fell silent for a short while, and then she walked over to Yang Yi. There was a pile of thumb-sized flaming rocks in her grasp, and there were around 30 of them there. She said, "Even though the best I have is only 200 years old, this is all I have." As she spoke, she hesitated for a moment, and then she flipped her palms. Her pair of red hammers appeared in her grasp before she passed them to Yang Yi and said, "I really don't have anything valuable anymore." Yang Yi was speechless. Chapter 701. Yang Yi gazed silently at the pair of red hammers in her hand, and then he said, "Those are your weapons. Aren't you afraid that I would lose them?" "If you lose them, then you lose them." Xiaoman spoke with an unconcerned tone. "In any case, I still gained more." Even though she said that, her gaze still frequently descended onto the hammers. Yang Yi shook his head, and then he gazed at Tongfen. "Give the natural treasure back to me. I've changed my mind." Yang Yi was extremely displeased because Xiaoman was giving him everything she had while Tongfen refused to give him anything. Everyone here was stunned, including Tongfen. What are you trying to say? Tongfen spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi laughed with ridicule and said, Isn't it obvious? It belongs to me, and I don't want to give it away as dowry anymore, because I want to use it to make this bet. The two indie elders' eyes instantly lit up when he heard Yang Yi, and the blazing desire in his eyes was seemingly material. This time, Tongfen's expression turned unsightly. Yang Yi continued when Tongfen remained silent. What? Could it be that someone intends to shamelessly take it by force? Exactly. Meanwhile, two indie elder added, Tongfeng, you wouldn't be that shameless, right? If you even seize the possessions of an exalt realm profounder by force, then you would truly be bringing shame to our fire spirit race. Moreover, I would look down upon you from now on. It's even to the extent that I would feel it to be humiliating to be an elder like you. Head returned everything Tong Fawn had spoken about him just moments ago, and this caused the two indie elder to feel extraordinarily pleased. Yi Yang, do you understand what you're doing? Tong Fawn gazed at Yang Yi as he spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi chuckled and said, Of course I do. Elder Tong, since you still haven't returned it to me, could it really be that you intend to seize an exalt realm profounder's possession by force? Or you, Elder Tong, intend to act shamelessly for the sake of a natural treasure? Countless people gasped when they heard him. Are his balls made of steel? He actually dared to speak like that to a half-saint? You're not a match for him, said Tong Fawn. That's my problem. Yang Yi didn't show weakness in the slightest as he stared Tong Fawn in the eyes. Xiaoman intended to say something, but Yang Yi spoke before she could. Miss Xiaoman, I owe you my life, and you'll remember that forever. If you insist on taking the nether ghost flame, then I'll agree to give it to you. But don't ever mention anything about a marriage after that, all right? Xiaoman fell silent for a short while before she said, If you do that, then I... Meanwhile, Yin ridiculed, Tong Fawn, you kept saying that I'm a despicable and shameless person, but now it would seem like you're exactly the same when facing a treasure, aren't you? Tong Fawn paid no attention to Yin, and he just gazed at Yang Yi and said, You'll die right away if I give it to you. Understand? The meaning behind his words was that he would return it, but stop protecting Yang Yi. So Yang Yi would still die even if Yang Yi won the bet. How could Yang Yi not understand what he meant? Yang Yi immediately smiled. I believe that if I use it as my dowry, then many elders would be willing to marry their granddaughters to me. So, they would naturally be willing to protect me as well. Yang Yi understood the situation very clearly. All of these elders were only united on the surface. Both the Grand Elder and Fourth Elder desired the Nether Ghost Flame, and the only reason they hadn't tried to seize it was because they lacked a reason. He who was the owner of the Nether Ghost Flame just happened to be able to give them such a reason. The reason he acted in this way was mainly because he couldn't stand the sight of Tong Fawn. In his opinion, if he couldn't stand the sight of someone, then he would bring even greater displeasure to that person. The Grand Elder and Fourth Elder were instantly tempted when they heard him. After all, it was a natural treasure which could improve their strengths. So, not to mention a granddaughter, they would even be willing to give up 2 granddaughters. I won't give it back to you because you're already considered to be married to Xiaoman. Tong Fawn put the Nether Ghost Flame away once he finished speaking. He would naturally not take it by force if it was anything else. However, it was a natural treasure. It wasn't just related to his strength, it was even related to his survival. So, he wouldn't give it up no matter what. He was truly giving up any and all sense of shame. So, what else could Yang Yi say? After all, he couldn't take it back. They'll help you with it. It was the Grand Elder who'd been silent until now that had spoken. Everyone here was shocked, and they gazed at the Grand Elder with disbelief. The 2 Indie Elder and Tong Fawn were extremely surprised as well. They hadn't expected that the Grand Elder who'd always kept a low profile would step forward at a time like this. Moreover, he was even helping a human profounder. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the Grand Elder. Could that geezer have seen through my strength? But it wasn't long before he rejected such a thought. After all, while the old man's strength was formidable, he was absolutely not stronger than Lu Yin. So, it was absolutely impossible for the old man to see through the seal which Lu Yin had placed upon him. But that made him even more puzzled. The Grand Elder didn't provide any explanation. He flipped his palm casually, and then 5 palm-sized and fiery red crystals appeared there. He said, "If you win, then just give me 2 of the fire crystals you win." "What if I lose?" asked Yang Yi. He replied, "It doesn't matter. Just consider it as me being old and having bad vision." Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at the Grand Elder, and then he waved his hand and the 5 1,000-year-old fire crystals instantly flew into Yang Yi's grasp. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly when he held them because the energy within them was actually not inferior to the water soul which that woman from the mermaid clan had given to him. Now, he believed Xiaoman, and he knew that his injuries could definitely be healed in the shortest possible time if he consumed one of them. If he consumed all 5 of them and the water soul, then he might even be able to attain the monarch realm. Grand Elder, 5 1,000-year-old fire crystals aren't easy to gather. The 2 indie elders spoke flatly. "Aren't you afraid that he'll lose them? But what if he wins?" The Grand Elder smiled. "If he wins, then I would gain 2 more just like that." The 2 indie elder grunted coldly, and then he gazed at Bai Qian and said, "Are you confident?" After all, 5 1,000-year-old fire crystals were extremely precious even to him because they could improve his strength. After all, there weren't many treasures in this world that could improve the strength of a half-saint. Bai Qian smiled with confidence, not to mention that he's at the Exalt realm. He wouldn't be able to resist 3 attacks of mine even if he's at the Monarch realm. Yang Yi didn't know what to say in response. The 2 indie elder nodded, and his concerns vanished. After all, the gap between a Monarch realm and Exalt realm profounder was still extremely huge. It wasn't that Exalt realm experts who could fight Monarch realm experts didn't exist. Such existences were quite rare even in the hallowed grounds. Moreover, had never heard of a genius called Yi Yang. So, it was very likely that it was just an independent cultivator. Moreover, his discerning ability was naturally sufficient for him to discern that Yang Yi was heavily injured. So, he felt that Bai Qian would be able to deal with Yang Yi even if Bai Qian only utilized a few % of his strength. Even though he ceaselessly found reasons to console himself, there was still a trace of anxiousness and uneasiness in his heart. However, he had no choice but to go on with the bet now. In next to no time, a place of marriage and happiness had become a place of battle. Everyone moved aside, and only Yang Yi and Bai Qian stood facing each other at the center. Bai Qian grabbed the hilt of his sword and drew it slowly. A cold glow flashed while Bai Qian's aura became sharp and lofty, and the faint smile on his face still remained. In the eyes of everyone else, it was naturally a sign of confidence, a sign of absolute confidence towards himself. Bai Qian didn't attack. He took out a white handkerchief and started to slowly wipe his sword. Moreover, the serious expression on his face made it seem like his sword was his lover. Some say that confident and serious men were the most handsome, and that was true. Bai Qian wasn't just serious and confident, his appearance was truly handsome as well. So, when he started wiping his sword, the heartbeats of countless women in the surroundings instantly started speeding up. At this moment, the smile on Qian Mai's face could be said to be even brighter than sunlight. Because he was her man. In the fire spirit race, a woman's prestige was extremely important, and there were 2 ways to earn it. The first was with one's own strength, and the second was through one's partner. Obviously, her man was doing that for her right now. As for Yi Yang, she turned her head to glance at Yang Yi, and then she couldn't help but laugh with ridicule. At this moment, Yang Yi's face was slightly pale from the injuries he suffered. As for his aura and bearing, he did have a little if one looked carefully. However, when the 2 of them were compared, it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Bai Qian suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "Do you know what the sword is?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He thought for a moment and said truthfully, "I think that it isn't important because all swords are used to kill." How crude and ignorant. Bai Qian suddenly roared furiously. "Just hearing what you said tell me that you're an ignorant and crude independent cultivator. The sword is the king of all weapons, the monarch of all weapons. It's noble. Yet you actually said that it's used to kill. How crude and ignorant to the extreme. It's an insult to my sword to draw my sword against you." Nice. Qian Mei was the first to cry out. Many others in the surroundings were shocked by his words as well, and then they started shouting loudly. See, that's a true sword cultivator. That's how sword cultivators should be. Even I feel like training in the sword Tao after I heard that. I heard the patriarch's daughter is skilled in both the sword and saber. I wonder if her sword Tao, or Bai Qin's sword Tao, is superior. He really is too handsome. Unfortunately, Qian Mei has made a move on him. Yang Yi was stunned for a long time before he said, "Fine, that's your sword Tao. I don't want to say anything about it. However, in my opinion, the sword is used to kill because a sword that doesn't kill isn't a sword." Crude. Ignorant. Ignorant. Let's move further away from that fellow. Staying close to him is a disgrace to us. This time, it wasn't Bai Chun who insulted Yang Yi, and it was the other profounders of the fire spirit race. Killing you with my sword is an insult to it. Bai Chun flicked his finger once he finished speaking, and then a strand of sword chi shot towards Yang Yi. Chapter 702. The sword chi wasn't enhanced by sword intent, and it was just a pure strand of sword chi. However, it was exactly such a pure strand of sword chi which made Yang Yi act like he was facing a formidable opponent. His entire body was tense like a fully drawn bow. Many people in the surroundings couldn't help but start laughing when they saw him act like that. Qian Mei laughed with ridicule before looking at Xiao Man with a gaze that was filled with disdain and ridicule. The latter held tightly onto her iron hammers and seemed to be ready to lend a hand at any moment. Finally, the sword chi arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi suddenly moved. He clenched his right hand into a fist and pulled it back slightly. In the next moment, he attacked swiftly, and he smashed a punch towards the sword chi, causing a wave of energy to flash forward. Bang! The wave of energy and sword chi exploded apart upon impact, and this stunned all the spectators. He actually blasted Bai Qin's sword chi into pieces. In the next moment, they were stunned again because Yang Yi's figure suddenly moved backwards repeatedly, and he only stopped after moving almost 100 steps back. After he stopped moving, Yang Yi started to gasp for breath, as if that punch had used all the strength within him. Haha, such trash actually bragged about resisting 3 attacks from Bai Chun? I finally understand what overestimating one's strength is. This is the epitome of it. ID thought that he was putting on a show of weakness to give us a surprise, but now it would seem like he really is just a weakling. He was even almost unable to resist just 10% of Bai Qin's strength. He can be considered to be one of the weakest even amongst the Exalt realm. I've lived for over 20 years, but I've never seen someone so determined to seek death. Fu Jingxian shook her head as she gazed at Yang Yi, and then she withdrew her gaze. Just like everyone else, Shed thought that Yang Yi would surprise her, but the facts of the situation were that had almost been unable to resist just 10% of Bai Qin's strength. If there were expectations, then there would be disappointment. She was disappointed right now. There was no reason why, and it was just pure disappointment. It was like being prepared to watch an entertaining show, but the actors suddenly failed to portray the part. It was definitely something that would arouse disappointment in others. As she gazed at Yang Yi, who was still gasping, Xiao Man wanted to go over but was stopped by Tongfen, who said, "Let him suffer a little. It'll be beneficial to him." Xiao Man was just about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly started walking towards Bai Qian, and he walked extremely slowly like a child who had just learned how to walk. In the eyes of the spectators, it was undoubtedly a sign of suffering severe internal injuries. Continue. Yang Yi stuttered slightly. Bai Chun pointed his sword towards the ground and shot a sideways glance at Yang Yi. "You were actually able to resist 10% of my strength. Looks like you're not completely trash. It seems like another strand of sword chi from me would cause your internal organs to be instantly shattered. The heavens are benevolent, and so I don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Kneel right now, kowtow, and admit your mistakes to Meyer. He'll let you live if she's willing to forgive you." Qian Mei grunted coldly and crossed her arms before her as she gazed at Yang Yi. "He'll forgive you if you kowtow 100 times to me. All right?" She gazed at Xiao Man as she spoke. Xiao Man didn't speak. She just walked over to Yang Yi's side and took his hand. "Let's leave. The battle isn't over." Meanwhile, Qian Yin spoke coldly. "Of course, you can leave. but you must admit defeat. Xiaoman was just about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly flipped his palm and grabbed her hand instead, and then shock appeared in Xiaoman's eyes. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." As he spoke, he let go of her and continued walking towards Bai Chen. Xiaoman remained on the spot as if she was petrified. "Can't continue." Yang Yi seemed as if had decided to risk his life when he spoke these words, and resolve covered his face. The Grand Elder who was supporting Yang Yi sat on the chair with his eyes slightly closed. It seemed as if he was in deep sleep. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other hand, Qin Yin, who sat by his side, was smiling from ear to ear. After all, the scene which played out before his eyes just now had caused that last trace of worry in his heart to vanish. Actually, while Yang Yi's display was slightly exaggerated, it wasn't too far off from the truth. Because of the special characteristics possessed by 10th level sword intent and above, he could absorb the sword intent of anyone who possessed sword intent at a level beneath his own. He could have just stood there without moving just now and allowed it to strike him, because it still wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. Not to mention 10% of Bai Chen's strength. Even if Bai Chen utilized 100% of his strength, it was still impossible for him to harm Yang Yi with his sword chi. However, Yang Yi didn't do that. As for the reason, there were two. Firstly, he didn't want to expose his strength yet. Secondly, he had a plan of his own. That was exactly why Head utilized his physical strength to deal with that sword chi. At this moment, the internal injuries he suffered were extremely severe, so forcefully utilizing his strength naturally caused him to feel unwell. Coupled with his intent to conceal his strength, it was naturally easy for him to deceive the half-saints who were present here. The others in the surroundings were dumbstruck when they heard Yang Yi. Did that collision knock out a screw in his head? They've already agreed to let him live if he admits defeat, yet he actually wants to insist on giving his life away. Is there really something wrong with him in the head? It seems to me like he has gone mad with greed for those fire crystals. I still feel slight admiration for him. At the very least, I would absolutely not dare to do that. As they say, a newborn calf isn't aware of the terrors of a tiger, or the ignorant are fearless. I bet the next attack will transform him into a corpse. Bai Chen tightened his grasp on his sword. For some unknown reason, a faint cold glow had suddenly appeared on his sword, and some of the profounders who were closer to him sensed a ghastly coldness coming from it. Bai Chen gazed at Yang Yi and spoke coldly. "Did you think that you would be able to resist my Tundatic since you succeed at resisting the first? If that's what you're thinking, then allow me to tell you that you're mistaken, extremely mistaken." Yang Yi suddenly said, "Someone close to me told me that I have to keep a low profile and be cautious once I've left home, and I shouldn't rashly cause trouble, because she knows that my temper isn't very good. Once I stop keeping a low profile, then it's very likely the blood would flow into rivers. I've reflected on it and felt that I really was a madman when I got angry, and I should keep a low profile." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi paused for a moment before he said, "But when I encountered a conceited idiot like you, I was truly unable to restrain myself any longer. Motherfucker. If you want to fight, then fight. Why nag on continuously? Don't you just want to show off in front of everyone? Is that even necessary? Would you die if you don't try to show off? Do you know how many times I've almost been unable to stop myself from killing you?" The surroundings fell into deathly silence. All of them opened their eyes wide and gazed at him with disbelief. He's keeping a low profile? He has a bad temper? Blood will flow into rivers if he gets angry? He thinks he can kill Bai Chen? Has he gone mad? Meanwhile, the Grand Elder opened his eyes and glanced at Yang Yi, but he immediately closed his eyes right after that. As for Qin Yin, a cold smile and disdain still covered his face. The Fortich Elder and Tong Fan frowned slightly, and no one knew what they were thinking. "You think you're a defiant profounder?" Meanwhile, Qin Mei suddenly pointed at Yang Yi and spoke with disdain. "You're keeping a low profile and have a bad temper? You'll cause blood to flow into rivers? You want to kill Bao Qian? Why don't you do it right now? Why don't you let me see how you do that? An ant at the Exalt realm like you is actually bragging like this. It's the best joke I've ever heard. You'll have the chance." Yang Yi glanced indifferently at her, and then he gazed at Bai Chen and said, "Come on, I've been standing here for a long time, right? Don't waste your breath and try to threaten me, and don't start bragging about yourself. I'm really not interested in listening to all of that. If you're a man, then be a little more decisive so that we can conclude the matter and I can go have my food. The spectators were speechless when they heard this. Bai Qin's face wasn't as carefree as it was before, and it was slightly ferocious instead. Since you're so desperate to die, then I'll send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Qian stabbed his sword forward, and then a ray of sword chi shot out from its tip. It was extremely swift and arrived before Yang Yi in less than a breath of time. This strand of sword chi was still not enhanced by sword intent, but it was much stronger than the previous sword chi, and it was much faster as well. Yang Yi remained still, and he only moved when it was just a few dozen centimeters away from him. He didn't launch a counterattack, but moved slightly to the side, and then the sword chi just flashed by right before him while leaving him completely unharmed. The spectators were flabbergasted. He avoided it? He actually avoided it? Is this a joke? Qian Mei, Fu Jingxian, and Bai Chen were all stunned. In next to no time, Bai Chen recovered from his shock and spoke furiously, "You've broken the rules. You said you would resist 3 attacks of mine, but you actually avoided it." Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, "I broke the rules? I said that I would resist them, but I never said that I wouldn't dodge them. If you want to blame something, then blame your own sword chi for being too slow. Why am I the one to be blamed?" "You." Bai Qin's face was livid. It wasn't stated that he couldn't dodge. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Being able to dodge can be considered as a form of ability as well. What do you think, Tu Indi Elder?" Qian Yan's expression was gloomy. He glanced at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Bai Chen and said, "Can he not dodge? Stop holding back. Let me see if he'll still be able to dodge then. Remember, don't hold back." "He can only use 30% of his strength." The Grand Elder spoke abruptly. 30% is enough to kill him. Meanwhile, Bai Chen roared furiously, and then his sword started trembling violently. After that, 10th level sword intent surged out from within him, and it caused countless spectators to be unable to help but take numerous steps back. Chapter 703. Because it was the last attack and Yang Yi had infuriated him, Bao Chen didn't hold back at all. However, he couldn't break the rules, so while he did release his 10th level sword intent, he didn't utilize it to suppress Yang Yi. "Die!" A furious roar resounded as Bai Chen swung his sword swiftly, and then a cold ray of light flashed at an alarming speed. It was swift to the point some Exalt Realm experts in the surroundings weren't even able to catch sight of it. "Break!" At practically the exact same moment, Yang Yi's voice resounded here, and then they saw him clench his fists and smash them towards the sword chi. A cold smile that carried disdain arose on the corners of Bai Chen's mouth. An injured Exalt Realm profounder like him is trying to resist my sword intent in a head-on collision? He's dreaming. In next to no time, the cold smile and disdain on his face had stiffened. It wasn't just him. Everyone else here was stunned as well. An explosion resounded before Bai Chen's sword chi vanished, and Yang Yi there on the spot without moving an inch. How could that be possible? Bai Chen seemed as if had lost his soul, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Qian Yan had stood up with his fists clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as well. The Grand Elder who sat by Qian Yan's side opened his eyes as well, and he gazed at Yang Yi while a trace of an indescribably color filled it. Fu Jingxian stared fixedly at Yang Yi, as if she wanted to renew her understanding of him. Yang Yi patted his hands together and gazed at Bai Chen. "You've lost." It would have been utterly impossible for Yang Yi to resist Bai Chen's attack with just his physical strength if Bai Chen had utilized all his strength. However, Bai Chen hadn't utilized his full strength, and had only utilized 30% of his strength. In Yang Yi's opinion, 30% of Bai Chen's strength was actually had intended to feign weakness like he had during the previous attacks, but he really couldn't stand the sight of this fellow, so he stopped acting. In any case, all he revealed was his physical strength. As they cared at Yang Yi's carefree appearance, many quick-witted people instantly came to an understanding. They realized that had truly been feigning weakness. Impossible. You cheated. Meanwhile, Qianmei suddenly pointed at Yang Yi and roared, "How could you possibly resist that attack? How could you possibly do it? It's utterly impossible. So you definitely cheated. Right, you definitely cheated." Yang Yi said, "I really don't want to waste my breath on a stupid woman like you, but I'll still explain. You say that I cheated? How did I cheat? What is considered as cheating?" You. Qianmei was instantly exasperated, and she was about to attack him. However, the Grand Elder suddenly said, "Qianmei, you say that he cheated? Are you saying that the four of us are old and can't see clearly? Moreover, as long as no one helped him, then he was able to resist it because he possessed the ability to do so, understand?" Qianmei's expression changed, and she didn't dare refute the Grand Elder. After all, the Grand Elder's status in the fire spirit race was merely inferior to the Patriarch. So, she could only stare resentfully at Yang Yi, as if she wanted to stare him to death. "You tricked me." Meanwhile, Bai Chen spoke abruptly. Yang Yi nodded and said, "I did. What are you going to do about it?" Bai Chen's face instantly had a ferocious expression on it, and his sword was trembling incessantly. Yang Yi paid no attention to him. He gazed at Qian Yan and said, "Hand it over." The corners of Qian Yan's mouth twitched a little. After all, it was 5 1,000-year-old fire crystals, and it would take a few dozen years even for him to obtain such an amount. So, he was naturally unwilling to hand it over just like that. However, right when he was about to act shamelessly, the Grand Elder spoke, "Qian Yan, you're the 2nd elder of our fire spirit race at any rate. Wouldn't the human race laugh at our race if you don't keep your word even when it's related to just that little bit of treasures? Hand it over." Qian Yan's face fell, but he remained silent. "What? You intend to swallow my possessions as well?" Meanwhile, the Grand Elder spoke abruptly. Qian Yan pondered deeply for a short while before he smiled. "Grand Elder, you must be kidding. Am I that kind of person? I accept my defeat. Take it." As he spoke, he waved his hand and tossed 5 fire crystals to the Grand Elder before he gazed at Yang Yi. "Good. Very good. I never expected that I would have misjudged you slightly. Very good indeed." His eyes and voice were filled with undisguised killing intent. Yang Yi paid no attention to him. He gazed at the Grand Elder, and the latter didn't hesitate to wave his right hand, causing 3 fire crystals to fly over to Yang Yi. The gazes of countless people in the surroundings burned with desire as they gazed at the fire crystals in Yang Yi's grasp, and some of their gazes even carried a cold glow. Most of the people here were at the Monarch realm while Yang Yi was merely at the Exalt realm. So, it was like a child running around streets with a bar of gold. How could anyone not be filled with greed and ill intent? Yang Yi disregarded them. He turned around and walked over to Xiaoman before he passed one of them to her. The latter was slightly stunned and said, "For me?" Yang Yi nodded. The spectators were first stunned when they witnessed this scene, and then they couldn't help but start cursing. What a fucking idiot. Does he not know what he has in his hands? Those are fire crystals, 1,000-year-old fire crystals. Yet he actually gave them away so casually? Is there something wrong with him in the head? What a fucking idiot. A 1,000-year-old fire crystal is enough for him to advance into the Monarch realm, yet he gave it away so casually. What a fool. I really feel so jealous. Why wasn't I able to encounter such a fellow? He probably doesn't know how valuable they are, right? He clearly seems like an ignorant fellow. He'll probably cry once he knows how valuable they are. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and glanced at them. He said, "What does this have to do with all of you? Does it have anything to do with all of you?" As he spoke, Yang Yi tossed one of the fire crystals on the ground, and then he stomped on it. "I'm not just going to give it away. I'm even going to do this. Bite me." All of them were at a loss for words. As they watched Yang Yi toss a 1,000-year-old fire crystal on the ground and step on it, the corners of the mouths of all the 4 half-saints here twitched. After all, it was a 1,000-year-old fire crystal. Even they treated it like a precious treasure. Yet now, this fellow called Yi Yang was actually stomping on it. They had the impulse to slap him to death on the spot. Meanwhile, one of the men from the fire spirit race suddenly pointed at Yang Yi and spoke furiously. You idiot! You ignorant fool! Do you know how precious fire crystals are? Even half-saints would have to spend at least 10 years of time to obtain just one. But you are actually treating a 1,000-year-old fire crystal like that. You should suffer the wrath of the heavens. Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, What does whether I suffer the wrath of the heavens have to do with you? Don't complain that I didn't give all of you a chance. They'll give all of you a chance right now. All of you can do as that idiot Bai Chen did and make me resist 3 moves of yours. These 2 fire crystals in my hand will belong to you if I fail, all right? Bai Chen's face twitched violently while killing intent surged in his eyes. Really? The voices of many had started to tremble. Yang Yi said, Of course, all of you can only use 30% of your strength. Moreover, just as before, all of you must bet 1,000-year-old fire crystals. All of them instantly felt dispirited when they heard him, because they didn't have 1,000-year-old fire crystals. I'll make that bet with you. Meanwhile, Bai Chen spoke abruptly. Yang Yi glanced at Bai Chen and said, You have 1,000-year-old fire crystals? Bai Chen spoke in a low voice, I don't. Since you don't, then why the fuck are you making noise now? Yang Yi shouted angrily. I'll bet with my life. Bai Chen spoke solemnly. I refuse. Yang Yi refused decisively. If you want to bet, then bet 1,000-year-old fire crystals. Otherwise, fuck off all the way back home. I don't have the time to waste my breath on all of you. He was too arrogant. It was to the point that many were on the verge of exploding with rage. Bai Chen gazed at Qian Yan. Qian Yan's face was quite gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. A short while passed before he flipped his palm once more, and another 5 fire crystals appeared in his grasp. He said, Yi Yang, we can continue the bet, but the rules have to be changed. You must resist an attack that carries Bai Chen's full strength. We'll make the bet with you if you agree. Yang Yi fell silent. Haha, what is it? Yi Yang, have your balls shrunk? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Weren't you very strong? Why don't you continue with your arrogance now? Come on. Earlier, Brother Bai merely utilized 30% of his strength, and he wasn't even serious. Yet you actually thought that you can fight Brother Bai? How laughable. Now that Brother Bai is taking it seriously, you've shrunk back immediately. He's just trash that was full of conceit from his initial success. Trash like you are usually not even worth a few lines in chivalric novels. Yang Yi clenched his fists tightly while he had a livid expression on his face, and he seemed to be trying hard to control his emotions. Yang Yi's appearance caused the spectators to feel even more self-satisfied. Hey you, Yi Yang, right? Weren't you talking a lot just now? Come on and say something. Why have you suddenly become mute? Qian Mei spoke abruptly. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he glanced at them and said, all of you are going too far. So we are. What are you going to do about it? Fight us. Someone immediately used what Yang Yi had said earlier. What would all of you do if I win? Yang Yi spoke abruptly. All of them were stunned, and then they said, Is it possible? Is it even possible? What if I do? Said Yang Yi. At this moment, a man suddenly withdrew a few dozen fire crystals and said, They'll give all of these fire crystals to you if you succeed. There are quite a few here that are over 100 years old, so it isn't a small amount. What do you think? We'll do the same if you succeed. Me too. It wasn't long before practically 90% of the people here had withdrawn their fire crystals, and there were over 1,000 fire crystals at least. Most of them were only a few dozen years old, but there were a few that were over 100 years ago. Moreover, there was even one that was 400 years old, and it came from Qian Mei. Yang Yi nodded and said, Xiao Man, take all of them and give them to the Grand Elder. Ask the Grand Elder to take custody of them for now. The Grand Elder glanced at Yang Yi and said, There's no need for that. Just leave them there. No one will dare to go back on their word. Yang Yi nodded. He was just about to speak when Qian Mei spoke abruptly. Yi Yang, they'll fucking kneel down and lick you if you're able to resist Bai Chen's full strength. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he gazed at the Grand Elder and Qian Yan. Does it count? Qian Yan's face twitched as he glared fiercely at Qian Mei. The latter refused to back down and glared back at him. Obviously, Yang Yi had truly infuriated her. "It does," replied the Grand Elder. Qian Yin pondered deeply for a short while and said, "Yi Yang, if you lose, then you have to hand over all the 1,000-year-old fire crystals and kowtow 100 times to every single person here. If you agree, then everything that Qian Mei and everyone here said counts." All right. Yang Yi didn't hesitate at all to agree. No one noticed that a slight grin of success had appeared on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Chapter 704. Yang Yi and Bai Chun stood in confrontation at the center of the hall, and there was around 30 between them. Someone seemed to have spread the news about the bet between Yang Yi and Bai Chun, so more and more members of the fire spirit race were surging into the hall. At this moment, the hall was filled by a crowd. That's the Tigress man? He really is just at the Exalt realm, yet he actually dares to face a Monarch realm expert, and it's even a sword cultivator who has attained peak Earth rank sword intent? Does he want to die? Haha, don't underestimate him. He was very arrogant just now. Perhaps he's capable of surmounting his realm of cultivation. Besides the geniuses on the hallowed rankings and the top-rate geniuses of the various races, ordinary Exalt realm experts are utterly incapable of surmounting their realms of cultivation to challenge Monarch realm experts. Moreover, this Exalt realm profounder is even injured while his opponent is a Monarch realm expert who has comprehended sword intent. That Tigress man will definitely die in this battle. That may not necessarily be the case. He seems to be calm and composed, and there's no fear in his eyes. I presume he definitely has some sort of trump card. He gave us a pleasant surprise earlier. Perhaps he'll be able to do it again. Right? I mean that I hope he won't die that quickly after he resists Bai Chen's attack. Otherwise, it would be too meaningless. What if he really turns the situation around? If he does, then he'll eat shit. Qian Yin, it's best if you think this through. Meanwhile, the Fortich elder gazed at the fire crystals in his hand and said, I presume these 5 1,000-year-old fire crystals are the last of all the fire crystals you've accumulated over the years. If you lose, then your strength wouldn't improve at all for the next few years. Moreover, if you lose them, then you'll be in trouble if you suffer any injuries. After all, the defiant profounders are about to escape the seal. Yang Yi didn't trust the 2ND elder, so Head suggested that the 4-Teach elder took temporary custody over the fire crystals which they were betting with. Moreover, Head even asked Xiaoman to restrain Qian Mei. Qian Yin agreed to all of Yang Yi's requests. However, he made a request of his own, and that was Yang Yi had to become Qian Mei's flameling if Yang Yi lost. The explanation Xiaoman provided him allowed Yang Yi to understand what a flameling was. It meant eunuch. Yang Yi naturally agreed immediately. He would definitely not act so rashly if Bai Chun wasn't a sword cultivator. Unfortunately, Bai Chun was one. Unless a sword cultivator didn't utilize a sword or possessed sword intent that surpassed his own, otherwise. Qian Yin grunted coldly and said, But what if I win? Just as the 4-Teach elder said, all his accumulations of wealth over the years could be represented by those 10 1,000-year-old fire crystals. Head lost 5 earlier, and even his heart felt like it was bleeding from the loss. So, he had no other choice but to make another bet in order to recuperate his losses. Of course, it was because he was confident in Bai Chen's ability. After all, Bai Chun was at the Monarch realm and possessed peak Earth rank sword intent. As far as he was concerned, the reason Bai Chun lost just now was because they'd underestimated their opponent. Moreover, he felt that Yang Yi would definitely not be a match for Bai Chun once Bai Chun took Yang Yi seriously. As for the reason why Yang Yi dared to agree to the bet, he hadn't given that any thought at all. He'll dismember you, piece by piece. Bai Chun gazed at Yang Yi while his face had recovered its calm. Yang Yi paid no attention to Bai Chun. He gazed at Qian Mei instead and said, Woman, didn't you ask me to be arrogant and show off just now? All right, we'll do it right now. I really look forward to seeing you become my flameling. Qian Mei spoke coldly. I really look forward to seeing you kneeling down and licking me as well. Ha ha ha. Yang Yi glanced at the others in the surroundings before his gaze descended onto Bai Chun, and he said, You're a sword cultivator, and a strong one too. In other words, your sword techniques are very formidable, right? Bai Chun replied, It's just all right. But killing you is as easy as flipping my palm. Yang Yi nodded and said, "ID intended to keep a low profile. But it can't be helped. I'm really unable to continue keeping a low profile when facing an idiot like you who likes to put on airs. Come, execute your strongest sword technique. I want dodge or block it." Haha, what a joke. He wants Bai Qin to execute his strongest technique, and he won't dodge it. Who does he think he is? Even if Sui Dingfeng rises up from the grave, he still wouldn't dare to do that, right? It seems obvious to me that he has gone mad. How laughable. We actually made a bet with such a madman. How truly laughable. Where did Xiaoman find such a weirdo? Where did he get the confidence to say that hell resist Bai Qin's strongest sword technique without dodging? Where? I think he's delusional. The others in the surroundings hood made bets with Yang Yi just now started to speak in succession. All of them didn't hold back at all, and spoke loudly as if they wanted Yang Yi to hear them. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "What would all of you do if I succeed? If you do, then I won't just give all my fire crystals to you. They'll even kowtow 100 times to you and admit that I had eyes yet failed to see. Moreover, they'll stay far away from you in the future. All right?" One of the men stepped forward and spoke coldly. Yang Yi glanced at him, and then he glanced at the others and said, "What about all of you? We'll do the same." "Exactly." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Stand over to the right with him. If I lose and don't die, then he'll do the same and kowtow 100 times to each of you." In next to no time, 90% of the people here had walked over to the right, and it totaled to over 300 people. On the other hand, only 3 people remained on the left. Yang Yi was quite surprised that these 3 hadn't walked over. Moreover, he even knew one of them because it was Fu Jingxian. Besides Fu Jingxian, there was a black-robed man and a woman who stood by Fu Jingxian's side. The man wore a mask that fully concealed his appearance, but it was obvious from his outward appearance that he was a human. As for the woman who stood by his side, she was from the fire spirit race. At this moment, she seemed to be pulling the masked man to the right, but he remained adamant on staying on the left, and this made the woman stamp her feet with rage. I've never seen someone who is so desperate to die. Meanwhile, Bai Chun spoke abruptly, "You intend to resist an attack of mine without dodge or blocking it? How laughable. Even the geniuses in the top 5 positions on the hallowed rankings wouldn't dare speak like that to me. I'm really very curious. Where exactly did you get the confidence to say that? Do you know Zhui Dingfeng?" Yang Yi spoke abruptly. Bai Chun was slightly stunned and said, "I cultivated painstakingly in the sword Dao for over 10 years for the sake of fighting him. Unfortunately, he's dead. But I can tell you that I'm 70% confident in my ability to defeat him even if he were alive now." Yang Yi said, "I met Zhui Dingfeng in the past, and the feeling he gave me was that he was full of confidence. He was extremely confident yet wasn't conceited because he refused to underestimate any opponent. However, while you are very confident as well, you're confident to the point that you feel you're matchless in the world. Besides that, do you know that you're so full of fucking nonsense?" If their bet wasn't one where he could only defend himself and not attack, he would have attacked a long time ago and not waste his breath like this. Yang Yi really couldn't figure out why so many people like to waste their breaths before fighting, especially some people who like to introduce themselves before a fight, and then speak about their pasts or constantly threaten their opponents by describing what would happen to their opponent if they did something. Since a battle couldn't be avoided, then it should begin immediately. Nonsense wasn't something that could improve the strength of anyone, and it was impossible for a bunch of nonsense to make the enemy yield. In his opinion, if something could be resolved with battle, then it was best to not waste his breath. I've never seen anyone who's so desperate to die. Bai Chun raised his sword slowly and pointed it at Yang Yi. He said, "You've succeeded at infuriating me. So, the consequence is death." As soon as he finished speaking, the profound energy within him suddenly surged before shooting into the sword he held. A strand of dazzling light erupted from the sword, and then a sword howl instantly shot into the sky. The swords throughout the entire hall started to tremble violently as if they'd been summoned. 10th level sword intent. At this moment, Bai Chun hadn't held back at all, and his 10th level sword intent surged madly out of him. And then some of the profounders in the surroundings started moving backward repeatedly, because they were too close to him, and his sword intent was like a mountain that pressed down upon them and made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Qian Yin finally revealed a slight smile when he saw the fierce and sharp sword intent that Bai Chan emanated. In his opinion, not to mention an Exalt Realm profounder like Yi Yang who was injured, even an expert who was similarly at the Monarch Realm like Bai Chan would definitely be unable to resist this attack that carried 10th level sword intent without dodging it. So, since Yi Yang would definitely die, his fire crystals would return to his possession, and he would even be able to gain more. The Grand Elder frowned slightly, and his gaze towards Yang Yi carried a trace of bewilderment. Xiaoman spoke abruptly, "Old man, save him if he's unable to resist it." "No. Didn't you hear how he talked to your grandfather just now?" replied Tong Fon. "If you don't, then he'll make you bury me instead. You damnable little girl." Bai Chun suddenly soared into the air before he suddenly shouted, "Yi Yang, killing you doesn't require my strongest sword technique. All I need is an ordinary attack like this." He waved his right hand as he spoke, and a snow-white strand of sword chi shot forward. It was extremely sharp and fierce when enhanced by 10th level sword intent, and the air throughout its path surged. It was a truly astonishing sight. However, Yang Yi didn't attempt to dodge at all. In next to no time, everyone watched as the sword chi struck Yang Yi's body, and then nothing happened. The sword chi vanished. The spectators were instantly flabbergasted, and so were the half-saints in the surroundings. A short while passed before Yang Yi greedily inhaled a deep breath, and then he gazed at Bai Chun, who was completely dumbstruck. "You've lost." As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look at Qian Mei. "Come, kneel down and lick me." He stretched out his hand and started undoing his robe. Chapter 705. The atmosphere was deathly silent as all of them gazed at Yang Yi. They didn't understand why that had happened. After all, it was the full strength of a Monarch Realm expert, but Yang Yi had actually resisted it without dodging and counterattacking. Moreover, he even revealed an expression of satisfaction. Is he a half-saint? Meanwhile, an absurd thought appeared in their minds. The 4 half-saints here stared fixedly at Yang Yi, as if they wanted to see through him. "No, that's impossible. It's absolutely impossible." Meanwhile, Bai Chun suddenly started howling madly while he waved his sword once more, and a strand of sword chi that was even sharper, fiercer, and swifter than before instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't dodge it, and just allowed it to strike him. Everyone watched as the sword chi instantly vanished upon coming into contact with Yang Yi's body. How could that be possible? All of them opened their eyes wide while disbelief filled them. Bai Chun, on the other hand, seemed as if he'd seen a ghost, and his entire body couldn't help but start trembling. The Grand Elder, 4th Elder, and Tong Fen exchanged glances, and then they nodded lightly. Meanwhile, a wisp of envy flashed through Tong Fen and the 4th Elder's eyes because the Grand Elder had gained 2 more 1,000-year-old fire crystals just like that. Had gained 4 1,000-year-old fire crystals with such ease, so it would be a lie if they said they weren't envious. On the other hand, Qian Yin had lost years of accumulation. Had lost 10 1,000-year-old fire crystals from just 2 bets. Such losses were extraordinarily huge. As expected of the Grand Elder, Qian Yin took a deep breath and said, "Yi Yang, good, good, very good indeed. I never expected that you even deceived me. 11th level sword intent. The 11th level. Good, very good. I never expected that someone in the hallowed grounds was able to attain the 11th level of sword intent. Very good indeed. 11th level sword intent." The others were stunned. In next to no time, all of them came to an understanding. There were only 2 possibilities behind why Yang Yi could resist Bai Chin's sword chi without suffering any injuries. The one possibility was that Yang Yi's strength far surpassed Bai Chin. Obviously, that was impossible, because Yang Yi was clearly at the Exalt Realm right now. The two possibility was that Yang Yi's sword intent surpassed Bai Chin. It was clearly the latter. Because one sword in tint arrived at the 10th level, it was utterly impossible for those who possessed weaker sword in tint than the person to cause any harm to that person. Heaven rank sword in tint. All of them were extremely shocked. After all, that sickly and weak fellow who they'd ridiculed and looked down upon was actually a sword cultivator, and he was even a sword cultivator hood comprehended heaven rank sword in tint. All of them had very colorful expressions on their faces when they thought of the bet that they'd made with him. Qian Mei had even slumped weakly on the ground, and her face was covered in disbelief. After all, 11th level sword in tint could be ranked in the top 10 even on the hallowed rankings. The laughable part was that Shed ridiculed him for being weak when she was the true weakling. There were numerous Monarch Realm experts in the world, but there were very few existences hood comprehended heaven rank sword in tint. Monarch Realm experts didn't have the slightest advantage before such monstrous geniuses. The most composed person here was Xiaoman, because Yang Yi had revealed a little of his strength to her just now. However, her heart was surging with tempestuous waves of shock, just like everyone else. After all, Yang Yi had merely revealed to her that he possessed sword in tint, and she hadn't imagined that it would be heaven-rank sword in tint. Yang Yi didn't fully undo his robes, and he merely just removed the outer layer of his clothing before he gazed at Qian Mei and said, "Woman, didn't you say that you would kneel down and lick me?" "I'm prepared. So let's begin?" "Of course, if a half-saint like your grandfather interferes and helps you, then I would naturally be helpless to do anything if you intend to go back on your word." Qian Mei's face turned pale. "Yang, it's best to show mercy whenever it's possible." Meanwhile, one of the profounders from the fire spirit race stepped forward. However, he hadn't been able to continue because Yang Yi pointed at him and said, "I remember you. You said that you would kowtow 100 times to me if I was able to resist by Qin's attack. Come, am prepared for that as well?" As he spoke, he glanced at the group on the right and said, "It's the same for all of you. It's time for you to fulfill your promises. So why don't all of you kneel right now?" All of their faces became unsightly, and one of them said, "Yi Yang, are you really going to leave no room for reconciliation? What's your name?" Yang Yi spoke abruptly. That fellow was stunned and said, "I'm Ao Xian from the fire spirit race. I admit that we underestimated you just now, but—" "Cut the crap." Yang Yi suddenly interrupted him and said, "You're right, I can't be that merciless. Since it's like that, I've changed my mind. I don't want them to kowtow to me, but I want you to do it for them. How many people are there?" "It's 100 per person, so count it on your own." "You." Ao Xian was furious and said, "Yi Yang, you're going too far." Yang Yi laughed with ridicule, yet paid no attention to him. He gazed at the Grand Elder and said, "Grand Elder, what do you think?" The Grand Elder had gained great benefits because of him, so he refused to believe that the Grand Elder would refuse such a small matter. The Grand Elder glanced at Yang Yi, and then he glanced at the group on the right. "If Ao Xian is unwilling to kowtow on all of your behalf, then do it yourselves. If the members of my fire spirit race dare to make a bet, then they should be willing to face the consequences." Ao Xian said, "Grand Elder, he's just a human." "You." The Grand Elder just glanced indifferently at Ao Xian and said, "He's Xiaoman's husband right now. In other words, he's a part of our fire spirit race. Understand?" Right at this moment, Xiaoman suddenly walked over to Ao Xian with her red iron hammers in her hand, and she said, "Let's forget about them for now. You have to kowtow right now. They'll smash your head apart if you don't." "You." Ao Xian was just about to speak when a hammer arrived above his head, and it was just a few centimeters away. Ao Xian's face turned pale. "They'll count to 3. They'll smash your head apart if you don't do it," said Xiaoman. 3, 2, 1. Thump. Ao Xian knelt down hastily, but it was too late because Xiaoman's hammer had descended straight down towards him. Bang! Ao Xian's entire head exploded apart. Everyone here was stunned. Xiaoman was slightly stunned as well because she hadn't expected that he would kneel at the last moment. However, it seemed to still be a bit too late. She pulled her hammer back, walked over to Yang Yi, and then spoke softly. He was too slow. He was too soft. He was. In short, it isn't my fault at all. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qian Mei spoke abruptly. Yang, do you really intend to offend the entire fire spirit race? Yang Yi glanced coldly at the group on the right and said, to be honest, I really look down on all of you. Truly, it's fine to be weak, because if you're willing to work hard, then the day will come when you become strong. But as men, all of you don't even dare to keep your word. That's a true disgrace. As for kowtowing, there's no need for that now. I'm afraid that making trash like all of you kowtow to me would make my lifespan be halved. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi paused for a moment before he continued. I know that all of you definitely hate me to the bone, and you wish for nothing more than to swarm over and kill me. I'm even aware that so long as I stay within the fire spirit race, then all of you will definitely look for all sorts of opportunities to take revenge on me. When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly glanced at them again and said, but let me tell all of you that I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid at all, because not to mention a few hundred pieces of trash like all of you, even a few hundred more wouldn't be enough to kill me. How arrogant. How fucking arrogant. Their expressions turned unsightly to the extreme, and many glared angrily at Yang Yi as if they wanted to fight him. However, they instantly abandoned their intentions to fight him when they saw Xiao Man who stood by his side. After all, that tiger's strength was in the top 3 within the fire spirit race. So, they could only glare angrily at him and allow him to continue acting arrogantly. Yang Yi wasn't interested in arguing with them. He turned around to gaze at Qian Mei and said, I can't be bothered to make a fuss about it with them. However, you won't be that lucky. Come, I'm ready for you to kneel down and lick me. Qian Mei didn't move, and she just gazed at him with resentment. Yi Yang, you're one. Is this even necessary? Meanwhile, Qin Yin spoke abruptly. It's always best to be lenient when possible. Otherwise, ha ha ha. Yang Yi chuckled and said, Tu and the elder, I don't understand such principles. All I know is that I won the bet. Since your granddaughter has lost, then she should fulfill her promise. Of course, Tu and the elder is a half-saint, so I would be helpless if you intend to take her away by force. After all, you're a half-saint. He might not make a fuss about it if it was anyone else. However, he would be a fool if he didn't when it was Qian Mei, because she would definitely act against him in the future. Since it was like that, why would he give up such an opportunity? He couldn't kill her, but just humiliating her wasn't too bad, especially when the Grand Elder had his back right now. Arrogant young men don't live for long, said Qian Yin in a low voice. I kept a very low profile before this, but all of you still came looking for trouble with me. Yang Yi continued, since it's like that, then why should I continue acting like a weakling? Tu and the elder, and that woman over there. Just be direct, are you going to kneel and lick me or not? Qian Yin intended to say something, but Qian Mei suddenly said, I'll do it. As she spoke, she walked over towards Yang Yi while everyone watched, and then she stretched out her hand to undo Yang Yi's belt. Moreover, a strand of coldness had flashed through the depths of her eyes at the same instant that she lowered her head. Yang Yi suddenly took 2 steps back and spoke angrily. What are you doing? Licking you. Qian Mei glared angrily at him. Yang Yi said, just go ahead and lick. Why are you trying to remove my pants? How would I lick you without removing your pants? Qian Mei continued in an angry tone. Yang Yi glanced at his pants, and then he glanced at Qian Mei. Suddenly, he exploded with rage and pointed at her as he spoke angrily. You pervert. You shameless woman. I just wanted you to lick my shoes. Yet you actually wanted to lick me there. You. Are you even worthy of that? All the spectators in the surroundings were at a complete loss for words. Chapter 706. It was an insult. When had Qian Mei even been insulted like that? Moreover, it was even in public. So, a savage expression instantly appeared on her face, and she said, Yi Yang, they'll kill you. She was about to attack while she shouted. However, Xiao Man who stood by Yang Yi's side suddenly acted, and a red hammer arrived above Qian Mei's head before she could even attack Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Qian Yin acted decisively when he saw Xiao Man move, but Tong Fen obstructed him right away. The atmosphere here suddenly became tense. Yang Yi chuckled, restrained his smile, and spoke seriously. Actually, isn't any great enmity between us. Unfortunately, you've acted against me time after time, and you even intended to kill me. I'm a man who doesn't offend unless offended. So since you've offended me, then I have no choice but to show no mercy." As he spoke, Yang Yi raised his hand and slapped Qian Mei on the right cheek. The spectators gasped. He actually dared to slap her. After all, Qian Mei's grandfather was an elder of the fire spirit race and a half-saint. Is he not afraid of death? Qian Mei seemed as if she'd been petrified. He actually dared to slap him? Slap me? Even grandfather has never laid a hand on me. Once she recovered from her shock, Qian Mei instantly seemed as if she'd gone mad, and she disregarded the hammer above her and intended to stop at nothing to tear Yang Yi into pieces. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Just hitting the right isn't fair, and it doesn't look nice." As he spoke, and while Qian Mei was just about to attack, Yang Yi swung his palm against Qian Mei's left cheek. This time, Yang Yi seemed to have used a huge amount of strength, and Qian Mei was blasted flying. "You're courting death." Qian Yen roared furiously as he slapped his palm towards Yang Yi. Tong Fun stood before Yang Yi and slapped his palm forward as well. An enormous explosion resounded from the collision while the space in that area instantly collapsed, and then a pitch-black spatial rift swiftly swept towards the surroundings. The others in the surroundings were horrified by the sight of it, and they hurriedly shot backwards. After all, they would definitely be unable to escape death if they were sucked into the spatial rift. Fortunately, the Grand Elder acted. He waved his right hand lightly, and then the spreading spatial rift was instantly frozen on the spot, and merely an instant passed before it was completely repaired by the energy of the laws. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while a wisp of solemnness flashed through his eyes. The Grand Elder is very formidable. At the very least, he's much stronger than Qian Ming. This ends right now, all right? The Grand Elder glanced at Qian Yen and Tong Fun before his gaze descended onto Yang Yi in the end. Of course. Yang Yi smiled. "I'm a man. How could I possibly make a fuss about it with a woman?" The mouths of the others twitched. "You realize you're a man now? Why didn't you remember that when you hit her just now?" Even though they thought like that, not a single one of them stepped forward to criticize him again. At this moment, they noticed that this fellow, Yang, was a madman. A madman who didn't think things through at all. So, offending him would make them suffer a fate that was worse than Ao Xieyun and Qian Mei. Of course, most importantly, they'd realized that the Grand Elder intended to protect him. The Grand Elder glanced at Yang Yi before he withdrew his gaze, and he said, "Since it's like that, then let's just leave it at that. Those who intend to continue attending the marriage ceremony can stay behind, and the rest can leave." Grand Elder, could it be that my granddaughter was struck for nothing? Meanwhile, Qian Yen spoke in a low voice. The Grand Elder replied, "Since you feel like that, then your granddaughter can slap Yi Yang twice as well. However, she must fulfill the conditions of the bet. All right?" "Looks like you intend to protect that human," said Qian Yen. The Grand Elder said, "Qian Yen, there needs to be reason when doing anything within our race. You've lost, so you must pay a price. If Yi Yang lost, he would have to pay a price as well. Understand?" Qian Yen fell silent for a while before he smiled. "Good, very good. The world is always changing. I still have a very long time." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Qian Mei before both of them vanished on the spot. "Yi Yang, I swear that I'll kill you." At the moment both of them vanished, Qian Mei's ferocious roar suddenly resounded. Yang Yi chuckled and didn't care at all. Because of the conflict they had with Yang Yi, most of the people here didn't stay behind. It wasn't long before only a few people remained, and it included that masked man and the woman who stood by his side. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the masked man, and then his brows knit together slightly because the man made him feel quite uncomfortable. "Let's go." The woman by his side suddenly pulled on his wrist. The masked man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he left with the woman. After the masked man left, Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Bai Chun. "What? You intend to continue betting? Who exactly are you?" Bai Chun gritted his teeth. Head thought that his sword Dao was the strongest in the hallowed grounds besides Wadengfeng. "No, It should be said that he felt he wasn't even inferior to Zhuo Dengfeng. But he hadn't expected that he would actually encounter someone with heaven-rank sword intent at the fire spirit race. No one could understand how he felt right now. Yang Yi said, I fought Zhuo Dengfeng before he left for profounder continent. You would definitely not be a match for him if he attained the monarch realm, because his sword was much purer than yours, and his heart towards the sword Dao was stronger. The reason I'm wasting my breath on you is because you're a sword cultivator as well. So, I'm doing it out of consideration for the sword Dao and not you. Bai Chun fell silent for a short, while before he suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, I'll defeat you. I definitely will. You're very welcome to do so if you do it in an open and upright manner. Yang Yi continued, however, if you try to play tricks like you had just now, then I guarantee that 100,000 beasts of desire will be waiting for you. Bai Chun took a deep glance at Yang Yi before he turned around and left. You possessed a natural treasure and comprehended heaven-rank sword intent. You're absolutely not an ordinary person. So who exactly are you? Meanwhile, the 4th elder spoke abruptly. I picked him up on the ground. Xiaoman spoke abruptly. In any case, he's absolutely not a spy. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Does she think I'm an object? She picked me up? That sounds so terrible. Can't you just say that you rescued me? Yang Yi replied, if you think that I'm a spy, then I can leave the fire spirit race once I've recuperated. Or you can send me away from here right now. No. Xiaoman and the half-saints shouted at practically the exact same moment. Yang Yi was stunned. You're mine. Xiaoman looked Yang Yi in the eyes and spoke in an extremely serious tone. In our race, it's a huge humiliation for a woman to be abandoned. If you dare to abandon me, then I'll kill myself and kill you. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Xiaoman seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with what Shed said, and she immediately corrected herself. I'll kill you, then take my own life. Right, that's it. Meanwhile, one of the elders said, For Elder didn't have any ill intent. He was just quite curious because of the treasure you possessed and the strength you revealed. After all, I presume that even if it's in the hallowed halls, there are very few who can give out a natural treasure as their dowry and possess heaven-rank sword intent. Moreover, we really don't have a good relationship with the hallowed halls. Of course, it doesn't matter even if you're from the hallowed halls, because the defiant profounders are about to emerge from the seal, so I'll still join forces with them regardless of how bad our relationship is. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Looks like I won't be able to leave the fire spirit race for now. But it's fine because I haven't recovered completely. I would really be giving my life away if I left and encountered Xianming's group. All right. So many things occurred tonight, and it has delayed your wedding night. We old men will stop disturbing the two of you. As he spoke, the Grand Elder and the 4 elders' figures shook slightly and vanished on the spot. Don't break Xiaoman's heart, or it'll kill you no matter who you are. Tongfen spoke these words before vanishing on the spot. Xiaoman's room. Xiaoman gazed excitedly at the pile of fire crystals on the table, and she said, This is 30 years old. This is 100 years old. Wow, this is 200 years old. Little Yang, we're rich. Little Yang. Yang Yi's face darkened. Head seriously and solemnly refused such a nickname. But Xiaoman disregarded his protests. Yang Yi shook his head, withdrew a 1,000-year-old fire crystals, and passed it to her. He said, This is for you. It should be helpful to you. Besides those fire crystals which he gave the Grand Elder, Head won a total of 6 1,000-year-old fire crystals from Qian Yan. Had given 2 to Xiaoman, so he had 4 more. After he found out how important the fire crystals were, he understood that they were very precious, because they could create monarch realm experts. However, he didn't feel any reluctance because a few fire crystals were nothing when compared to his life. Xiaoman fell silent as she gazed at the fire crystal. What's wrong? Asked Yang Yi. Xiaoman suddenly said, Why are you being so nice to me? Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and he said, You saved my life. She replied, I was just using you. Using me? Yang Yi smiled. How? By marrying me? Xiaoman nodded. Yang Yi smiled and said, If it's that, then I forgive you. But I'm quite curious. What exactly made you forcefully drag me here to marry you? She replied, a huge amount of fire poison appeared within my grandfather's body from a problem in his cultivation. So, he wouldn't be able to live for long. He knew that I would definitely be bullied once he passed away, and I might even be killed. So, he forced me to marry someone. Because so long as a pregnant woman of the fire spirit race doesn't violate the rules of the race, then no one can harm that woman. ID originally intended to find someone to put on a show and trick him, but I never expected that I would encounter you, and I never imagined that I would even obtain a type of fire element natural treasure. It's the first time I've taken the possessions of another, but I had no other choice because it could save my grandfather. I, Xiaoman, don't want to owe anyone anything in my lifetime. So, you're prepared to give yourself to me. Because you wouldn't owe me anything then, right? Said Yang Yi. She nodded in response. Yang Yi sighed softly, silly girl. Do you realize that you saved me? If you killed me at that time, the nether ghost flame would still be yours, and you wouldn't have to feel that you owed me anything. Understand? Xiaoman blinked and said, why didn't you say so? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 707. Miss Xiaoman, since we've cleared the air between us, then I feel that it isn't necessary for us to be married. Regardless of whether it's the nether ghost flame or those 1,000-year-old fire crystals, they aren't as valuable as my life. So, in short, I still owe you, and not the other way around. Thus, you don't have to wrong yourself and marry someone you don't like. Yang Yi knew that he wasn't someone who could give his undivided attention and affection to a single person, but he didn't want to be like a breeding horse. Because every single woman he accepted would cause Su Qingshi, Xiao Yushi, and the others to feel a little sadder. Moreover, while he had a good impression of Xiaoman because Shed saved his life, he was very clearly aware that it wasn't love. Besides that, Xiaoman merely had a slightly good impression and felt some guilt towards him. It was impossible for her to feel love for him as well. Both of them didn't love each other. So if they were to be united because of this, then it would definitely cause a tragedy for them in the future. Xiaoman fell silent for a short while upon hearing Yang Yi, and she said, what you said makes sense. But everyone knows that we've been united in marriage. I would really lose face if we split up right now. Moreover, the old geezer will definitely think that you were just playing with me because humans frequently play with women. If that happens, then you'll definitely die. Yang Yi thought for a moment and felt that she made sense. After all, the reason he had been able to gain a foothold in the fire spirit race was mainly because they felt he was Xiaoman's husband. The reason the Grand Elder and Tong Fon had protected him were mainly because of that as well. Once he made their true relationship clear, then Qian Yin would definitely be the first to look for trouble with him. If he was at his prime, then he would naturally have no need to fear a half-saint. After all, he could run even if he wasn't a match for his opponent. But even two Monarch Realm experts could crush him in his current state. Why don't we fake it for now? Xiaoman spoke abruptly. In that way, you can safely recuperate here, and I can feel at ease from helping you. What do you think? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, all right, but I would owe you another favor because of that. Xiaoman was quite displeased by his reaction. Why do you keep talking about favors? Your flame saved my grandfather, and that's equivalent to saving me. In short, they'll show you no mercy if you continue treating me like an outsider. Yang Yi smiled and said, all right. At the very least, we can be considered to be friends now. It really isn't good to act like that to a friend. Xiaoman nodded and said, that's how it should be. As she spoke, she passed the two 1,000-year-old fire crystals she had and the other fire crystals to Yang Yi and said, they belong to you, so keep them. Especially these 1,000-year-old fire crystals. They'll be extremely useful once you attain the Monarch Realm. In the future, don't be such a fool and give them away just like that, understand? Yang Yi shook his head and pushed them back to her. We agreed that we wouldn't treat each other as outsiders, but you're doing it right now. That isn't good. Xiaoman gazed at him for a short while, and she finally took them when she noticed the firm expression on his face. All right, then he'll be taking them. I'm going to sleep. Are you coming? Yang Yi was speechless. They were still acting, so they were living in the same room. Of course, Yang Yi didn't get on the bed and sleep with her. The important matter at hand for him was to recover. Besides recovering, he was prepared to utilize the fire crystals and water soul to charge into the monarch realm. Since he arrived at the hallowed grounds, Yang Yi gained a clear understanding of how insufficient his cultivation at the Exalt realm was. Only by attaining the monarch realm would he be able to resist half-saints and survive in the hallowed grounds. Of course, only by attaining the monarch realm would he have the chance to retrieve the sword precursor. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on a chair as he withdrew a 1,000-year-old fire crystal and swallowed it. It had just entered his body when he felt like a piece of molten metal had been thrown into his body. Moreover, he seemed like a spirit vein that was filled with and covered by seemingly material energy. Xiaoman's eyes carried a trace of bewilderment as she gazed at Yang Yi, who sat cross-legged on the chair. She was no fool. She was very clearly aware that the identity of this fellow who Shed dragged back here was definitely not ordinary. Regardless of whether it was the natural treasure or the heaven-rank sword intent, both of them revealed that he was definitely not ordinary. Of course, besides a mysterious identity, she felt that he was stupid. After all, only an idiot would just give away a natural treasure and 1,000-year-old fire crystals. But why does this idiot seem so pleasing to me? Xiaoman grinned as she held the fire crystals in her grasp, and then she fell asleep. Just like that, 3 days had passed, and Yang Yi was still seated cross-legged on the spot, while 10 extreme-grade energy stones remained on his lap. Yang Yi had utterly underestimated the 1,000-year-old fire crystal, because he still hadn't fully absorbed the energy of the fire crystal after consuming almost 100 extreme-grade energy stones. This allowed him to understand why those half-saints attached such importance to the 1,000-year-old fire crystals, because it really was a precious treasure. In these 3 days of time, the energy provided by both the extreme-grade energy stones and 1,000-year-old fire crystal had allowed him to recover from 90% of his injuries. However, he didn't stop because recovering was only the one step, and the most important step was to charge into the monarch realm. He didn't dare to charge into the monarch realm while residing above ground because he would die if Xin Ming and the others caught him. So, he had no choice but to attain the monarch realm within the territory of the fire spirit race, because this was one of the only places that the hallowed halls wasn't able to interfere. Moreover, it was the only place that he could rest at ease while charging into the monarch realm and wouldn't have to worry about a half-saint suddenly attacking him. While Yang Yi was recovering from his injuries, Xiaoman didn't stay idle as well, and she too consumed a 1,000-year-old fire crystal. At this moment, she was absorbing the energy within it. 1,000-year-old fire crystals were extremely beneficial even to half-saints, so Yang Yi had clearly noticed that Xiaoman's aura was growing stronger throughout this period. Just like that, both of them started to madly absorb the energy of fire crystals in the room. 5 days later, Yang Yi's injuries were completely healed. As he gazed at the 1,000-year-old fire crystals that laid before him, Yang Yi didn't hesitate to pick another up and swallow it. At the same time, he withdrew over 100 extreme-grade energy stones and placed them around himself. Just like that, Yang Yi seemed like a vortex of energy, while the energy that came from within the fire crystal and energy stones completely enveloped him. However, Yang Yi felt that it still wasn't sufficient, and he withdrew another 100 extreme-grade energy stones and placed them around himself. In an instant, the entire room was filled with dense energy. Qian Mai's room. At this moment, she was venting madly. There were 2 handsome men on her bed, and they were ceaselessly entangled with her while shaking incessantly like madmen. The entire bed was shaking and shaking violently as if it would collapse at any moment. H. Faster. 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 Suddenly, Qian Mei started howling hysterically. At the same time, one of the men who was on top of her started speeding up. Ah! Suddenly, Qian Mei screamed while she started trembling violently like a bolt of lightning had surged into her. Her figure trembled continuously for a short while before she finally calmed down. Suddenly, 2 rays of cold light flashed, and then both the men were completely lifeless. Who's there? Qian Mei sat up swiftly, and a masked man was suddenly standing before her bed. Who are you? Qianmei stood on her bed with a vigilant expression on her face, and she didn't seem to feel any embarrassment from being completely naked. The masked man spoke abruptly. Do you want to kill Yi Yang? The profound energy within her surged in secret as she asked, What are you trying to say? He repeated his question, Do you want to kill him or not? Qianmei took a deep and long glance at him before she spoke with a ferocious expression covering her face. Of course I do. I've never been so humiliated throughout my lifetime. I wish for nothing more than to skin him alive and drink his blood. But he has the Grand Elder and Tong Fin's protection. So what can we do? Even my grandfather is helpless against him right now. The masked man replied. The hallowed halls sent news that the seal on the defiant profounders has suddenly loosened, and it requested the assistance of the fire spirit race. So, the Grand Elder, Tong Feng, your grandfather, and the others have left for now while the remaining half-saints of the fire spirit race are in closed-door cultivation. In other words, he doesn't have any backing right now. Moreover, based on my observation, he'll definitely be trying to break through into the monarch realm soon. That's our best opportunity and final opportunity. I can tell you for a fact that even your grandfather wouldn't be able to kill him once he attains the monarch realm. Qianmei grunted coldly and said, Monarch realm experts are like ants before my grandfather. The masked man didn't refute her and just said, It's our best opportunity to kill him. So are you up for it or not? Are you sure that the Grand Elder and the others have left? Asked Qianmei. The masked man replied, Of course. Qianmei revealed a savage smile. Even the heavens are helping me. I'll go kill him right now. She was about to head over while she spoke. The masked man suddenly said, You'll be giving your life away if you head over right now. Her face turned cold. What? He replied, According to my speculation, he has probably recovered from his injuries now. So you'll only be giving your life away if you head over right now. Don't doubt my words. He's 10 times, or even a few dozen times stronger than you ever imagined. Are you trying to scare me? Qianmei naturally didn't believe him. The masked man said, Not to mention anything else, you can't even deal with his heaven-rank sword intent. What would you do if you alarm him? Qianmei thought for a moment and felt that it made sense, so she said, Then what do you plan to do? Wait until the critical moment when he's charging into the monarch realm, and then launch a surprise attack, replied the masked man. Why do you want to kill him? Who are you? Qianmei suddenly spoke with a vigilant tone. The masked man said, You'll understand in the future. You just have to understand that we both want to kill the same person. I only have a single request. I want one of his possessions, and you can have all the rest, including the fire crystals he possesses. Right at this moment, Qianmei suddenly attacked. She instantly arrived before the masked man, and then slapped her palm towards him. However, Shed merely just swung her palm forward when Head vanished on the spot, and he was already behind her. Qianmei's expression changed violently, and then she turned around and gazed at him with a serious expression. Who exactly are you? I'm not your enemy. The masked man continued. If I'm not wrong, then he'll be charging into the monarch realm by tomorrow. That would be our opportunity to act, right? If it's possible, then get more people to join us. You should have friends in the fire spirit race after all. Let me give you one final warning. Don't act arbitrarily. Because he's much, much stronger than you imagined. I'll explain it like this. If I were to fight him in a one-on-one battle, then it would mostly end with my death. When he spoke up to this point, the masked man's figure shook slightly and vanished on the spot. Qianmei's entire body felt cold. A day later, phenomenon of the heavens and the earth suddenly appeared in the sky above Yang Ye's room. All the members of the fire spirit race were shocked because it represented that someone was charging into the monarch realm. Chapter 708. With Yang Yi at the center, the spirit energy in an area of a few hundred kilometers started surging madly towards Yang Yi. Everyone in the surroundings was astounded by this scene, and all of them rushed over to Yang Ye's room. Is Yi Yang advancing into the monarch realm? Or is that tigress about to break through? It should be Yi Yang. Such movement would only arise from an advancement into the monarch realm. Isn't it a little too grand? Who knows? Let's just watch. this wasn't the end of it at all. The room Yang Yi resided in was like a black hole, and the energy in the surroundings were being ceaselessly sucked into the room. Less than 15 minutes had passed before the energy within an area of 50 kilometers had been completely sucked away. All of it had converged around Yang Yi's room, and then surged like torrents into the room. Yang Yi was absorbing the energy like a madman. The energy was converted by the primordial pagoda upon entering his body, and it was transformed into threads of violet, profound energy which flowed throughout his body. Meanwhile, his body was like a black hole that madly absorbed the violet, profound energy. At this moment, the energy from within the extreme-grade energy stones, the energy from within the 1,000-year-old fire crystals, and the profound energy which Yang Yi had absorbed was sufficient for 2 people to attain the monarch realm. However, it was far from sufficient for Yang Yi, because all the energy was filtered upon entering his body, so only an extremely small amount of violet profound energy was formed in the end. Yang Yi had no choice but to swallow another 1,000-year-old fire crystal, and he withdrew 500 more extreme-grade energy stones. Moreover, the primordial pagoda within him had started to get to work. The primordial pagoda made the energy within an area of 500 kilometers start to surge towards Yang Yi's room, and then transform into pure energy that entered into him. After that, they were converted into violet profound energy by the primordial pagoda before finally flowing through Yang Yi's body. Xiaoman had stopped cultivating right now, and her eyes were fixed on Yang Yi. What's going on with that fellow? He has absorbed that much energy, yet it's actually still not enough? Xiaoman was extremely puzzled because she hadn't absorbed so much energy when breaking through into the monarch realm. Yet now, this fellow who sat before her had almost absorbed 2 times the energy she absorbed that day. Moreover, it seemed like it was still far from sufficient. Are you attaining the monarch realm or the half-saint realm? She spoke softly. It wasn't just Xiaoman who was surprised. All the other profounders from the human race and fire spirit race in the surroundings were of the same mind. The energy in an area of 500 kilometers had surged into Yang Yi's room, and such a scene would only occur when a 9th-rank monarch realm expert was charging into the half-saint realm. Yet now, this fellow, Yi Yang, was just a 9th-rank exalt realm profounder. Who exactly is he? Qian Mice asked in a low voice. The masked man was standing by her side, and there were over 100 profounders of the fire spirit race standing behind them. Moreover, over 50 of them were at the monarch realm. They were the help that Qian Mei had gathered, and most of them were those who had lost the bet to Yang Yi and intended to take revenge for the humiliation they suffered. Qian Mei had a solemn expression on her face while she gazed at the energy that surrounded Yang Yi's room. It wasn't just her. The others who stood behind her were the same. They were very clearly aware that the stronger one was, and the greater one's natural talent was, the more energy would be required to charge into the monarch realm. This scene before their eyes told them that the strength and natural talent of the person within the room had far surpassed their own. You still intend to kill him regardless of who he is, right? Said the masked man. Even though I want to kill him, it doesn't mean that I want to be used. Qian Mei spoke coldly. I've investigated you. Shui Ling brought you here as her partner, but she knows nothing about you. It's even to the extent that both of you still haven't shared the same room until now. So, you've definitely come to the fire spirit race's territory with some other objective. Is that important? The masked man replied. Is my identity really that important? Of course it is. Qian Mei spoke coldly. Even though I want to kill Yi Yang and that bitch, Xiaoman, it doesn't represent that I'll join forces with an outsider to deal with members of my own race. The masked man fell silent for a short while, and then he said, I underestimated you a little. I can tell you that I didn't come here in order to act against the fire spirit race. Moreover, would you even believe me if I said that I'd come here with such intentions? Then what are you doing here? She pursued an answer. The masked man gazed at Yang Yi's room and said, I came for him. She repeated her question. Then who is he? The masked man replied, You'll naturally find out once he's dead. I only have a single objective here, and it's to kill him and obtain something from him. They'll leave immediately once I'm done. At that time, you can feel free to notify the half-saints of your race if I still refuse to leave. As for now, we should join forces and not doubt each other. Otherwise, we won't just be unable to kill him, he might kill us instead. Qian Mei took a deep and long glance at the masked man before she moved her gaze towards Yang Ye's room. She said, I'm growing more and more curious about his identity. But it's fine. He'll definitely die today, even if he's a genius ranked on the hallowed rankings of your hallowed halls. In the room, Yang Ye's entire body was undergoing a transformation. The advancement into the monarch realm stressed upon a complete qualitative transformation of the body. Actually, any other ordinary person would have broken through a long time ago, but Yang Yi was different, because his body had been cleansed by the primordial violet energy. So, ordinary energy was utterly useless towards his body. Only purified energy, the violet profound energy, was capable of affecting his body. But in that way, he needed an extremely terrifying amount of profound energy to complete the transformation. If profound energy was compared to water droplets, then 100 water droplets were needed to form a droplet of violet profound energy. So, he had no choice but to consume another 1,000-year-old fire crystal. More and more people were gathering outside Yang Ye's room. I scanned the surroundings just now. The energy within an area of 500 kilometers have been completely absorbed by Yi Yang. Is he really breaking through into the monarch realm and not the half-saint realm? Even though it's quite a shocking scene, it's still a little inferior when compared to an advancement into the half-saint realm. Half-saints are equivalent to peak experts of this world, and they are capable of seizing the fortune of the heavens. The energy required to attain such a realm isn't something that just this little bit of spirit energy can fulfill. Even double the current amount wouldn't be sufficient. But it doesn't seem like an advancement into the monarch realm. The greater a genius' natural talent is, the more difficult it is to advance into the monarch realm, and the heavenly tribulation they faced would grow stronger as well. It seems to me like he'll definitely lose his life beneath the heavenly tribulation. Even if he can escape death from his heavenly tribulation, he can't escape his mortal tribulation. Qian Mei will definitely not let this opportunity slip by. If it's needed, I wouldn't mind giving him an extra blow so that he understands that the arrogant don't live long. But what if he succeeds? So what if he does? There are countless people here who want to see him dead. Can he fight so many on his own? All of us just have to spit once, and we can drown him to death. Don't you think so too? That does make sense. Then it's decided. We'll attack at the critical moment. So even if we can't kill him, we'll still make him fail. All right. A cold smile arose on the corners of Qian Mei's mouth as she gazed at them. As they say, the wages of sin is death. He's dead even if he has 100 lives. The masked man spoke abruptly. If he doesn't, then all of us will die. Why do you keep talking him up yet talking us down? Qian Mei was displeased. So what if he has comprehended heaven-rank sword intent? Could it be that he can fight so many of us by himself? Perhaps. The masked man spoke softly while a cold glow flashed on the center of his palm. Bang! Right at this moment, Yang Ye's room exploded apart, and an extremely formidable aura swept like a storm towards the surroundings. However, it wasn't long before this imposing aura shrunk back. The monarch realm. I've succeeded? Yang Ye's eyes were still slightly closed while the remaining energy in the surroundings was still surging into him. Let's attack? Qian Mei spoke ferociously. The masked man shook his head and said, he still has to face his heavenly tribulation. Well, act while he's resisting it. Bang! Another loud explosion resounded, and then a bolt of black-colored divine lightning that was over 300 m long and 30 m wide had suddenly appeared in the air above Yang Yi. The divine lightning didn't descend straight towards Yang Yi, but circled the sky above him. At the same time, more and more black-colored divine lightning appeared incessantly. It wasn't long before the entire sky was covered in huge bolts of black divine lightning. It was like the end of the world had arrived. The expressions of everyone here changed when they saw the divine lightning, and then they took numerous steps back. After that, all of them withdrew their weapons. Black divine lightning. He's a defiant profounder. He's actually a defiant profounder. How could this be possible? One of the profounders from the fire spirit race cried out involuntarily with shock. At this moment, Qian Mei was stunned as well. She hadn't imagined that Yi Yang would actually be a defiant profounder. He's actually a defiant profounder. Suddenly, she swiftly turned her head towards the masked man and said, "No wonder you were so afraid of him. So he was a defiant profounder. He's actually a defiant profounder. Ha ha ha. He'll definitely die, even if he's breaking through into the half-saint realm now." The masked man didn't speak, but a trace of bewilderment flashed through his eyes. At this moment, Xiaoman was dumbstruck as well. She gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief and said, "A defiant profounder. You're actually a defiant profounder. Kill him. Kill him." Meanwhile, someone shouted, and then over a dozen people charged at Yang Yi. At the same time, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 709. A ray of cold light flashed. Hiss. The heads of 3 people at the front of the group instantly flew into the air while their bodies were still charging forward, and they charged forward for another 3 meters before the 3 headless corpses finally stopped moving and crashed to the ground. All the others stopped on the spot and gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. All those 3 corpses belonged to Monarch Realm experts. However, 3 Monarch Realm experts had died just like that right before them, and they hadn't even been able to discern how he did it. It was instant annihilation. Head instantly annihilated 3 Monarch Realm experts. All of them were dazed. At this moment, Qian Mei and the others were shocked. 3 Monarch Realm experts. He instantly annihilated 3 Monarch Realm experts. Is he a half-saint? Rumble. Meanwhile, more and more black divine lightning converged in the sky, and the rumbling they emanated resounded incessantly by the ears of everyone. Some profounders who were beneath the Monarch realm were even instantly shaken to the point they bled from all 7 apertures. Rumble. Another wave of loud rumbling resounded before a black pillar of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, and it descended straight down towards Yang Yi. Moreover, as soon as it descended, the lightning in the sky instantly started descending as well. Almost 1,000 pillars of lightning descended in succession towards Yang Yi. "Everyone, attack! This is our best opportunity to kill him." Right at this moment, a voice resounded, and then countless rays of silver light covered the heavens and the earth as they shot towards Yang Yi. Qian Mei glanced at the masked man because he was the one who spoke those words. She pondered deeply for a moment before a savage expression appeared on her face as she said, "He's a defiant profounder. He can't be allowed to overcome his heavenly tribulation. Attack. This is our best opportunity. Attack." With Qian Mei and the masked man in the lead, all those profounders who'd been terrified by Yang Yi instantly felt confident once more. They hesitated briefly before practically 90% of the people here charged once more towards Yang Yi. A ferocious expression flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he saw them charging towards him. As the wise men of the past said, even if one avoided trouble, trouble might come on its own. Yang Yi flicked his finger, and then a strand of sword chi formed an arc that swept forward. The silver light that just arrived before him was instantly blasted into dispersion, and then some of the figures at the front of the group were instantly slashed apart at the waist. "Shatter!" Right at this moment, the masked man shouted furiously, and then a ray of cold light suddenly smashed against Yang Yi's sword energy. An explosion resounded, and then the sword chi was blasted apart. Yang Yi glanced at the masked man, and then he casually waved his hand upward. A ray of light flashed and collided with the black divine lightning that led the group. Bang! That pillar of black divine light was blasted apart and transformed into arcs of electricity that dispersed towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, numerous Monarch Realm experts had arrived in front of Yang Yi. They were just about to attack when a ray of light flashed once more, and then their heads instantly flew into the air. "Die!" The masked man suddenly shouted furiously once more. As soon as his voice resounded, a silver needle that was as long as a finger transformed into a ray of silver light that appeared before the center of Yang Yi's forehead. However, 2 fingers clamped down upon it at the instant it was about to pierce through Yang Yi's skin. After that, the silver needle shot backward at extremely swift speed and instantly arrived before the masked man. The masked man's pupils constricted as his hands moved swiftly, and an expanse of silver light flashed forward. Clinking sounds resounded as almost 100 silver needles transformed into pieces that scattered to the ground. Yang Yi paid no further attention to the masked man. He flicked his finger upward, and a strand of sword chi shot up to strike against a pillar of lightning that had arrived above his head. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded, and then the pillar of lightning was blasted apart. Meanwhile, the attacks of a few dozen Monarch Realm experts smashed against him. Bang! Yang Yi took 5 steps back. At this moment, one of the pillars of lightning struck down upon him, and he was drowned beneath its brilliance. The others were stunned, and then they were overjoyed. He's dead? In an instant, a strand of sword energy shot up from within the lightning's brilliance, and then over a dozen pillars of lightning were blasted apart. Yang Yi appeared before them once more. At this moment, besides a few spots of clothes that had been blasted apart, there wasn't a single injury on his body. All of them were astounded, and their eyes were filled with terror, especially Qian Mei. Her mind was completely blank as she gazed at him with astonishment. The masked man's warning had caused her to raise her expectations of Yang Ye's strength, but she noticed to her horror that it was just as the masked man had said. Yang Ye's strength was many times, or even more than 10 times stronger than Shed imagined. Since all of you are so desperate to die, then ill fulfill your wish. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and then 100 swords suddenly flashed out. He controlled them with his will, and they transformed into rays of light that charged into the crowd. In an instant, shrill cries resounded incessantly. The Monarch Realm experts amongst them were in comparatively favorable situations, but the profounders below the Monarch Realm weren't able to resist a single attack from Yang Yi, and they were instantly annihilated. Moreover, while they weren't killed in an instant, some Monarch Realm experts were heavily injured. Yang Yi paid no attention to them. He raised his head and gazed at the pillars of lightning instead, while a trace of a heavy gaze appeared in his eyes. While Head destroyed many of those pillars of lightning, there were many more left. Moreover, they were growing progressively stronger. At this moment, the energy contained within every single pillar of lightning could instantly annihilate a first-rank Monarch Realm expert with ease. Most importantly, he felt that these pillars of black divine lightning weren't the final wave of his heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, a ray of violet light and a bolt of lightning flashed, and then the violet mink and Lei Lin appeared by Yang Ye's side. What are the two of you doing here? Yang Yi frowned a little. He hadn't allowed them to come out here because they would be in danger if a half-saint suddenly attacked them. The violet mink revealed an innocent expression and pointed at Lei Lin. On the other hand, Lei Lin was looking at the divine lightning in the sky, and she was blinking incessantly while drool flowed incessantly down her mouth. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he saw her like that, and then he said, "You want to eat that?" Lei Lin nodded forcefully. Yang Yi said, "Are you sure that you can?" She nodded forcefully again. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he said, "Then go ahead. They'll protect you." Lei Lin grinned, and then she flashed to the sky above Yang Yi and opened her mouth. The others watched with horror and astonishment as the black pillar of lightning suddenly shrunk progressively before finally becoming the size of a finger. In the end, it was sucked into her mouth. Lei Lin patted her stomach with a greedy expression, and then she opened her mouth again. The others in the surroundings were petrified. That little girl is actually eating black divine lightning? That's divine lightning. Even defiant profounders fear it. But she ate it just like that? You're dead. Right at this moment, a furious howl suddenly resounded. The others looked over towards the source of the voice, and they saw the masked man suddenly toss a black jade tube towards Yang Yi. The jade tube flashed through the sky and trembled slightly. It was just about to release something when a ray of violet light suddenly appeared on it, and then it was gone. The masked man was stunned. Suddenly, he looked towards the violet mink who was by Yang Ye's side. At this moment, the violet mink was sizing up the jade tube with a curious expression. "Give my space tube back to me." The masked man's eyes almost split open from rage. The violet mink blinked, and then she tossed it lightly towards the masked man. Not only was he not delighted by this, the masked man's expression even changed drastically, and then countless barriers of profound energy swiftly appeared on him. When Qian Mei, who stood by his side, witnessed this scene, she hurriedly covered herself in layers of profound energy shields. However, some of the fire spirit race's profounders by her side were still dazed. Finally, when it was about to descend from the air, the black jade tube suddenly became 100 times larger than it was. After that, countless rays of silver light rained down from it like a storm of silver rain, and it was even extremely swiftly. Everyone here was astounded. It was already too late when some of them wanted to dodge it. Their bodies were instantly pierced by countless silver needles, and they were densely covered in needle holes. On the other hand, some comparatively stronger Monarch Realm experts reacted in time, and they formed profound energy barriers around themselves. However, the profound energy barriers merely lasted for less than 2 breaths of time before they were penetrated. Howls of pain resounded incessantly as countless people crashed to the ground. Less than 2 breaths of time passed before blood had formed a river on the ground. Moreover, the group of a few hundred here only had less than 10 still standing. Yang Yi was shocked as well because he hadn't expected that the jade tube would actually be that terrifying. After all, most of the corpses on the ground belonged to Monarch Realm experts. Even the attacks he launched with 100 swords weren't able to create such an effect. What exactly was that black jade tube? At the same time, he felt fortunate in his heart, because if it wasn't for the little fellow, then those silver needles would have descended onto him. Even though he was confident that his body could resist them, injuries would be unavoidable. However, he couldn't allow himself to be injured at all right now because he had an even stronger enemy, the Heaven Dao. Even though he was at the Monarch Realm right now, it was far from over, and all his previous hard work would be wasted if he couldn't resist the heavenly tribulation. The violet mink blinked. She hadn't imagined that something she casually tossed at them would actually be so formidable and killed a huge amount of people just like that. She was very afraid that Yang Yi would scold her for causing trouble, so she immediately flashed over to Yang Yi's shoulder and started to ceaselessly rub her head against his cheek. Yang Yi smiled and consoled her before he gestured with his right hand, and then the black jade tube fell into his grasp. After that, he gazed at the masked man, Qian Mei, and the others. Even though they'd been able to resist it, they were clearly injured, and there were no less than 100 needle holes on each of them. The masked man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I never expected that you cut the crap and die." Yang Yi flicked his finger repeatedly, and then over a dozen strands of sword chi shot forward. However, a woman suddenly appeared here. She held a sword in her left hand while a saber resided in her right grasp. She swiftly waved both her hands, and then a strand of sword chi and saber chi formed a cross that surged forward. Hiss! Yang Yi's sword chi was instantly blasted apart, and the sword and saber chi didn't slow down in the slightest as they arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi smashed his fist forward, and they were immediately blasted into pieces. The woman glanced at the corpses on the ground and said, "You killed all of them. You cut the crap and die as well." Yang Yi took a step forward and made a grasping motion with his hand. A sword appeared in his grasp before it shot forward like a bolt of lightning. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.